girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now.
Yo, today we have two games. We have G2 EG, Evil Geniuses, and then we have boom, one sec, changing my scenes and shit. Then we have the big hype matchup. Sentinels, current like number one team, I guess, since their victory at Monster Madrid. They're gonna go against 100 Thieves. Big clout match for the second series. And I don't think both teams are the same. I don't think there was like player swap. I think John Cutie was gonna have like people said he was having like visa issues and stuff, so he couldn't play the first game or the first week. But apparently he will be able to play from what I've seen. I think it's on Twitter or some shit. Anyways.
to do gimmicky stuff, when they stop going for like Phoenix and stuff on.
And that's what
We have
everyone
a
lost to
little
in that
bit of
series.
talk for 10 minutes
We
and stuff.
disagree, apparently.
Yeah, you guys disagree.
Apparently, well, I don't know. So someone somewhere disagrees.
Are you in the room?
We have no choice in the matter. What I'll say, and hopefully I don't get the buzzer,
We're looking
is
for a
that
ding here.
I love. All right, we can move on.
Well, you know what? Actually, we're going to keep the conversation going with EG. Let's talk about that boy Jog. I like that. There you go. Let's talk about that boy Jog. Jogamo, of course, one of the best duelists in the game, and he's always been that type of player that has no problem taking those risks, trying new things, like playing Deadlock, for example. It was pretty awesome.
Well, look, his Raze movement is best in the world, and his Deadlock, well, you don't need the movement, but it also looked pretty
I
good.
think we can say he's the best Deadlock player in the world.
Actually, factually.
Wait, can we get a buzzer or a ding? I don't know whether he's the best player in the world.
Loading.
There we go. We'll take it.
But this is the thing that I think is so unique to Evil Geniuses and the way that Potter sort of builds the comps that this team plays, because she'll take star players and she won't build comps around them. It's not, oh, Jagamo's Raze is insane, he's playing Raze every map. It's not Demon One's Jet's insane, he's playing Jet every map.
Yeah.
It is Potter having a read on how she wants to play a map and then putting the players in the right place. And you have to have an
I think
incredibly
Potter
flexible
is
and
overhyped.
willing roster in order to be able to do that.
Personally.
For a Demon One to play a Brimstone.
Like,
for a
she
Jogamo
won
to
Master,
play a Deadlock,
she
but it
won,
works,
like,
and
World
that is
Champion
what I
with,
think gives
EG, but,
every EG roster sort of
like,
that
they had
longevity
freaking
is the
Demon
fact
One
that
and
they
shit,
can play
you
all
know?
these different styles, and it's not just a Raze for a Jet. It's completely different styles of agents, and they can switch on a dime just like that.
Because you never know, like, what's the real impact
This guy
of a
is turned
coach.
into a superstar back from
I
when he
think
was in
people
2022.
overhype
He was still
her
a
a
very
lot
good player.
because
He's
she's a
star.
woman.
Now he's a superstar, and you're allowed to build comps around him
like, it's the
regardless
new
of what he's going to play,
narrative.
and he's going to
Like,
fry in the server because his confidence is boosted
she's
way up
succeeding
in
For
in
the
a,
record,
you
he
know,
was a superstar in
man's
2022.
world
It was
and
just
shit
like he's
like that.
LeBron on, like,
I
a
think she's
10th grade
overhyped as a coach.
basketball class.
What do you mean? That was still the most attention
think-
any athlete has ever gotten ever.
Because when you listen to, like, people who've played, you know, as a player,
You made a basketball reference.
they play,
Honestly,
they
I'm
like
quite proud of you,
speak
Miki. That was
respectfully
pretty awesome.
about
All right,
her,
once
but
again,
they
let's
never
go ahead and
like
send it over to Smix, who's outside of the
giga
block
praise
party,
or
chilling
like
over at
they're
the
never like,
EG booth.
oh
What you
yeah,
got for us,
she
Smix?
was so smart about the game and shit like that.
Us at the EG booth with our lovely
They're always like, yeah, it was cool, you know.
over there. They had a pretty big
You know,
trophy.
like they don't want to dish her, but they don't
Oh,
like.
the champs trophy is a lot heavier. All right, I'll take a look. Carlos, you gotta help me because I hear this bad boy is very, very heavy. So I'm gonna need you to help me with this. All right. 1, 2, 3. Let's
go!
All right, Carlos. Additionally, over here at the EG
They never
booth, we have a
like
nice little setup here. I'm gonna let you take
talk
this.
super highly about her.
Guys, check it out.
They only
You
talk
can
about
be,
her when they
either
are
as
asked
great or
about
as bad
her.
as me.
You
You'll
know
find
what
out
I
in
mean?
about 5 seconds.
Like if you're a great coach, people will bring it. I feel like players and people are gonna bring it up naturally, you know.
Check it out. You can be as great as me. Over here at the Fan Fest.
I'm sorry. Did Smix just say, hey, I just want to go outside and do some stuff and grab
No.
camera? What a G.
She's an aimer. What is that?
an aimer, I'm
In server,
telling
out of server, sharpshooter.
Don't matter the game.
It's
you
funny
know?
because I saw in their hallway, like, after those things, she was like, "Dude, I had so much fun.
I haven't seen the sun today.
And now we know why she had so much fun. And you should go outside. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and take a look. Yes, that is true. Everyone should go outside.
Dang, it's spitting.
Get some vitamins. In any case, so, folks, let's take a look at our class of 2024 rookies because the pool is even bigger. Thanks to some roster moves over in Stage 1, because now we add in Moose, now we add in Icy, but overall, I mean, gotta say, one hell of a class of 2024 for these rookies.
Yeah, the rookies have been going insane. From Oxy getting that win
John
yesterday,
won a championship.
EU having a great
Won a
debut
title.
to 100 Thieves, and of course, John QT, first international,
Wild.
winning the whole damn thing.
Wild.
Pence did that too, though. So, to be honest.
Oh,
So true. So true. No, ding.
no.
I like it.
No, give him
I
one.
like it.
Well, you know, guys, listen. No, you can't be the soundboard guy. Okay, you can't have all that power. That's dangerous.
One day I will be.
One
day I'll own this city.
I'm scared.
Well, guys, here's the thing. All right, we're gonna have to make this graphic fit a few more faces because I don't know if you guys know this. There's a fresh crop of talent. That's right. That is on the way and could very well change the game forever. Check this out. With Stage 1 just getting underway, teams across the league are making big moves to shore up their rosters so they can make the cut for Master Shanghai and Champion Seoul. Here are some of the latest developments. Cloud9 has signed BRB, a rookie from Tier 2's Snack Attack. This duelist is always eating on the comms and puts out good vibes in the server. BRB can frag out like no one's business. That is, of course, until they go AFK after some questionable takeout.
I've never seen somebody eat an entire plate of wings during a game, but he did it.
MIBR recently picked up her support from the Tier 3 squad, Sad Boys. This E-Dater Flex exclusively plays healers. And don't let the name fool you, he is very single. You can always count on her support to be at your side during a fight and in a Discord call every night at bedtime. That's weird. Potter is ready to make waves with another exciting rookie. It's just a little guy. The EG coach scouted this hot prospect right when they signed up with their account. That means little guy is technically in Tier 0. But when that account hits level 20, they can hop right into ranks. So watch out, everyone. Leviathan is bringing up a mysterious player that goes by the name Manbay. We don't have any officials on record, but the streets are talking. And they say he's a beast on Rays and will smoog into any fight. And I know where you're thinking, he definitely looks a lot like King.
We were talking about strats and his mustache fell off. And he acted like it was no big deal.
This dude's entire salary goes to DoorDash.
A very eclectic group of characters that have been picked up across a variety of different teams. Got to say, though, I mean, you know, just seeing so much new talent now, Mimi. It's incredible. A little guy, he really just impressive.
I think Manbay's next up for real.
If he can keep that mustache on, I don't know.
Yeah.
They're winning it all.
Yeah, he really, so long as the facial hair stays on, you'll be okay, buddy. I believe in you. All right, guys, well, you ready to go ahead and see where we're going for our maps?
Yeah, might as well.
Might as well. Let's move on with the show. Our coaches are ready for map select, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Alrighty, welcome to day 2. As you know, teams were decided via coin flip. G2 will be team A, EG will be team B. G2, you will have first map ban.
We'll ban Sunset.
G2 bans Sunset. What would you like to ban?
Yeah.
We'll ban Bind, please.
EG bans Bind. And you have first map pick.
We'll pick Lotus.
G2 picks Lotus. And what side would you like?
We'll pick Attack, please.
EG picks Attack. And you have map pick.
Icebox.
EG picks Icebox. And what side would you like?
Defense.
G2 picks Defense.
Ooh.
And you have 1 map ban.
Ban Split.
Ban Ascent.
G2 bans Ascent. And what would you like to
Ban
ban?
Breeze.
We'll ban Split, please.
EG bans Split.
Oh,
The second map
damn.
will be Breeze. And what side would you like?
Attack. If they pick defense, they're gonna pick defense. Like, the fact that you pick defense on Icebox.
Defense.
Yeah.
G2 selects
Like,
defense. Alright,
that
best of luck today.
defense pick on Icebox from G2 is so unconfident. Because it's a slightly attack map, so if you go in and you're like, yeah, we're gonna play the worst side, you clearly are not confident
G2 is not
as an
about
attack team.
Sunset in the pool.
That's
We saw,
wonderful.
like,
They had an addiction at the beginning of this year.
every single series it was there. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then the other thing I noticed is Pollard taking a little pause there, and then she confidently says Icebox. I'm wondering if we're seeing the deadlock. I think there's more cooked there than.
You think it might change things?
Yeah,
See, I was thinking G2 might change things because they were playing the Brimstone on Icebox back in the kickoff, which, I mean, it's like some ideas back that Mech were playing back in the day. It's got sweet retake. You can create some one-ways and stuff, but...
Yeah, I think G2 comps were pretty disgusting.
I do, but I did not like that Icebox comp.
If I remember correctly. Like.
Well, what about you? How do you feel?
Yeah, I think Icebox is a really interesting one for me because I think that's the map we're seeing in the pool with like the most comp variety right now. And I think it's a good chance to see both these teams' unique look. Is G2 going to continue with the Brimstone stuff?
G2 was out in playing. Yeah, they lost to
They always have a
Sentinel.
surprise when you give them prep time.
Yeah. Really, what I want to see from G2 is more strategic diversity. I think especially on their defensive side, regardless of comp, they were so happy to just play like heavy numbers retakes, you know? Like backing up. What are you talking about? Did you watch the games? Person that's pressing the thing? If you've been pressing a thing?
I love it. Ender's just getting
Yeah, they played the classic comp except.
This is incredible.
So Viper,
Folks, well, we are out of
Jet.
time, so let's go ahead and get this Sunday started
So,
because we got some great matches. It's
Killjoy,
G2 versus Evil
and then as a
Geniuses, Sentinels
flex,
versus 100 Thieves. Day 2
generally,
VCT
like
America
the
starts
classic is
right
a
now.
KO. And then some people play Arbor, but they play Brimstone instead. Which is like kinda bad, in my opinion. You have a second ultimate to deny, like Killjoy ultimate. You have extra smokes. But I think if you want extra smokes, Arbor is better. He's also like more like of an initiator type of stuff.
G2 is a interesting one. I haven't played against their new roster. I know they're bringing in Icy. He's the one person
I don't
I've
know
seen
that.
drop
I
a
don't
40
like
bomb
that
in a scrim,
fucking.
so that's pretty
team
intimidating.
comp
But
with,
it's his first time
Brimstone.
playing on stage, so I think.
I think
we'll use that
Brimstone
against
is a good
So
agent.
the first match against EG, this is actually my
Like,
old
it's
team. I was
very-
on the reserve team. This is a little bit of a
It's not
revenge
as
match for
bad
me.
as
Yeah, I think
people
their main
think,
strength
but-
is the individual firepower. I think any
I think
given player
Arbor is
could
just
make a
better
hero
on
play,
his
win them
works.
around.
With the loud comp is
They're
basically
strong, but I do think we can beat them.
I definitely think their
really
strength
good.
is like their
I
ideal.
used to
like, he's
prefer the
definitely,
KO,
like,
but
making sure all
now
the players are in check.
I have to admit Arbor is really growing on me.
Discipline. It's off to the side here. No way for him.
Biggest threats on EG, I'd have to go Jogamo. He is very versatile as a player because he can play any agent, it seems like. Like, you know, he's on Deadlock one day, and that other day he's playing Raze and Jet, and he looks like a superstar on all of them. So shout out Ja, he's definitely like the go to that team.
But they played before. They played Sunset, they played Icebox, and they played Split.
Sunday started. Please welcome on stage our first team. It is G2.
And G2 lost in OT against EG on Sunset. Oh yeah, they play Sova. They play Sova Viper on fucking Sunset. Yeah, I really don't like G2's games. What do they play on Split? Oh, they lost 2, so they haven't played Split. But yeah, it was 2 close game. Oh yeah, I remember. I found like EG almost won by nothing. Like they won 15-13, so they went to OT. To second OT. And then they won 13-11. So we might have a very close series.
And let's give a warm welcome to G2's opponent.
Oh yeah,
It
and
is
EG
Evil
plays the
Geniuses.
deadlock on fucking... Yeah, I really don't like the EG comp on Icebox. Yeah, either, you know. Like I think G2, the Brimstone needs to go. You need to play Arbor or KO or something else that has more utility. Right? Because like, if you consider like KO as the baseline, as the base fucking flex, he has 2 flashes, which if you play Brim or Arbor, you don't have flashes in the comp. he has like the knight for recon, he has his ultimate for like second entry to act like the second duelist, like initiator and entry.
Does G2 have what it takes to be able to topple their
And he has a
foe,
molly.
or can
Brim
EG
has the
just
molly
history
too.
repeat again?
The
Look,
steam
it was a 2-0,
pad
but
is not
these
that
games
useful.
were close. We saw multiple OTs on the first map, the second one a 13-11 on
And
Icebox,
the
but
molly
now
is
we're
like
headed
the
into
same.
a series,
And the smokes,
first
like
map
if you
that
want smokes,
neither
you want
of
arbor.
these rosters have played
I think
this year. It is
a
two
comp I
brand
would
new
really
looks
like
for
to
these
see
teams.
on Icebox
exactly how
is
much
like
time
Jet,
and how
Viper,
much they've actually been able
Killjoy,
to implement
and then
both
a
sides,
Gecko
right?
instead
One
of a
with a new
Sova,
player on the team, and then one
and the last
EG,
one a
which you
Harbor.
heard the crowd cheer for
Because I
Potter, maybe
think
one of the
like
only teams that has the coach
Harbor
more experience than
scope
anything else. But
with
this team
Gecko
cooks,
like
and
wingman
how much
planting
better are
in
they
the
gonna
core,
gotten? Because
I think it could
back
be
to
a
what you said,
really
these
strong
teams were
combo
so even before.
to
And for
like
G2, I'm wondering what's the
ensure
big change?
plant
What's the reason
constantly
behind
and
bringing
just
Icy into
put
this
your
roster?
like
What can
opponents
the
in
guy bring?
retake
He's
all
been
the
on
time.
roster under
And then
EG,
with
where
the
he's played
Gecko molly,
no
the Viper
officials.
molly,
He's played so
and
few matches in the last year, but he's been scrimming
Killjoy
a hell of
molly
a
and
lot.
utility.
And there's a reason that teams
then
have
you
been
can
impressed by the guy.
completely
This is his
force
chance to
the enemy
showcase
team
I
to
feel
come
like seeing
and
Icy versus
retake
APOC
all
is
the
so
time.
cool if you know the backstory
You
of them
know?
both being on the roster together.
Plus,
but also two players
if you don't
with a
play
bit of excitement
Chaos
behind them.
Over,
I don't know,
having a
I've been following
Gecko,
APOC
you have a
for
flash
few
now.
years now, and
Yeah, you
love
don't
to
have
see
all
what
the
he does
information.
That
in the
seems like
server.
on 2022
Yes,
EG.
literally. But then
You
you
still
know,
have some
it had been
info
a while.
with
He's
like the
back here
Gecko
on the
flash
stage
and
next
stuff,
to
and
Icy,
Icebox is a
against
big
across
map
the stage.
where you can
From
hide and
Icy,
you
and
can
that's
also
like
going to play a role
play
in this
with
as well. Let's not
setups
forget,
to
I mean,
pick up
this
like
is
the
Icy's
Gecko
first time
stuff.
playing on a VCT
You
stage,
also have
so it's kind of a big deal.
But he's played against EG
an
so
entry
many
by
times.
Proxy with
I mean,
the
this
trash,
is
the
a team
Gecko
all year he was
ultimate.
scrimming. That's the reason the EG
I
reserve
think
roster existed.
Gecko
to help
Arbor,
EG.
Jet,
From
Viper,
Derek
Killjoy
a moment
is
ago. He said this is the
very
only guy
strong
I
for
played against that
Icebox.
dropped a 40 bomb, and back then
The
Derek
more I
was
think
playing on
about the
100 teams,
comp,
so
the
like,
more I
there's-
like
There's some info here. I
checks
think
all
I see somebody
the
who's really hyped
all the
up
stuff you
behind
want.
the scenes, and let's see if there's a reason for it, or
Just
if
we're gonna
it's
see a
all
Lotus.
just talk.
You get a little spoiler there, but Leaf is going to be switching over to the Sentinel role now. Previously, from the Duelist, he's always been a flexible guy.
Yeah.
He can play anything, but I'm questioning how the rest of these G2 guys are going to fill in. Who's swapping over to that Duelist role? That's the answer we're going to get in a second.
Yeah, well, we get in this agent select in a moment here as the team set up and get
Honestly,
ready. So everything can be squared away
I
for this
think
matchup.
G2 wins.
EG, G2.
With how
Of
close
course,
the
as we
last
mentioned,
series between
familiar
those two
with one
teams
another in
were.
more ways than one. But Ender, there's certainly going to be something fascinating here as we get ready for this.
How
agent
close
select.
it was
you're
this
gonna have
time.
reads, but also you know that there's flexibility with everyone. I think talking about Leaf switching things up is maybe a little surprising, but also Leaf is a guy that back on C9, he was playing Viper, he was playing Sky, he was playing all that stuff on top of the Duelist.
And Icy's playing the Duelist.
Yeah.
Put some pressure on the guy right away.
So that's literally the reason to make a roster change right there. Like if Icy's just playing Duelists on even
I
just a
really don't
handful of
like how
maps,
they
Yeah,
do
and then you can
like
take that pressure
team
off of
comp
Leaf
in
and
an
have,
end.
you know, maybe even be
Like,
a backup
how
for,
they
like,
make
you know,
it
the
look like
LMS
it's a draft
situations
and
stuff like
shit.
that. Like, there's a lot that they could do with this.
And you talk to Leaf, he's like a guy who loves the flexibility. He loves
Like,
getting
just
to switch
show
around
the
roles.
team comps.
He doesn't like play a ton of ranked,
know what I
but he
mean?
watches so much Valorant. He's really a second voice in this team.
And I wonder as well how this actually unlocks Trent to play a lot more initiator constantly, right? Because this is a guy who a lot of times was flexing to that Viper. A lot of times he was flexing to not play the initiator role for the team. So I'm very curious how that's going to go as well.
It feels sort of like in this meta, Trent is almost locked into that place of a second smoke agent on a lot of maps because that is the go-to, and especially
it's
on
a
map
no
like
platform.
Lotus, but it is going to be the
Last
fade
one
for
is
him,
gonna be
so
Viper.
I feel like Scout Initiator, whether it's the
It's a
fade
mirror.
or so, that has always been
They both
Trent's
play
bread
the
and butter.
classic.
And it looks like both
Oh no,
teams
they
just
play
gonna
Cypher.
lock in that
She
like
plays
standard
Cypher
Fnatic comp. A lot of the NA teams switch over to
instead
the
of,
Sky here, but the
instead
Fade
of
has
Killjoy.
always been solid. This is a map for me where we're not going to see a ton of the counter strike.
It's weird that they
Neither
play
of them
that
have played an official before.
fucking
This
weird
is a
ass
lot more
comp
about
on
how are the
Icebox and they
fundamentals
don't
locking
play
in.
I
like
think that's for sure. Obviously, there's no
Deadlock
footage
on
out there of
Lotus.
teams on this map, but the Cypher here is something that we're
they
seeing. I
play
think
Cypher
EG go
instead of
for a
Killjoy.
lot now.
Yeah.
You saw it way back on the Ascent as well. This is not a common pick, but it's one that is viable on this map for sure.
And it's very common for APOC. He's great
I don't
on
know.
this
I
one.
still
All
think
right, folks, well,
Killjoy is
this is
strong.
it. We're ready for our first match of Sunday. Riot Games Arena, why don't you go ahead and make a little bit of
Even
noise
though you
as we
have
send
3
it to your
Cypher
casters
for 2
in another
Killjoy
round of what's going
are the Legion of Doom, but today
I
they're
think,
just
like-
Ancillian Riv. I still think that just Van stealing Riv is still pretty
I
cool,
think,
though, don't you think?
Killjoy is
But
better.
I'm really stoked for this game today, Riv, because we have a debut of Icy now on the VCT stage, and at the same time taking a duelist role, while you have some changes from Leaf going to the Sentinels. We'll see today now if those changes will be the missing pieces for G2 to
We'll
get
see
the
how he
revenge
plays
against
his
Evil
Cypher.
Geniuses when they lost to them in, at Lock-In.
Puts out deep guns and stuff in defense.
It's been a while since both teams have gotten their hands dirty in the server, and now we're back for VCT stage 1. So we'll see what they've been prepping, what
unlike
they've been
maps
playing.
where you can play
Lotus,
Viper,
rarely on
you
both
should
of
play
these
Killjoy.
teams chart for the past few months and even before the
Because
year.
if you want a lurk,
obviously
like,
have been scrimming it. Let's see what we got as we hop into game now. Got that
you
Viper
have the
wall
Viper
towards
for it.
A as expected. They can continuously play pressure off that, but let's see how G2 is going to receive this. 4 leaning towards that A side, ready for baby
like
door
the
explosion.
utility of these
If
two
they get knowledge
agents are
of Rubble,
just
but it's going to be a quick B entry.
fine.
Not too easily
Good
done
stop.
though.
A quick stop indeed. So now this pressures EG to work towards this A side. Door is going to get
But
open.
there is
Revolving
a-
on the A side. Big
there is a
paranoia on the
paranoia.
defense. And really G2 is currently shutting down any push coming out from the Evil Geniuses, leaving out Superman
just
alone.
outstepping
But he's
them.
not going to be able to go in the clutch against 4
Which
players
is-
alive of G2 after winning their pistol.
It looked like all
I
the
think
focus
G2
was
is
going to be
gonna
ready
win.
for A, but still having 2 towards that breakable door. They turn around,
Because,
they absolutely decimate who's trying to come
I
into
think
B
they have a
once that
better
wall
comp.
goes up from the
I
defensive
value
side.
Killjoy more than
See
Cypher on
that
this
getting
map.
placed again, and there's
Even
the
though his
wall.
Cypher
They
is
actually didn't
completely
get tagged by too
playable.
much, just A-pot
I think
there.
if you
But
swap,
that timing,
like,
the timing is what it was all about. For
if you
G2 to
swap
be
an
able to
agent
collapse
in
on what
Valorant
EG
for
wanted to
another,
do.
like if you
So EG
swap
looked to kind of spread
Cypher
the
for
map a bit,
Killjoy, you
distraction
need
at B
to
with a
do
slight
2
lurk that would have
swaps.
been towards A
Right?
on that round.
Because
Completely snuffed out.
an agent never
Great
replaces
start, too,
another
though.
agent
First pressure
pound
that
for
Icy gets
pound,
already
you
gets
know.
a kill and an assist on
So
that.
what
Shutting
you
down the
lose
B-side attempt from EG.
in an agent,
Forcing them now on
you
a
need to
full
compensate
eco 2
that,
shirts to work with,
especially if
controlling
you're
orbs at
like
least on
changing
one
the
end.
classic comp. You need to compensate that with another agent swap, you
There's
know.
a deep alarm bot out for Mound here.
So like
Let's
all
see
G2
the
react to it. Yeah, they just listen to the noise and try
they
to figure out
gain
if
the
EG is gonna
smokes
try to
from the
pivot somewhere else.
Cypher, they gain all
Letting
the
him walk into
info
the
and
util.
stuff.
No Omen smoke here to stop
And
them
so
for now.
maybe you
They
should
got
change the
Viper
fade
orb.
because now you don't
Easy
need the
control
info on
there.
the
Then
fade.
the Omen smoke will follow just to delay a little bit more
But
on that timing
what
as
do
the
you
smoke
want
will
from
go
the
down.
fade?
So
You want the
G2
pullers,
is
you
playing
want the
the front patiently.
ultimate.
They already have a good push onto Rubble and
Maybe you
Two
can
big
get a
frags to
breach
start off this
instead.
one.
Yeah,
You
interesting
know,
enough
because you have a
how that was
similar
being played here
ultimate
for
that
EG.
takes
They were
all
watching their backs,
sides
afraid of some sort of push in front of B. So once
and
again,
stuff.
very similar storyline to the
And
pistol.
you have like
Losing the
the
players on the
breach
initial
stun
push, they're
that
forced
like
to work
replaces
in the
the
opposite
fade
direction where the numbers are
utility to
left.
contest a main.
Already damaged
So
inside the
if
site,
you were
but
gonna
at least the
change
plant
like the
will be nice.
Killjoy, you should
And the
also
check
like
box for
change
EG in
another
Zico.
agent
Gotta be
to
deep.
fit your comp better.
Looking to hide in this one.
To me,
Trent
just
starts it off.
changing
Yeah, too much
like
util right
Cypher
now
for Killjoy,
EG really gets set up in a
Killjoy for
pulse to get
Cypher
anything done. At least they have a Bulldog, an upgrade.
doesn't do enough.
He's currently playing towards the water, so first contact will be Derek. Both of them once again working together in the clutch and instantly denied by G2. A great start. A strong on a pistol, a great conversion on the second one for G2. And it looks like a pretty strong bonus round going into the third.
And Icy's ready to get going. It's just a Sheriff on the first round for Icy with the nade, the
You know?
signature for Raze.
If
Second
you want
round,
like
buys
entry
up
by
on
proxy, you
Bulldog,
could
gets a
also
few
play
frags
with a
at
Gecko
Rubble, charging
maybe.
up the showstopper already.
You know,
And
you have
G2
the
played
big
this one
ultimate
calm.
with the
Good
Taj.
flank, however, by the side of EG. They're going to be able
But
to use
just
a bit of that money coming in
changing
next round
one
to make sure
agent by another-
everything is ready to go to see if they can pull back on the bonus.
I feel like a lot of the time
Get
it's
a quick
not
tech
enough.
pause as we
You have a take
feel
pause.
We feel it.
Yeah.
See 3-0-1 right there on the board. Valen 3-0. Really calling the A strats off the start for G2. Patiently being able to hold. We saw the Viper Orb into Valen, delaying with the smoke as well. So they have the ideas to slow EG down.
Yeah.
Will Jogamo start being Jogamo and blast past all of this? It's one of the tried and true things you can always expect to see. If VG's getting forced to play slow, they'll start to play faster on their own terms.
As you can see right now, it looks like it's a small in-ear issue with the rookie right now on the stage, Icy. So that'll get resolved very soon. About a minute wait. And as I say that, already 50 seconds, because that took me 10 seconds, right? So it's not going to be that long. But we'll be able to get in now and finally figure out what EG will try to do in the gun round, but at least when we start things off right now for G2, I find that the map pool is going to be quite decent with them to start things off on Lotus. A 3-map site, a great way to default a little bit more, and really allow players like Icy to dip his toes in the server and get comfortable here on the big stage. Well, same thing for Leaf, right? It's a whole big role change going into a Sentinel, although it doesn't really feel as of yet that they're really being challenged yet. So that's a great way to kick things off.
And I like that point about G2 getting the rounds, the map, the momentum here on Lotus, because you don't know what EG is going to do on Icebox. It's going to be maybe Jogma on Deadlock again. Maybe they change it as they showed you that and want to pull away from it because they have something else. Yeah, Lotus will be a nice boon for G2 to be able to put under the belt to start this series off.
Starting
off, good frags, like I said, for Icy Valen. 3 away from the showstopper there. There's a focus towards C, but more of a default across the map, as this A push is constant orb farming just for Icy to get him online.
Exactly. Farmed a lot of kills in the first 2 rounds, getting really close to the showstopper. You saw at the beginning of the round 2, Apoth was looking for a lineup to at least place a cage or a camera, get a little bit of pressure towards the B sign. So EG once again trying to hold a default, working different extremities around the map, breaking utility on the C side first, turret down. And it really doesn't force G2 to swing out yet. They maybe want to use the alarm bot as their first wave to use util. But it's EG that puts the first step.
Not in a position to commit just yet. EG trying to source out some utility, find what else they can take. They actually have not heard the alarm bot or the mollies, which is now cooking Jogamo.
And that allows Leaf to swing out right there as he was trying to escape. Leaf was able to line up
a good
quite
start
quickly
for
with
bonus.
util on top of
They have
that.
2 weapons,
And
2
once again,
upgrades
EG
that are like
had to backpedal
fairly easy
into
to
the opposite
retrieve.
direction. At least for now, though,
Especially
there's
if they
only
catch the
Valen
Viper on
that's played it
rotation.
very passively to get information first so that G2 could play the numbers on a retake.
You can see the 2 C player linger from them.
Nature unfortunately down to 12 HP as he was trying to scale up here towards this A side. EG, the plan continues to try to finish towards the B side with 10 seconds left on the
They
clock.
should have the info now.
Prowler scale out, spotting nobody in the site, and G2 is okay of giving this up.
We've had an upgrade for Leaf. The door. Be aware.
So there will be noise and pressure here as the revolving door gets hit on this C site.
And again,
trying to keep them back at bay, so it'll give a chance for the defenders to swarm back up here, come out from the B heaven side. There's that paranoia initiated. It's going to hit one, but Nature is playing the off angle. Almost got that one into Jonah B, but the trades are great for G2.
Good bonus.
They convert the
Bonus
round to get
conversion
3
for G2.
on Lotus.
Very big.
Really, really neat. Look at the pings on the minimap right
Lotus
now.
is
Just gonna
also
talk
an
about this.
attack side.
Really neat positioning. Remember,
But since
just
it's
in the
like
first few rounds, the
G2's
alarm
map
bot
pick,
was
EG
far
picked
outside
attack.
C, where they could attack
And
it,
like
then know
converting
they
the
took alarm
bonus
bot
is
down, play with a little bit
definitely
more
really good.
space.
Like if
Pushing
G2
in that
ends,
time,
they
they
have
found
like
turret, but not
5-7.
alarm bot, not the mollies.
They should
It
take them
eventually
out.
became their demise once they found out those mollies were ready to
So
cook a little
a
deeper
3-0
in
start
sight,
is
and
like
they have to
super
either
supportive
blast
for
up
them.
towards Waterfall or go all the way around Bend to make that work if this is going to keep changing on that C side. We'll see how they actually position the alarm bot this time.
What's happening?
It does look like they are again.
Okay.
Maybe going to put it outside. Hasn't even set it down yet. It's actually over towards
And
B.
Leaf
So
finds a kill
another
on
change up
Superman.
where that alarm bot's going to be. They've put it right here at that B side now.
Nico.
And it's going to be another look towards C here for Evil Geniuses.
We
with
might
a little
see
less
a
map control.
attack
This A
pause
info is giving
after this
G2
round
so much to start
for
with every
G2.
time.
Well, EG's already lost Superman towards the C side too, so as Leaf was jiggling for information towards the mound, I'm sure he instantly popped one. And yeah, these nanoswarms, it's really just to not allow EG to get across here towards water or get heavily damaged until they get to the wooden ramp. Yet Nature still gets the opener.
Good push.
Jonah P answers right back. 3 players spamming through the wall from
Lot
Waterfall.
of damage though.
Just to try to damage.
Nice
Prevent the
hold.
spike from getting planted, but it will go down. With the last 2 pushed up towards the spawn is Apoth, denied here by Trent. And now you're alone, not gonna work out with the Sheriff. G2 are not really giving EG any chances to not only get in the site or set up or even move in as a whole team in there because they're losing a lot of players in the beginning of these rounds for EG side.
Yeah, incredible teamwork right now for G2. They got flooded in sight, backed up to play more of a retake after they lose Leaf, excuse me, and just continue to take the site back together. EG trying to push forward and maybe grab a gun, but it was a flood on that defensive spawn side for G2, which did not allow EG's encroachment into that area to work. All right, guns across the board again, 4 in a row. G2's post plants so good right now on all these diffuses.
They are really close to
Showstopper
their
up for Icy,
teammates.
and now they're going to attack C this time. It's been quiet from G2's defensive side on this area until now.
It's a nice call, though, because we're so close to the ultimates. Opportunities for EG to swing things in their side by leveraging ultimates on the side of Jogimo, and they want to contest it. A as they push it up towards the
They
rumble.
found the lurk.
Nature gets popped. And once again, you lose that control on one extremity, you have no choice. You have to try to make a move now on the other end. And they know they've been pressured a lot for EG towards Mount at the beginning.
And they're ready for B. They have eyes everywhere on the map right now. G2 is so ready.
But Jogimo picked up the orb on the C site. So definitely, especially that. Nanoswarms came out preemptively.
Pop the swarm
Might give
before
a
they
chance
get
here
this
for
hole,
Ja
get some
to
value. They
satchel in.
found the
But they've
second
lost
lurk on
a
B.
pop on the lurk. There you go,
They're
towards
gonna
the
force
sky, lands on to Leaf,
C
down to 20 HP. Jonah B
Good hold.
lines up the 2, entering quite easily, and there's a showstopper in retaliation.
Giacomo
Icy.
killed Icy
And
actually.
G2 now have 5 in a row on their map pick.
And they're
that's
keeping
that
3
pulls.
alive. They're keeping quite a few alive
Right?
on
The
these
bank is
rounds,
good,
so
yeah.
the bank is good. That means they can take the chances. They
EG?
can go to farm these orbs. They can keep
At all?
pushing extremities with the C play they have, where Icy
Oh,
was
yeah.
one of the big factors. They've been able to push
paused
A
the game.
and use that grenade or use the raise nade to get positioning on Rubble. They're still able to do it with just Trent, just Valen.
Let's go, boys. Big ult round.
They're just vibing right now.
EG calling a timeout, and this is giving me flashbacks of kickoff, actually, when they were playing on Sunset, and G2 had a very one-sided start. And it came down to 2 early timeout burns from Potter. And then you started seeing EG coming back here in the second half to really battle it back on Sunset. Will it be the same story right now on Lotus? Really, it seems like Christine has figured
Jeez,
something out.
beaten.
Or at least trying to figure out how they could iron out those funnies of their default play, because they're realizing the heavy pressure that G2's bringing out on either extremities. Yet last round
Yeah,
was
G2
both
has
at the
been
same
super
time when
solid.
EG had the gun round. We're really close to these ults. So EG's coming out with a new surprise. Should I say G2 coming out with a new surprise this time around too.
And they already
on how
have their
aggressively they wanna
5
play on
rounds,
defense.
so...
They seem to always have 2 together, where there's the rotation now actually back
Everything
towards Icy
now
and
from
Valen over
G2
towards
is
A.
just
We just saw that
bonus,
again
almost.
being Trent and Valen as Icy went C. But it seems like they're just using that buddy system so well, and if Leaf can't control, they back up and make sure everyone's together. See if EG can break that defense. Quick haunt over out of B. They're able to destroy it.
Because like G2 can even shuffle
And
their,
they have to be very
their
wary about
setups,
this
you know.
control.
Like
They've
the
seen
Killjoy has been
G2
playing
here
on C
every
and...
single time, and this low buy means they're going to creep up even slower.
Uh-oh. So much utility being thrown here towards the A side. It's countered back by a Nightfall that gets information on 3.
Oh,
So
they
that's
are
the
deep
call
on
for
B,
EG to
though.
move inside B for a plant. And you know, off these timeouts, EG is not afraid of using these ultimates when they have a lower buy. Look at the forward pushes towards the spawn because of that information. We're moving behind enemy lines here for EG, but a rotate comes back from G2 out at the
And they
Hobbit
know.
door. 4 players streamlining in, traded out to start things off.
Oh,
and EG
huge
takes
hit
the lead
by,
in this situation.
Jagmo
Head to
on
head,
the
out
Killjoy.
towards the heavens. Derek then answers back onto Valen. It's doable now for Jogimo and Derek of EG against Trent and Jonah P, who does have the pit. Forced to fight out against Jogimo, back towards the waterfall. The tap on his spike, the wall comes
Good
up,
peek.
isolating one of the 2 players remaining of EG. Hot now being thrown out. Derek marks them both. Only has the sheriff, lands the first shot, and now it's
tough,
ticking
though.
down on that spike. Derek hears the tap, swings out.
Oh my god, that timing!
The clutch master is once again back here for Evil Geniuses.
Wow.
Derek with an amazing wait. The patience there. Playing all the mind games necessary to pull the round into EG's favor. It took
And it was
everything.
looking bad, but
And
that
it
kill,
has just about
that
each one
kill
of these rounds
on
to
the
put
Killjoy
down G2
allows him
just
to
as well
upgrade
so
and be a
far.
pain in the ass.
5-1
And then the
after
clutch,
that shot.
obviously.
And we start round 7. Operator in the hands of Jogamo. The timeout for EG paying off big here. Can they get the
Yeah,
momentum?
that's not what they
Icy,
talked about,
cold
though.
shuts it down.
Like,
start, it's quick.
when you
On
time
that
out
side.
before an eco round, you talk
Even
about
again, Lurk
the
denied
gun
on
round
B.
that's coming after.
And as that momentum
You know,
thought was going to come back from
like
EG,
on
from
eco,
that
you
thing
talk
gets
about
instantly
like
stopped
how to deal
by
damages and
G2's,
shit.
Again, forward position on the A side rubble.
And 2 killed
Now
early.
with no map control, losing a path towards mid as well. They have to regain a little bit of an idea of where EG could be
For
pushed up.
G2.
You have a great idea.
Or
I mean, that
G2
smoke
rather.
was thrown towards the C side.
Yeah.
And then you have an alarm bot. You'll know for sure if somebody's moving in from Mound. Then the Prowler came out towards front B. So nobody is moving from EG, even continuing their focus of 3 players playing semi-passively towards the A site to try to deny EG moving up here towards A.
And the
Kinda
G2's
weird to have
aggression
an
has been
Odin on B,
constant, right?
where
Even
it's
for
like
the save
only-
round, the pressure
it's a
they
site
got
where
on
you don't
Rubble,
have a lot
Derek
of
Nightfalls to return
spam.
the favor and try to get
Like, you
back.
can't spam a
Sure,
lot
they'd
of
love to have
shit.
Nightfall here on this buy round. To be met with Trents, Jonah P's already ulted C. G2 are not holding back, and this tree hit's gonna have to work for EG.
At least there is a snake bite being
Paranoia.
dropped here at the drop area. The pressure coming in. Icy
Can't find
gets
anyone.
flooded from the left side by nature. Here comes the attempt of a plant. You heard
Spam it. No.
Valen coming out for the TP from the shadows to support quickly for G2. Coming out towards the drop. Spraying with the Odin. Superman falls, and once again, EG will have to try to go for a clutch. A 2 versus 4. Snakebite on that spike, denying the first point. Leaf not opting to use his lockdown yet. Everybody's just spraying across, still being quite annoying with these doors. Nature finally gets the pick. A second one there on the shoulder feet. A burn!
Oh wow.
What a clutch coming out for Nature! That's 2 clutches in a row! Tying in with the 9x Power Race!
You can't ask for any more from these players. That is going to snuff the momentum of G2 completely. Sure, they have money to buy here. They're going to be calling a timeout. But the mentality that G2's had over these first few rounds, to lose to clutches like that, the ace on this one as well. Nature opened up the site with the first kill. So already a pivotal frag in the round to make sure that A was something that they could work with. But then to ace the round?
Like this.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
And now we have
That's a timeout to break
a
any
timeout
momentum
being called by
on G2.
So with this timeout, it gives us a chance to talk about iBuy Power. I mean, with that ace, you just cut
Because if you have to
their
clutch,
socials
like,
as they're giving away a free PC
to get your
using
2 fucking
the
round,
iBuy
that
Power aces
means
I currently
like
see here on the VCT stage.
G2 is
So
already
make sure you check
doing
out
what
their
they have to
socials
do.
and have a
They
chance to
know
win a
it.
PC.
And thank me.
They're just
Yeah, I
taking
feel like
that
every time
like,
I'm
timeout
casting
as
these
a
games, we got so
breather.
many aces. Does iBuy Power like to work with me or not?
I don't know. It's ever looming. The aces will be plentiful here. We gotta have the kickback. Gotta have the kickback now from G2. They've got to show us something. The longer the round goes, it seems like EG is able to get a better foothold, at least a little closer on the positioning, and then make their attack that much stronger because they're at the front door. The rounds G2 had a hold on, the rubble push was coming in from Icy. They were already getting frags. C was on lockdown. Nobody would even get towards B. Apoth was blocked by the wall. But things have changed after that timeout Potter called. And now we're into round 8. Not as much push pressure on the extremities here from G2, and that will give EG the room they're looking for. Fast play, little spray, and Jogmo's in.
At least there's no alarm bot this time around to do the double damage on these nanostorms, so we get through it quite easily, but instantly Leaf pops down the lockdown, pushing them back. Jogmo gets detained, but he's going to be safe for now.
Yeah.
Gives a chance now for EG to re-hit if they want to. So the paranoia will slowly set in for G2.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can
make the first noise for EG though by
hit
grabbing this orb
without
on the C side.
searches. Completely different.
This wall we have every time coming in. You see on the backside, Icy's trying to play that. The wall's been used a few times by Nature off the play, so you have to wonder, is somebody pushed up? Are they going to be around a corner? And that's just the kind of added pressure you can get with this Viper wall all the time. Goes up, and they'll have pretty clear movement on Rubble here.
Especially then when that initial pressure came out from EG on the C side, they can't really get
They're
that
expecting
A-side
a
control
hit on
that they've been
C,
doing so
and
well
now
here for G2. So
they're
all 5
rotating
players
A.
of EG grouped up,
30 seconds left.
using a smoke towards the staircase, now making themselves heard.
And we
Opening
don't
the
see
revolving
team
door
play
and
with
executing
blue
towards
a
the
lot.
A site.
Like,
It's going to be open for a plant. Although, there's Util coming in. The satchel's out from Icy. Clears out at least a pump, but
It's
gets
gonna get
instantly traded
traded.
out by Nature.
Oh
Then
my god.
the frags
G2,
coming in favor
please.
of EG. Plat now in, out for the tree side. 2 players left alive for G2. And that's Leaf and Jonah P with barely any utility left. The only thing Leaf has here is Timmy the turret. He wants to use it with the
What
door.
do you play for?
Making sure
You
though
play
that
for
he
the
clears
exits?
out the backup rubble. Let's see if this roll suits him.
Too many.
Too many on
Just
both
too
sides.
many.
Surprise on every single door. Jonah is now alone. And with the money that you see in the bank currently for the rest of G2,
Nice shot.
he's definitely going to try to save the weapon. So far being hunted down by Nature.
Yeah.
But no matter what, the round will go to EG.
So, big smoke up top from Superman. Kind
what
of
do you
forcing
change for
EG
G2?
to fly into the site. 2 going
put the
drop,
Killjoy
2. You
on
would think
A.
maybe a few more dropping with Icy there. If he's going to go close and just look for a kill right there on the backside of sight. But yeah, I also think that G2 didn't expect EG to have that many in sight. They were all
the
looking
Killjoy
towards
is going
drop
C
spot,
again.
ready to defend as G2 did a flood retake, and it just
an
did
alarm
not
bot B.
count. So EG 3 in a row now. And it will finally be able to get a little bit under the skin of G2. We see the
So
low
they don't
armor
change
coming
their
in here.
setup at all.
But buying for rounds to come too. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
like the first 2 were
so they're
clutches
going to look
for
to have
sure.
a little bit more in the future.
There.
But now it's
Because
starting
they're
more
gonna
and more
try to
looking like
really
they've
get the
got your
focus of
setup
this
figured
round
out
now
and you
for
need to
Icy.
change something if you're
Being
G2.
damaged down to a little bit of a snake bite, down to 24 with a spray too.
A lot of
And the other
damage
players
actually on
pushing
G2.
forward. Yes, they'll have a showstopper now, but with low HP, this is still a tough condition for G2. Buying around that rifle that was saved by Jonah P to try to win the round. The wall bangs are coming across. There's that paradigm of Nature and Superman working in tandem, dropping
Great
2
fight.
players of G2 and forcing those players back.
You know they
Good
don't have the
control.
number.
This is one of the rounds
like-
EG finally gets to kind of
'Cause
absorb
you heard
this G2
someone-
aggression. They've actually been losing quite a few members.
You
at that
heard a
first
spam
rubble
with
fight.
a pistol and a spam with a
Back
rifle,
to
so
C.
you
This
should
has
know
been the
there are
entry.
2
Joggles
on
just feeling comfortable on this hit.
2 on A, and you know
Right,
one
Leaf
is on
there with the
B,
Bucky.
one is on C
Forced to
almost for
play
sure.
A different angle by the waterfall, and EG understands that, so they're going all the way around towards
So
ramp. We'll take the
they had
front side.
like
the free
B for
flank.
free for sure.
And the biggest damage they could do here is at least Icy with his Vandal. Sees Nate combo, but the Seas misses. So will not do any damage here to EG on the whole
Fine.
side. Here comes a swing finally.
Hello?
They do get the contact onto Derek. A chance now, potentially, if they're able to drop one more and utilize this showstopper. But Leaf just fell. Icy and Trent now, high and low on the right side of the C site. And it's not looking good at all here.
There it
EG
is.
able to score now 4 rounds in a
Good
row
shit.
in their favor. And we're finally starting to see a game quite early in this first half of Lotus.
You need to change your
Incredible
setup
that
if
they're
you're
instantly
G2.
able to pull around 4 in a row because it wasn't coming from a lot of the frags
Like,
around. It was the
there is
post
no
plant,
way
right?
this
As
is your
EG
map
wasn't
pick.
able to get into those first few fights.
And you have one
The first blood
setup.
goes towards G2,
You have the
and then it
Killjoy
seems like
B
the
every
round fell
round.
apart too much.
You
EG's
have
doing a
the
really
Killjoy
nice
C
job of
every
playing
round,
a bit
sorry.
more of the map before
And then
they
fucking
start to
Viper
play
on
the site.
top. And
And
nobody
that's one
A.
heck of a call to be
Like,
making, especially when you're just 5-0.
you don't even have like
Figure out what the right one would be to grab
the
4
fade,
back in a row.
nice.
Icy still with that showstopper now, a lot healthier to start this round off, but he's going to meet Jogamos as well. And there could be face-to-face right here.
Showstopper out, counter showstopper on both ends. Who hits who?
Wait!
At least it's guns instead. Instant trades on both sides. Hack coming out to get information. and
Rosa,
now
you
it's
have the
thrown here
ultimate.
by
And no A
Avon.
is almost free.
Knowing now that the A side is open, but Superman's trailing far behind still. Door closes,
They know.
time wasted. Valen in the drop spot.
That's a big
Just around the
1v1.
corner is Nature.
Oh my god.
There's a first phrase now hit
G2,
by the snake bite.
please.
He's manages to find a spot where he's okay. Superman finally trying to go for a plant, but taps first. Trying to see if G2 is going to swing out, and they do. Managed to get a snake bite kill onto Derek. 45 seconds left. Door reopened now by Superman. 8 HP left. Dang. As they're going to try to pivot towards the B side. TP across, and now Nature cuts the rotation. There's that first and second, but instantly Trent trades it out. The attempts now towards the B site, now down. Throws out a smoke as Superman, now plays inside of it and around. First contact will be Trent, there's that first, and instantly there.
Yeah,
Valen
they knew he
sprays
was
through the
low.
smoke to trade it
That's
right
fine.
back.
Quick flick there to end it, but yeah, EG again on the verge of taking another one, and that call to switch it up, but have the clothesline, the cutoff there coming in really big, almost able to capitalize. The ults is starting off, not coming up with too much, but gave him the space to want to be able to get into the site, play over towards A to start things off. These A fights have just been wildly chaotic too. Everybody's dropping into site right away for G2. I don't know if EG can use that to their advantage, but it seems with that and the util, they were able to get out that time from G2. This makes it seem very tough, and they get that post plant back in order. C push and A push again, it seems. No, just the deep alarm bot going out again over towards that C side.
What will that do right now as it's being posted up? Giving a chance now for EG just to once again farm a free orb, and that's going to be in the hands of Jogimo. Nightfall available and ready if EG wants to use it. Apoth once again trying to find late information. Cage to come up. Here's a shot coming out from front B. But it's a bait shot from Trent here, so now Icy could battle it down head to head. But Apoth knows better than to peek. EG still trying to break some util towards the C site.
They're trying to work off a few of the precedents they've seen G2 make. You know, somebody pushed A few rounds ago. Mid had a little bit of pressure that Apoth just kind of saw. But G2 is playing pretty safe right now, all things considered, with the way they've shown the past few rounds. EG is going to get that time down to about 30 seconds. Looks like we're going to get a crash onto A. Slow movement in towards Rubble. Jog's pretty far away, so the team's going to have to do this on their own. It didn't stop Nature before.
Now a couple of them are going to get hit here by the Nightfall. Paranoid also comes out here to counter out and hold the push. 20 seconds left on the clock. EG has to now move inside the site. Counter Nightfall out on the defensive side. Numbers are down even. Make that an advantage for EG.
10 seconds
Plat now successful. You mentioned Joda P being too far. And now he's going to have to try to retake it inside an attacking Viper's pit. Now he has to think on his toes. No util to work with, and he just made some noise. So they know that he dropped down towards the rope. As he walks in, gun first, Nature fires first, and EG win the round.
Last round.
Just sourcing the map for information and playing off it. Really nicely done. They've had a few rounds EG has starting at C, getting themselves back in, and these fights over at A just have been their bread and butter to end some of these rounds. Real happy with the way the rest of this one's going, especially to stave off G2 after they quickly pull back
for the last round.
Do a little ditty on G2's money for this one, and they're on a low buy for the last round of the first half. 4 on C. Let's see if they play the fake. Do they let somebody go out, play a little aggressive, and then trap EG with the rest of G2's members in the site? Oh no, they're just waiting family photo style. High-low here.
Quite crazy about Superman's one running up to tap on the orb, seeing there a trap play coming out from G2, but he's doing that with the spike on his back. Finally, leaves it behind for Derek. Goes for a second attempt. G2 staying patient. And Jogimo now at the point. Paranoia behind to support.
Yeah.
Prowler 2 towards the front.
Here. Repeat of last round. A little bit less aggression on what the utility of C offered, but that's good enough.
And the Haunt as well, getting so much information. Now Valen alone has a Vandal at least. Spraying back into smoke are both teams. It looks like EG decides to pull back. Towards the C side of 1v1, nice little snake bite. Flushing out Leaf. So unfortunately he falls. And it gives the whole site open now for EG.
Yeah,
a TP out from Valen, but it's a 1 versus 4. Stopped right away, no plan needed as we tie up the game 6-6 on a half.
In that last round, you see Nature
again
just mollying out one player, right? Finding out where they could kill Leaf. Other kills on the just
should be G2 advantage.
Where G2 is hiding. That's what EG was doing that map to bring back 6. Absolutely figuring out how G2 is defending. And we got a game on our hands now.
Oh yeah. And definitely we're seeing EG playing a lot more slowly. Just want to make sure the aggression's not there, but at least they get it. But before we start the second half, let's hear from G2's IGL Valen and get his thoughts on bringing Icy into the roster.
Yeah, so the biggest reason why we ended up picking up Icy is because he's very fundamentally sound within the game, and he kind of understands already like how tier 1 teams play or how we kind of envision the game. So bringing him in was really easy. And in terms of his mechanical power, like he's insane. So I'm excited for you guys to realize like, yo, this new kid on the block is gonna be something special. If he's disciplined within his practice and it really just kind of tries to mimic his play, like in other words, don't be a scrimmer, right? Like I've been telling him like, hey, like make sure when you're practicing with us, like really try to understand why we're playing this way, what your goal is or your job in the situation. So he's gonna make it really easy for himself doing that, and in turn when he goes out and performs on stage, like it'll be like a cakewalk for him. So I think you guys will be surprised.
And so far, so good, right? Yeah, talking about Icy at this point and his performances on Lotus with, you know, being the new kid on the block and doing his role. He's done that exactly. Paint shells coming out, creating space, allowing his teammates to move forward, not being selfish to try to run down first and try to get the pick. Maybe that's the type of play style that G2 is currently looking at, trying to deny EG in these forward positions in the beginning.
It's a good balance of what if I and the team would want me to, right?
Yes.
What if I did and no, they probably, you know, they'd want me to do this. And it seems like if he can keep those fundamentals going, it's been working for G2 here. Being able to entry pretty fearlessly on the other side to get the sights back in the post plants, which worked out heavily the first half for G2. But then it was just that late round attack. EG completely working the map, pulling all the strings that they could on G2 before they finally decided. Nature popping off too with a few rounds. Derek with a huge, or I'm sorry, not Derek. Oh no, it was Derek to pull off that huge sheriff round. To start everything off after the timeout. So
for sure,
it definitely took a bit, but EG found that power, and now we got the even game. I was wondering if the wall dropped for a second. Nobody even moved. They're just looking for the haunt to come over before they move out here.
Even jump spotting was Trent to see if EG is going to play the wall contact on their end. And an early defender wall comes up, and that's going to keep G2 behind theirs as Trent pulls his up too. Haunt to try to get info, gets shot right away, but for EG, it's potentially, okay, maybe still just a lurker. We don't have too much going on the C side, yet EG still wants to gamble. The instant rotate out from the C side. Jogimo looking to move in here with the rest of the players towards A.
And Apoth could not have his utility stretched out further on this one, trying to cover just about every site with a little bit. Is it going to be enough?
Scoring first is Apoth, though. EG in the lead in a situation. Close to the traps. Also a little high to go against the Satchels, but the Satchels will be denied by Apoth once again with the classic. G2 finally able to come back for trades. And also taking lead in these situations. Jogimo wrapping around. As the Haunt misses him, he has a timing across. Leaf is low on HP, so is Trent. Now the jump spot.
30 seconds
Do we
left.
see him here? Here's the reload! And it's enough here to bait Jogimo out and Trent to get the kill. And G2 win another pistol.
It took a bit. They got close to that wire, and I think instantly, collectively said everybody left side A. Because that was a very fast switch from G2 to only hit rope side. We saw a few people go, and then they all said, nope, we're crashing. Yeah, coming out of stairs too was a big reason they wanted that left side. Nicely done. Bulldogs out here for G2, making sure they can put down EG no matter what the buy could be.
Yeah. Similar to that second round, BB door also broken instantly for Jogimo. So we're looking for fast rotates on their side. And quite interestingly enough, a lot of util being thrown from EG side. I like that. Sacrifice your life, deny the orb. And also making sure that it's not going to be potentially like Icy trying to pick it up.
Did he get it? 2 for nature?
Yeah, at least that helps him on his side too for Viper to get 2 orgs right away for an early pick.
A little rubble control here for EG, and G2 should be able to suss this out pretty easily. And Superman, I think, heard a quick footstep there. He starts to back up and get into position near door. So re-clear here on A. G2 is just trying to not make any mistakes, keep every weapon in, get all the alt orbs on their side if they can. It looks like it's going to end up being an A hit here if they don't actually decide to get this baby door double kill.
When you look here towards the A side, the orb was also denied of that end here by Superman. And there's Icy looking to farm a bit, but gets denied. But once again, both Superman and Derek working in together from Baby Door to get the kill with the classic. Pain Shell doesn't do too much damage, and we have a safe plant for G2 and even safer positioning on the Pulse plant until this lurk from Leaf also gets stopped by Epoth, who gets a Stinger upgrade.
2 of them now. This could be problems if they get those Stingers together.
And they're all around this A site. Yes, Jogimo is there alone on the top of heaven, but he's only got a classic, so he gives a chance now to create the space for these two to come back for three. Nice ADSing by Valen to get those picks, even a third in the round. And Trent will finalize the last one. Another pistol round converted into a dub for G2.
They only have 2
all
Bulldog
armor
left.
damage, 3 players lost in the process, and against a full classic that EG had.
If you think the way the G2 started to have 5 alive, they were moving slow, trying to protect each other, and yeah, it got scrappy at the end there. They would have loved to avoid those frags, but it is going to still be a good win and the bonus now for EG. Valen just clapping with the Bulldog.
Remaining.
If anything, it was nice too that Trent threw that haunt to get that ping on to Nature to get that kill. And
yeah, the first opener.
When you're trying to deny that orb opportunity to get an ult out earlier out from Icy, it's actually Trent that got closer now to his Nightfall. And they'll go for it again.
Continuous pressure
He
here
didn't put
every
his
round so
camera
far
out.
from Evil Geniuses.
And now he's
Superman takes
placing
control of the position, a little bit of help there from Jogamo, and then Jog and the rest of the team can make better informed decisions on the map. We saw already Superman able to get out of this once.
Yeah.
So not a problem for him to be pushed up and get the info.
And the good thing is that support system on the A side, no util was being used by Ja or Derek. So Superman actually is able to make it safely on top of Rubble. He could try to delay, get info, and we'll still have util for EG to retake the A site should they lose it here. On this attempt of a push from G2, with another one-way smoke being thrown by Superman, they decide
G2
to
is
stop.
playing very slowly, but they
have no
need
idea
to
who else is out there.
They need
And
to, like,
at the rate
go at
Superman is
some point.
defending it, it's like he can defend it with somebody else, and they have to respect that. Just really putting up a good front there, a facade on Rubble. And they may have to force towards B. 30 seconds left. This could be a door play, but they're going to be running into that site for util.
And you might have a Seize nade set up here. Seize gets thrown first. There's the
There it
nade. So
is.
a little bit of a mistiming there, but it does a little bit of damage.
You have to go.
Jogimo's the one that's heavily damaged through
They're
sprays
running
under
to a site first
retaliation.
setup.
And G2 rotating out towards the C site now.
And the Viper.
Apoth avoiding his own Seize nade, stays alive
Yeah.
for a bit, spamming through his own cage. Jogimo around the corner. Beautiful haunt coming out from Derek. That's lines up
down.
2 kills for Nature to throw out the
Teammate
hat
is a little
for the
bit
last two.
overkill, but
And there's no time left. The last 2 players of G2 are forced to fall back and save their weapons as EG is able to get their gun round.
What a round from Evil Geniuses.
I mean,
just to
EG
summarize
did
that
nothing
round was
with
basically
G2,
G2,
like,
we want you
they
to
got
do
scared
this.
by
They were
Guillaume and
directed away
alone
from
on A.
They were directed away from B from the Seize nade, right into the waiting arms of Cypher Util at B. The
and
Hans,
then they
the
were like, we
Util,
can't go
the
A,
dump,
let's try
and
B, we
EG
can't go B,
just
let's try C,
slaughtered
and
G2
they had
on the
no
entry.
time.
That was so
G2 just
organized from
played
Evil
too
Geniuses.
slow.
Nice shots by Nature to follow those kills after the ping, and he's
I mean, it
dropping
was their
20 now
bonus, but
in this
I don't
server
know.
for EG.
Sometimes G2's
A slower start
G2
than he
plays
had
in
the
like
first time he played
a
against
weird
G2
way.
on
Very
bridge rolls, on KO
infuriating.
rolls, but on this Viper today on
Like
Lotus,
when you start fucking
definitely come out
defense
to
on
play.
Lotus at
You get the
5-0,
same defensive setup
and
almost
you
every time
only
for
end
free.
the half at
Instantly,
6-6.
Superman's up, grabbing info.
If you
It's
really
the
are
C hit,
fucking
though.
something up.
G2's focus is only forward on this one, it seems, with Nightfall hitting and Icy in.
they put a snake bite towards the waterfall, somehow gets a second one. As Leaf finally is able to answer back, but that support was already there from Nature. Advantage still out for EG. As Valen has made it through the spawn, and he's going to try to get behind.
The winning factor.
He's
Well,
being
Leaf
held
goes for the
though.
plat here at the
They're
default spot.
expecting him.
Seize nade, nice little bait out. Also trying to win some time for Valen to execute this backstab. It works against Superman. They try to answer right back, but Derek
That's too much.
is able to avenge his teammate. Back to a 1v1. Jogimo against Leaf.
54-62 are the HPs.
Has a turret to work with. So makes it
And
a
a
2
bot.
versus 1 in terms of information and angles that could be watched here against Jogimo. Jogimo breaks it right away, cleans down the board.
Okay, thank you,
And
Leaf.
around for Leaf. As one more shot coming out of Jogimo could have been the win. But it's a strong hold for G2 in the end without a plant needed.
Sentinels usually doing their work under the radar, especially a Killjoy, but Leaf put in the situation, still stepping up
Thank
when
God
it's
Leaf is
needed.
here.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's the KJ or not. Valen so close to making that one work, but EG was still ready. They took so much time in Waterfall to say, wait, we've only identified one. Okay, it has to be a lurk. It's been too long. They're not planting, they're not protecting each other. So good mind games there.
GB mentioned Leaf in his role. Have been forced sometimes to play the LMS, right? The last man standing. What are the question marks there? It's been answered. Could still fulfill the role, could still clutch now, could still give a chance for G2 to maintain their lead now, but that 5-round lead that they had at the beginning of the game narrowed down by 2. As in the later halves of the halves, it definitely starts.
Now they know.
EG snowball of a couple of rounds here once they figure out how G2 plays. And it starts off with an outlaw by Superman, contacts onto Icy. Heavily pressured, another paranoia being thrown
They are
out,
scared again
forcing Valen to
by
TP away.
Bioman.
And the G2 Leaf able to get that lurk.
They're so ready for every
It's just a
push.
1-for-1 though. But he's seen the Cypher, they should die. Yeah, they're gonna go
towards the
B.
seaside, so Giacomo wants to try to get the contact, but bumps the ceiling, and now Valen's
Oh
on the
my
lurk, but
god,
gets stopped.
Valin
Trying to pinch
dies
across,
with
trying to
the
get
spike.
trades. They lost a spike in the process. And they lost all of their fights
and it's
for
gone
G2.
terrible. They have no money
Again,
basically.
G2 cannot uproot EG from their defensive positions. Again, this play at A, Superman
You
was
need to
mostly
fucking
there by
time
himself with
out
an
if you're
outlaw.
G2's
But
coach
again,
at some
G2
point
assume there's way
and
more
tell them
behind
to
it,
have
right?
some
They also
balls
this shot and then
and fucking
peeking
go
again.
on A and kill that fucking
It's just like
Omen.
the audacity of
Because
it
he's
is
like
kind
alone
of blowing
99%
G2
of the
away. Like, oh, we
time.
gotta back up.
You're the
There's way
3A
more
site.
here. It has to be it. Otherwise, you'd think you'd just smother this guy on rubble every round. They go towards mid. There's going to be a crash
Like,
onto
this
B
is
here.
what EG was doing right in attack. Is to have like
Stop him for the hit, but
the Cypher and the
low
kill,
buy entry,
the Cypher and the
it looks like
Viper
the train is
always
on the
playing,
tracks. Not much is going to stop this
looking
one.
for like
Set these mollies in the balls
space
and
to
smokes out from EG.
Okay, they
play
ran out of
and
coal.
shit. Like they have nobody on A, nobody looking at C.
Ran out of
Like,
steam. Now you have Stingers with no armor as well for
and you
Leaf
know
Valen.
the Cypher is gonna place a
But he
deep cam
full
if you
shield
let
for
him,
Icy.
if you give him the time for it.
So your call is still right, though. They still want to potentially leverage these two
Now they
satchels
know
for
where
G2
that
to
cam
create some
is.
space and close the gap and potentially get a big opener. Might
And
be
you can see
choosing
like
towards the seaside,
EG
especially
doesn't
now
like
that the
over-rotate on A,
has
like,
broken the trips away from Apoth.
or anywhere actually.
Nice hit there. I
They
think
just
popped
play
Cannon as well,
like
so they
back
can't use.
2-1.
Caught looking. That's exactly what they need.
Exactly, and off that kill, a lockdown becomes available. And even better for G2, that's going to create the space for a clean plant. And with the guns that they
Plant
have,
and
they
the
close gap to
weapon.
play up towards the spawn with these lower buys.
There.
Oh,
I
given the spike
don't
to
like
Icy,
that
a
play.
plant coming down has a
How,
showstopper.
like, I
in the
don't
red
like
as well.
having the haze going in and planting. You need someone else to
Their
plant.
showstopper.
You need to put all your haze with a
They should be
shotgun
able to
deep
defend this.
in a position where
EG's doing the
like
same
you
thing
can
as
get
G2
some
right
value.
now, being annoying with these revolving doors, so Nature's the one that's opening it up.
3 outside sight. They got to get in. Spike's planted in sight.
But Icy pops out the showstopper, adding fear to EG, forcing out the rocket, avoiding it, then trying to push down to punish. But Icy
And
stays
another
alive.
freaking
Now on
Rosa.
top of the boxes as EG Derek is moving forward with the rest of the team. Out for the kill! Oh, with the drop from the top rope!
Oh fuck.
G2 gets the round on the Thrifty.
You just saw him for a moment on the screen. That's how wild these fights are getting. Oh my gosh.
Good eco for
the
G2.
low by round be the one that G2 is able to
Do a
snap back
timeout
with
if
here
you're G.
again. The classic
Haven't
kill
seen
there,
the buy,
flood
but
into
if
sight.
you're in eco,
G2
you probably time
skirt
out.
back in from Mound just in time. They didn't plant to be able to shoot on stairs and Mound. They planted deep in sight, so it was required for everybody to crash back in.
EG.
Did it at
Tech
just the right
close.
time.
Not
and
tech
Valen
close.
able to swing
Timeout.
a haymaker at the end there, as you said. Oh my word. Timeout now for Evil Geniuses. Gonna get a moment, get these ults in order. How can they best be used? How can we best defend or retake, if that's going to be the case? Man, this back and forth has been wild for the economy in the game too. You see how everybody has hardly any credits in the pocket. It just makes it so tough when you're trying to stretch out these last few rounds and make it to 13.
Another important timeout coming out from Coach Potter. Discussing here again, you talked about how going back and forth, but that Thrifty that was just won by G2 hurts the economy a bit of EG going into round number 19 here. Which then again, You'll see it once we get into game. There was a couple of rifles being bought, but they're all buying down now to something more affordable to play a later round, a later game in terms of rifles, but once again, potentially utilizing, rather, these ultimates around these stingers.
Hit towards A. Ooh, finally getting a little first aggro out. Yeah, G2 wants the space right
and
away.
they've
Superman
thought
will
about
not be
it.
able to reside
100%.
here. They're gonna be at C though. So it's that full retake. They do have the Nightfall.
100% the G2 coach talked about the timeout, about like have some fucking balls and play. They have nothing on A.
That might be too sketchy.
And you can see like the Viper pit and shit in this on C.
Give him a chance to have information on a lurk, which is not currently available here for G2. So they're going to try to work as a group, winning the first wave of util, potentially trying to flood back now and activate any trades. There's that Nightfall for info, a swing out from the orb, but it's G2 answering first. 2 on the board for them against
You've
1
seen
of
everybody.
EG.
Why is the kill choice so back, so far back? Like, you've seen everybody talk. Why is Leaf so far back? Fucking G2.
This time around will
Like,
not come in favor of EG after Potter's timeout.
Such an awesome shot from the POV of the players in the Nightfall there. You
fucking, you see everybody on the back of the site here, and then fucking Leaf is chilling here, like planting his fucking boombots and shit, like his fucking alarm bots and shit, instead of like lurking mid and like taking an angle or some
Seeing
shit.
the call from the timeout. They say, all right, we're going to play something fast. They go towards
Like
A.
they're
did
playing
not
for
stop
fun or
on
some
that.
shit.
They're going to have Jonah P's ult after that. He'll need 1 ult orb at the end of the round. Rinse and repeat. We'll get the same strat. A little bit more of a lurk from Leaf on this one, though.
Oh. Going out for a TP right after the paranoia. Avoids a little bit of these bullets. And now with a beautiful
nice
shot being
shots.
thrown by Derek. Allowing Jogamo and Superman to just shut down the initial push of EG outside of A. But
okay.
is still up and alive.
Leaf?
So is Leaf to answer right back.
You have to go, you know the Cypher is
maybe
like...
enough damage done? A little antsy there, and G2 come out on top.
You have 1 minute to work with though.
Apoth, healthy, still though low armor on this buy.
No ultimate on the Cypher.
It's going to be the slow work from G2 as they clear everything. They know Apoth could be one with a wild lurk, that spot you're not expecting. So they're using everything just to get a bit of ground here or make sure they can displace Apoth and find out where he is immediately.
He's jiggling and watching.
Yeah.
Nana Storm being thrown. He knows there's a
Do you hit the go button or do you just wait forever?
Still has an idea, especially with the revolving door being hit on the A side. That Leaf was there with his teammate.
30 seconds left.
Now off the plant, Apoth
That
does
turret
have
could
to
be
work with
like
if he wants to block vision and
the
try to
end.
move down.
With 5 HP.
Down silently.
That turret could be his demise.
Unfortunately, it's not going to.
He's on the good side.
He's looking away
He's
here.
good.
He's trying to get.
Why
behind.
do you hold the same
He's
thing as your
working up right
turret?
now, the turret. It's not even looking towards tree.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
And that.
if he's picking you,
that was so close as Leaf walks behind, but he looks the wrong way.
like if he's picking you, he's gonna shoot you before he shoots your turret. So you either like place your turret in a bad way,
Leaf comes up again
or
with a
you
very
fucking holding the wrong
big
angle.
round.
If you're Leaf.
That
Like,
would've
what the
been
fuck is that?
1900.
Dude,
Like I
Leaf
said,
Skilljoy is
apparently
killing
nobody
me.
had money in the
Like,
bank that round. Valen had maybe 3K.
he
Everybody
played
else on
11 out of the 12th round on fucking C in the same fucking setup.
Cash flow, the momentum.
On defense.
And Leaf keeps
Even though they were
clutching.
figured out and shit.
What a runaround, little game of cat and mouse
And
at the
on
end there.
attack, he's
And now
like
game
either
point for
like
G2.
drooling
Bad to
behind
start
or
off
like
on Lotus
playing
here.
weird clutches. He had like one good
omen
round
ults are
where
up.
he like
If they can get on the site,
picked
Jonah
up
P can
some
quickly
player after
put the
the
Vipers
entry
pick down.
and then clutch at the
And
end.
it's just again G2 a little slower.
But
we
since
get the
that,
same
like
strat.
holy fucking
You have your
shit,
lurk
man.
by Leaf and A control as they move up ever so slowly.
And EG wants to play the distance. They only have Guardians really to work with. 4 of them. 1 Bulldog for Apoth. Trying to close down tight line of sights. Shot a little bit too early on that haunt, so it does get a bit of info. It's gotten thrown out by Derek. Which also pivots, dropping him out towards the A site to try to support Superman. He gets hit by a paranoia, forced to fall back. Counter flashes, and repositions with Jogamo.
Good find. Clearing a lot of info. Oh, Superman though.
Now we commit. Nightfall on the attack. Jogamo at half health as he's hit by that. Even the Han, and that's going to make it a little bit easier until I see that. Jogamo gets the pick, but there you go. G2 stops the opportunity of EG to turn around over in their favor. 2 more kills needed to close out the first map. Nature and APOP pit even out on the attack. Rendering things a lot more difficult now for Evil Geniuses. They hear the drop, the wall comes down, Nature connects onto Leaf. Upgrades now into a Vandal.
It's a good first
Both
game.
players
They
on
can
both
get
teams
Trent with a spam.
virtually at the same health. APOP trying to walk in, decayed now by the pit, avoids the first snake bite.
They have to go.
Sprays across to try to get a timing. As he swings in, there's that first kill. A second one easily done by Trent.
Okay, G2 wins, but
G2 with the first map under their belt.
they are a bad team.
It took some
Like, no
crazy
joke.
rounds across these teams as well to make
When
sure
I see
they
them
were
play
able
and I
to
see
get
like
the dubs.
KC
EG started
or
off with a
freaking
huge strategy
Sentinel,
from
like
Derek,
the
going
team
down to
who,
1v1.
which
Then
played
we
at
had the
Madrid.
Ace from Leaf,
When you
or
just
not Leaf,
compare
Nature.
the Lotus
Then we
map
have Leaf
to
clutching,
this
both
fucking Lotus
teams
map,
were
like,
bringing it all
the
out
gap
here
is
on
insane.
Lotus to start, but G2 able to get a little bit more momentum as they make their way into that second half and figure out what EG were trying to do. Once they
gap is
finally got
freaking
that
insane.
A control, G2's from their attacking side, and they pushed Rubble back. It seemed like they were a lot more comfortable to continue the round. Superman was just able to give up way too much info otherwise if they didn't have
Now
that
we're
area.
gonna see Icebox.
Great start for G2. As they
I hope
didn't
we
let
don't
their
see
lead slip
the
here in
fucking
first
Killjoy
map. We'll see
deadlock
if
home.
EG can fight back on the second one. Their map pick on Icebox.
Oh, yeah,
happening
EG.
after the break.
I hope they change something.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon.
Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15
Any
Pro with
ads?
tons of storage. So you can take
Okay, I'm
all
gonna
the
take a
pics.
quick break.
So many selfies.
Enjoy your fucking ads.
Preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
See you
And as many portraits of me as your heart
for
desires.
Icebox.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This setup has been cooking for a long time. There's so many people there. Does he get away with the second? How on earth has Leaf done that? They know where Ned is. He's dropped him. Another clutch moment from Superman. He does it again.
Smick standing here with Coach Josh after G2 takes down EG on map number 1 on Lotus. And after watching that map, I noticed there were a couple of changes that were made, mainly in IC playing Duelist, and we see Leaf on Sentinel. So I'm curious, especially with the recent roster changes with IC joining the team, was this change made by design? What was the thought process there?
It was actually by design. We thought Nathan could play Sentinel really well, and IC is clearly a really good duelist. He's taking all the space for us, getting the entries, just leading the forefront. It's working out.
Amazing. Looking forward to Icebox then. Best of luck.
G2 managed to pick up their map pick, on Lotus, but we'll see what the future holds for them. EG, though, certainly did not make that feel easy whatsoever, but it was still impressive to see G2. Despite the fact that we were seeing some great clutches from EG, G2 still managing to fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, the 2 pistol wins that they had made it really difficult for EG to fight back. And you saw some moments, right, where you have hero moments, those types of things, trying to keep EG back in the game, but it was kind of the snowball at the beginning of that.
Yeah, it was a 5-0 lead for G2, right? And then timeout's called. All of a sudden, you've got these clutches. I mean, Nature plays this so incredibly well. And I mean, the spams the smoke on the diffuser, it's gorgeous. But that was necessary in order to give EG a chance because of the fact that G2 won the first pistol. They won that bonus, right, after getting 2 picks early in the round. That was really what set the tone for the game.
Yeah, and the recovery from that from G2 was really impressive as well. Valen, I think, called a great game, especially on the attack side, doing a really good job at playing when EG was sending that aggression, going for these late round hits. He's an IGL who, like, former players of his text described him as like a mastermind. You feel like a chess piece when you play under him. But he really does take a lot of that control, and he himself was absolutely owning this map. But the focus has to be on this new rookie, Icy, who showed up and I feel like did fine. Yeah. And that's fine for a debut, right? They played a good game. He did his role well. I have no complaints.
I think he played great, actually. I think, especially when you compare it against the other side, where Jogmo kind of had a slow game in
It's
general.
like the worst game we've seen from Jaw in a long time.
Absolutely it is. And for me, I see, like,
both duelists are at the bottom.
But for me, like, that first half was him playing very well.
Yes.
And maybe the second half kind of slows down, whatever, but they don't really need that at that point.
Yeah, we'll continue to see him how he plays in the series. I think the story for me was our IGLs, right? Nature frying in those late round moments, always showing up. But Valen on the other side too with 21 kills. And that's coming again, right? The nail in the coffin against EG was with Valen up on top of box on that C-site in the Thrifty round, getting 2 kills with a stinger, right? We were dead even right there. And then all of a sudden G2 win that round and continue to win out from there.
And to no surprise, Leaf switches over to a new role. He still plays excellently. The guy will hop onto any agent, and he's great there. Whenever he was having a hit come to his site, when he was playing on the kill joint on defense, I thought his movement was really good. He has a great understanding of how to play around his utility. Honestly, no matter what agent I see the guy lock in, I have no worries. He was great.
Yeah, it was, again, just another example of why we've continued to praise Leaf on this desk so many times now. But as we take a look at the other side of the field, let's see what Coach Potter has to say as we get ready for map 2.
Smick standing here with Coach Potter after map number 1. And I'm curious, Potter, it's been about a month since we last saw you during kickoffs. That's a lot of time to prepare, to practice. I know you didn't have too many chances. It was just 2 matches back then. But what did you really focus on ahead of stage 1?
Keeping our gas. You know, I think after that Loud series, it was obvious that through maps 2 and 3, we were just losing kind of confidence. And I think map 1 showed that for us as well. It was a really slow start for us. And as a newer, younger squad that's kind of finding themselves, we really need rounds on the board to really kind of give us that momentum. But I'm proud of the guys for at least making that comeback happen early on in the first half. But second half, yeah, it just things kind of fell apart for us.
Well, we've seen you certainly build teams back up in the past before, but for now, best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you, thank you.
It's always good to have the cool hand of Potter in those situations to be able to guide the young players, you know, in the right way. And maybe this is going to be an opportunity for them to do just that. As we get ready for map number 2, it's going to be EG's pick of Icebox.
This next map is going to be a 1-for-1 rematch of what we saw in the match between these two squads at kickoff. Then EG was playing a deadlock composition, the only team.
Are we going to get it again?
Try something like that. I honestly doubt it. I think there were some cool ideas there. The way that Jojmo was moving around his utility to set up these trap plays on the defense, I don't necessarily think it's an idea they're going to stick to. I think EG, they read me as the type of team who will have some pocket comps like that they want to play in a more one-off tournament like kickoff.
See, I'm not so sure because I think the read for Potter, that was a no duelist comp that they were running, and that is a very different meta read. You saw a team like Lev, they were playing Lena, and they switched to a Jet, and that's just because they want to have like some flexibility. That's a pretty easy pivot. But coming in and your first read on the year being we want to play no duelist on Icebox, which is perfectly viable, I don't think you make that pivot immediately away from that after only showing that a couple of times.
You're team deadlock, you're team anti-deadlock.
I'm team deadlock. I could also see them trying, you know, something else out in that slot, but yeah.
I like the comp. I don't think it works consistently. I think
Why don't you think it works consistently?
I think it's more so that once you start to see some of these ideas, for me the biggest takeaways, particularly on the defense with how they were doing it, was setting up these kind of traps with the sonic sensor. I think it's a comp you can really contact on a lot that can get punished, and I think EG likes to have those kind of gimmicky one-off ideas and then change away from history.
I will say the things that make it hard is the initiator slots that they give some options over there in order to do some early scouting. But okay, they do switch over to Jet and Harbor. I'm a big personal fan of this Harbor comp, like I've said a million times in the past, though.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we've seen so much of it. I'm really curious on the other side, though, right? The Gecko for Icy, right, as the debut as well. This one's super interesting.
We talk of no duelist. This is going to be a no duelist.
And they're still playing double controllers.
Yeah, a lot of the time you see Gecko KO. This is a Gecko Sova. It's double info here for G2.
Well, let's find out if this one is going to go the distance. It's going to be exciting nonetheless. Let's send it back over to your casters. Let's find another tag team to reference. We'll say, I don't know, Heartbreak Kid.
All right, we'll take it. Thanks, GB. But yes, this second map is going to be quite good here now on Icebox, as the Devs nailed it. We had now 2 different compositions for both of these teams, changes things out from the last time they played on Icebox. No more Brimstone on the side of G2. Yep. Now also for EG, there's no deadlock, so you're maybe removing and stepping away from that one-off thing that, you know, kind of got discovered against Lau when EG played it on Icebox after
feels
beating
good.
G2 on it. Yeah,
feels good when you can get it in there. People don't really know how to react to it, and it lasts just about a few weeks, maybe a few games, if you will.
Or one game.
Yeah. So looking at what we have before us, I feel like it is going to be a bit of a slower play unless it's info, util, and crash, right?
Yeah.
So this game has a lot of ways to be played, but we don't have the Sage Wall. See some other regions playing the Sage Wall makes that B play a lot safer, so we might just have a heyday here. Both teams coming in pretty hard on this A site over and over. Not too many crazy buys going around. Some ghosts as they slowly work up alt orb. Trent's going to be first contact here for G2.
Right, Cascade was used for pipes so that they could just play contact from the lower grounds. And now to make full noise, High Tide coming out on the A side as EG on the attack. Or the ones trying to set the pace for the attempt of a plant. Both Nanostorms preemptively popped though on the defense. Paranoia as well. And it looked right away like G2 wanted to fight instantly. But it gets planted. Trent gets the pick off through the dome. As Apoth after the plant falls. Gecko Dizzy now being thrown towards the air to get information, and Leaf is quite good for those 2 kills swarming inside from that screens. Jogimo low on HP with Superman, up against a full roster, quite healthy of G2. Trent with 3 in the round. And G2, this is their 3rd pistol now of the series.
Yeah, really strong on the pistols. Trent, like we said, he was just pushed up towards pipes. First bit of sound he heard, they started backing up. Throw up the Viper wall from Jonah P. They start taking the fights. That push, that was towards the end of the round. But yeah, instant control of the sites, able to waterfall in. And 2 were B to start off. Same 2 that are starting off right now over on that side as we see Icy and Jonah P setting up on that side. So the Killjoy utility gonna be mid. See how long it takes EG to kind of get up and mess with that or figure out how much it's being moved, because it's always one of the games you can play when you want to start working kitchen. EG going fast again here for this second round to get a little bit of orb control.
Yep.
And they just pause.
Sectioning the scaling here towards this B site. Top green. We don't have the Allen drone to try to clear out towards yellow though. And at least the audio cue of the Dizzy is going to allow for EG to start swarming in towards the top. Juggle gets to contact, but it was a little labored. So now G2 is already there to help ride out on the first player at the gloss on yellow. Very, very clean second round.
A little bit of room for Leaf to peek out there and get quite a few frags with the Stinger from Nest. 4-0, we have a lockdown pretty fast too, so even if EG start to kick back as this bonus round comes around, you could have that lockdown to stave off their pressure.
And another pistol.
Vandals,
and Eco for G2.
Oh no, there's a few Phantoms in there for EG. Looks like they will be going towards B again, but a little bit more mid-lurk. Throwing up this cascade, pushing behind it. Sometimes you see the drone here for full clear going up behind, just added free space, but they're still keeping util to make their way into the site.
And you talk about aggression, potentially on middle on the attack, but it's actually Leaf walking all the way down on the mid side of that too. It's a big Dizzy that gets a big blind out the jogging.
Okay, good for Skin.
Tried to dash away,
The
and
second
there's
one.
push down, punishing Superman. And at the same time,
G2
look at those bullet
lurking.
holes. They added a lot of pressure for G2 on the A side,
On
so
A.
it almost looked like a pincer maneuver on all
But
the
they have the
angles on the
spike
map.
now.
Feels
And Jonah P has
Lotus
been
early
really
rounds all
solid.
over again. Spike already down, out towards yellow.
For G2.
Derek alone now, towards the B site. Nature on the other side at A. At least Derek's able to fight back. Icy falls early. Recon guard to work with. Chance now for Nature to move back with him. So they could try to dwindle down the numbers of the defense of G2 towards this B site. Toward those spots, Derek runs out. Jonah P
Spike down B.
is answered back by Nature.
30 seconds left.
He's clutched this before here, this IGL for EG. Jump spot though from Trent. Just saw him forcing out the paranoia. In for
Paranoia
Nature,
to
Nature
try
to
to
know
cover
there was
the
2 points there
dart.
towards orange. But it was a last resort no matter what. Confident round now for G2, once again winning another bonus.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's
Converting
really the way
that
they played the
bonus,
economy for
very
the first few
good.
rounds. We saw G2
Again,
with
like
Vandals
Icebox
and
is
full armor on a few of their members coming
it's
into
an
that
attack
round.
sided
That's not
map,
what EG's
so
expecting.
G2
You know, they're
picking
expecting G2 to
defense
have
was
gone through a
surprising on
pretty
it.
easy, almost flawless
I even
round to
said it
start off.
showed like
Probably not
a lack of
expecting to
confidence
find so
on
many
their two side.
gun sames, expecting those gun diffs. All right, towards A, here we go.
But
Killjoy utilities set up. EG is going to be running into a trap,
very
but it
good
hasn't
start,
stopped
very
them
strong
before.
start for G2.
It is something they can clear. And the way that G2's placing those mollies too, just on the boxes, so very hard for
And
EG
we have
to
the
come
loud
in and say,
comp
oh, there's
for
a molly
EG.
at my feet. No, it's head level, ready
And
to
we
just
have
kind of
like
slice you up as it
Gecko
goes off.
instead
Back
of
to mid,
Arbor
Trent, same
for
spot.
G2.
Rinse and repeat a pistol round here from both teams.
Yeah. EG really using this cascade to block line of sight, not only from Pipes, but from Jenny as they try to come out here from the bottom of the A main area.
So
now util being dumped on EG's side, clearing out, or trying to clear out KJ util.
they're gonna catch everyone.
But none of it got broken, so Leaf could still do a lot of damage here, yet Nature is still able to get that kill before he falls from that util. Paranoia now being flushed out. Contact here coming from the bottom of the site. Double swing out
Oh my
from
god.
EG.
It's going
As
really
Trent
bad
is able to
for,
get one onto Apop on the top of the
for
rafters.
G2.
Bobo now being popped. As EG slows things down in terms of not letting G2 know what the next move is going to be.
That is such a neat thing. Looking back at the mollies there that we had in A that were
30
just,
seconds
if you look at the minimap right there for Killjoy, moved slightly. The first time they used those mollies, it did allow for a little bit of a hide in Jenny. If the molly went off, you could tuck yourself in and stay safe. With the mollies moved that time, Jenny
They know
wasn't safe,
Spike
and
is
that's
on
where
A.
they tried to
There's no
hide.
time for another plant.
Neat little changes. Here comes the sight take.
Just too much utility.
Yeah,
Off the
way
tap,
too
they all
much.
came through, and EG
Clean at
falls.
the end
Yeah,
for G2, but
that you had for EG
that beginning was messy.
made G2 lose 2 weapons in the process.
The little changes throwing EG off on their take. Reckoning is up here. Still a buy coming through as we watch the replay. Once more, you see how those mollies switch up. Just affecting the entry in. And with that spike down, it becomes so much tougher to organize yourself again. G2's been moving so quick on these retakes. And we see Icy now going from a raise to a gecko, right? Still just as quick, just as comfortable, it seems, with the team being able to organize the strats, cascade forward. And it doesn't even give Jogamo enough space.
Nice foul. Nice
There's a
nice
change of a
find.
cascade here to allow Jogamo to run out. Reckoning instantly pushed out as well on the attack, changing gears, hitting a few recon dart with information, but it's a TP out from Valen. Advantage still out for G2. Slightly giving space here for EG, but trying to force him and funnel him towards the back of the site.
Possibly a little lurk up towards the kitchen. I don't actually think Superman wants that right now. He hears the turret. It's going to see him right past the window. Almost a spam.
And Leaf's strat killed Superman, man. So they know the lurk is gone.
Derek as well as Icy falls.
But the site is taken now.
Second cycle out. Bubble for a plant. Being denied currently by the Hunter's Fury of Trent. Connects and
wow.
falls. Low HP are Derek and Nature.
Do they have Kujiro utility?
All that util.
I don't think they have.
Perfect now. There's that first one to fall. In Nature.
He's gonna spot the Killjoy.
At least gets Jonah P. He's still up against Leaf and Trent
HP.
at 18 left. In terms of
I
health
don't
points.
believe.
The tap
Yeah.
on the spike, and Trent knows
Another 5 will start.
As Nature felt
By
pressure.
G2.
Yeah.
G2 there.
Good shit.
Another 5 rounds in a row to start.
Lockdown's ready too as they come into this next round. That should be 2,900.
What
to
a
the side of EG, but still
crazy,
low buy. We think to come
crazy
in here.
shot to start down.
And just time after time. A is the hit. We expected this to be what they would go for because of that difficulty of taking the B site. Especially, you could still do it with Harbor, but they're choosing not to. It's just a little too tough. Trent to come in with a drone or a dart could foil every wall you put up if your members are seen behind
it's a
it.
small
So
buy, right?
this is the time to call a timeout, right?
Yeah.
Deja vu. 5-0, timeout, come back. Derek's about to clutch the next round. and then we got a game. All right. Script is working. Script is working. Yeah, see if Potter can get the info in that's necessary here. It is a lockdown. It is the Sova ultimate for Derek, that lockdown for Nature. But Leafs is up too. So do they lock down bait and destroy one? Is the Hunter's Fury for post plant? A few ways to play this one if you really want to punch back at that ultimate that Leaf has. Not too many on deck as well for G2, so you may be able to get out of this round without even having that lockdown go off.
Yeah.
A is the focus, though, to start off as they're hovering on this timeout to discuss the past 5 rounds.
Also, you're playing a double controller here for EG, so they have a chance to really up that tempo and maybe preemptively put and force the lockdown to be put down by Leaf so they could re-hit, or just really get a safe plant, hide behind those 2 walls, and even use these 2 walls on the post plant.
I mean, just the round we saw at A, it seemed like EG was in sight for so long, and that's because they can keep putting up walls. Use that util. They have time to create the space they want. It just looks like G2 always wants to be a step inside that space to start off.
EG has to modify the way they want to scale towards the A site. So instead of using these cascades to push out, they're using an early owl drone from Derek to make sure you can push away Trent and Valen. Last time Valen had a spray moving behind the cascade to get the pick. Now you get owl drone out, you can recon in the site with the rest of the high tides coming through.
Yeah, they dumped it all.
Yeah. Valen is trying to slow things down by placing a one-way up towards pipes. And as we mentioned before, getting the high tide out first forces out the lockdown, and yes, it's a chess match to bait out the lockdowns, break it on the other side with the Hunter's Fury, trying to create space. Jogmo couldn't get the float on top of screens, so no punishment on Trent. Silver lining, EG gets a plant. The lurk, though, denied. As Icy gets the headshot on Superman inside kitchen. Some players playing inside the site, some playing pulse plants as Thrash is available for Icy for the retake. Nature holding towards the dice. A second
Yeah,
one
but his team is already on site before the
And the
Thrash.
Thrash is trying to find info. Oh, Jogma almost had that kill. But Valen was able to save Icy.
No post plant util.
And a 2 versus 3 at a disadvantage for EG. Tap on the spike.
2 versus 4 technically.
Sprays. Wingman with the defuse. A 6 rounds going
And that's why Gecko is really strong.
Punishing retakes.
In my
And the
opinion.
ability to slow it down too. 3 were hard rotating over.
Because in a
and they're like,
1v1 you can play like you are in a
Superman
2v1.
Tube gets the kill. They're much more sure that they can just fight
And in a
what's in
1v2
front of
you
them,
can play
and
like
they
you are
do
in
not
2v2
second-guess
with someone
any
like
angles that
tapping
their
the
teammates
spike.
are
And
watching. G2, all of them just in that flow state right now. The post plants, there was a reason they were coming back really hard as well on Lotus rather. And here they keep it going. Sheriff by Guardian there for Jogmo. He's got a little bit more in the bank. And with the spike down to start this one, they expect EG to do something a little tricky. So it's going to be an info to start. As EG, or sorry, G2 to do something tricky, I should say, as EG lurk this tube again. They know the turret's going to be mostly towards Boiler. They can just wait out somebody getting antsy and peeking. Oh, take flight.
They don't want to be antsy. G2 wants to push forward. Paranoia now keeping EG at bay. But the turret did get broken here towards Boiler. Superman slipped through towards Kitchen. Jongno was trying to see if anybody was going to push under Pipe so he could try to get a punish. But as that happens and nobody was pushing through, EG now groups up together towards his A site. Superman holding towards
the weapon,
Kitchen is
and
able
now
to
it's
get that
annoying
rotate,
for
catch the
G2.
first one, upgrade into a weapon. A second one.
Okay.
Won by Valen instead.
Let's clear. Can they hold in the meantime?
As G2 is denying the push from EG. The death ball attempt on the attack.
Leaf.
Good
push.
Hero Guardian that they had
Upgrade,
at the beginning.
8
Now becomes an
bullets.
upgrade.
It's not gonna be
But
enough.
he doesn't give a chance for Jogmo to set up.
It's looking more and more like a storm.
It just seems like
what
G2
should
has all the
happen
answers.
on
By that I
fucking
mean you lose
Lotus.
a guy down kitchen hallway and Valen's there to instantly trade, not let that Phantom do any more damage, right? That was supposed to be the crux of the play that would really put G2 on a tough rotate, not allow him to get anywhere, but it's instantly
Maybe
snuffed out and they go
EG
back
needs to
work.
do something different.
Go back to retaking the site A
You know?
again. And I think they're starting to feel it.
How you
Is that
beat-
A is going to be this hit. EG doesn't seem to have what feels comfortable
And
with B with
G2
the
expects
Harbor
the-
Wall and the Viper Wall encroachment to go
They are
deeper
playing
and deeper.
heavily on
Maybe if they
B
come up
with like
through
Viper
mid on a
Killjoy.
possible play here. They have been kind of setting a precedent that a few will be mid. They get a fight that they want here, and it could be coming from Icy.
The rate's been so
I
good
don't
for
like
G2
that
at the
push
beginning.
by
Blade Storm
AC.
pop, pressure towards middle. Instantly, we have a smoke out from Valen. He's also pushing out towards the belt. It's going to be a 1v1 against Superman playing all the way towards spawn.
Wild.
As he gets spawny, he falls back, but they have full control of the A site. So EG has to start working towards middle, using the next cycle of the Poison Orb to try to cross over. They'll be able to do so.
Oh.
Cascade on the other end, updraft by Jogmo. Attack in the chest here.
That was a
Onto
close
Trent.
one.
Now
It is
behind the
Holy.
wall.
No.
Leaf is waiting
This is
towards the B
unexpected.
site. Swings out for the first.
Okay,
A
one
box
for
with the
one.
tree.
Oh my god.
Jonah P holding towards yellow.
Jonah
Jonah
P
P
solid.
getting the kill towards yellow until Nature. He's able to get 2 of his own. Superman in a clutch situation, and Superman.
That's why they
cannot be
don't
the
go
hero
B.
this time around.
Because Jonah P is just hot.
Again, exactly where they want to be. Valen getting up to belt on that round. You're just like, hey guys, by the way, probably B or mid. It's easy right now for G2. They have so much information to work with. They just have to have the crosshair placement, and it all falls into place right now. Nature looking to get these calls in. They will route G2, but G2 is always there in the end.
And a second timeout for EG.
Second timeout now for G2,
Yeah.
for EG rather. And more needs to be discussed, and more needs to be discussed as to how can EG really set up Jogimo at this point, because as they're trying different ways
They
of
don't
using
find the
this
answer on A,
cascade,
they
this
don't find the
controller,
answer
so
on
he can
B
get behind
because
it.
of Jonah P.
Or he gets picked
They
off.
can't go
or
mid
there's
because
more
they get
utility being
stopped.
thrown by
Kitchen, like
G2 to deny all the visibility for EG's attempt to scale at the beginning of these rounds.
Man,
Well, what
would
we've
be
been seeing
crazy if
from EG
it was a
is
13-0.
almost what you do default A with this composition. Once you make it up to pipes, Jet's already in the verticality zone, playing on 410. The harbor wall goes up. It creates a small sliver of space that you would get if you look on your minimap right over towards screens there. And then shooting down, Jogamo has all the time in the world. Nobody can really hit that as you jump back to 410 and you just start playing on top of the site. But they can't get into that spot. G2 is not allowing this space freely at all. Trent already looks like he wants to push up.
Yeah,
into
G2
all-field
has
position
solid
again.
defense line.
And
I
just
would
a little
say.
bit of util behind him is going
On
to be able to
Lotus,
cover that
on
exit if it gets dangerous. as it's
Icebox
been
and
happening.
shit.
A
Which
bit
are
more of a
not
threat
easy
here from
maps
EG. Let's focus
to
on their
defend,
side. They're
actually.
going to cascade a little bit of a ruse towards A here. It could become a play if they get a kill, but this focus, the drone initiator for Jogamo
there's
towards A.
A presence
See if
on
they can
A.
get some space.
It's quite interesting too, though, for G2. After EG's timeout, they're trying to use an operator this time around and trying to rotate Leaf around this op.
Yeah.
Right there. Controlling Kitchen, going back towards Boiler. That will make things a little bit harder to
There's the
retake
wall.
here if EG hits towards this A side. And that wall, yes, is to try to bait out those players, but the Allen drone
Really trying to set a fake, but it's a killjoy.
Trent.
Yeah.
And
You know
spotted
the
nothing,
killjoy
really.
wants to
So we
be
know this
near
is a fake
utility.
from EG to start.
And the killjoy utility is generally used to hold angles
Orbs
and
up,
shit.
A little bit of a one-way now for Jonah to play with.
So
as
you
he has-
probably
they're gonna take
expect
more
a
inward
hit
position in
B
the site.
if you're G2
A little
here.
bit less than a minute
with
left.
like
You want to play safer, and they're going
the
to get
killjoy on
the
A.
second hit. We're getting
She
towards
doesn't
the
even
maybe
have her
third.
ultimate.
Count the mid plays that didn't make it.
A little bit of a delay.
Rotation is here,
Being
a
thrown
little
down by
slow in my
Jordan P.
opinion.
Up and information off the record.
Good deny.
Gosh.
Deniability, Huntersphere out on the defense, Dizzy blinding Jogamo, who's still trying to move out towards danger. Spotted
Good
by
use
Valen
of
on top
utility
the
by
pipes.
G2.
And the
A
whole
late
of
lurk
Kitchen.
min.
Now more
Nature is gonna be
more attempts
expected.
of a plant. It forces EG to have to try to plant safely, but Valen's still around the corner.
Valin. Valin and Valin and Jonah P.
Anchor hold by G2.
Totally
Valen,
fighting
3Ks,
for the
Jonah P,
MVP
3Ks this game.
in this
A
series.
lot of people are fragging out. Leaf having a few of those clutches as well earlier towards A to lock in. Just look at it. Cove is up, but it's not going to matter. You're getting dropped on by utility. You're not getting shot at. So it makes it so hard. We actually see a reason why EG haven't been going B, because they just get util dumped. And we didn't even really see Trent's arrow becoming a problem there. They still had the arrow to deliver in if the walls were up. EG looking for more answers now. What's
And
the
it's
next
a
step?
9-0.
It's going to be
It's
a low
already
buy here.
a 1-half.
EG's looking for any as
Clearly won.
Anything. Spikes down here because they expect to be pushed. They expect for it to possibly be dropped. They don't want to
He's
get
not
that info.
spotted. He's
And
gonna find
that
one.
Could have been it right there, right? They lose the harbor wall.
Okay, and he
now
clears the
forced to
turret.
just expect more pushes from G2. What a absolute masterclass here by G2 of just map information and control. Not letting EG get a foothold anywhere.
And right now, they kind of anticipated that push that you just mentioned, Riv, towards L of
Yeah.
Valen, yet unfortunately couldn't even win the duel, couldn't do any damage. Valen even manages to fall back at full health. Soloing now this A side, one wing towards pipes, slowing down EG's attempt of a push. At least we have a lockdown now for EG. So giving up all that space allows for them to move forward, but it's going to be another one of those lockdown to lockdown.
You should run.
Jogamo pushing forward, though, is able to get that pick onto Valen.
Placing swamp grenade.
And that's what we meant here. Maybe some of them will get detained, but it doesn't matter. At least you get the pit down. Now you can get also, or the plant and then the pit.
Nice
Play
ultimate.
plant from jail.
Gonna cover the spike and
Alan Jones spotting Leaf on the top. Dizzy being thrown out on the defense. G2 trying to move forward and together inside the pit behind the wingman. It's nice for IC to get the first. Jogamo answers right back and a nice
What a nice
on the third
shot.
of the round off the Trent. And there's that lurk running out of bullets, but at least Jogamo is able to keep Jonah P.
Jonah P.
in a tight
Oh, and he's
spot
gonna
where
get
he can't
spammed
get
out.
anything done. Nice spray in the end with the Phantom, as that finally, they were looking for that first answer and they finally got it.
It takes the 4K to get one, but it is
A
the
good
one.
answer.
As EG fans rejoice on that. And G2 say, all right, let's go right back at it. A little bit of low money there from the way
We saw
they've been
a
going
red
down
ping
in
on
these,
B.
but EG had to scrap for this. G2 is not making anything easy here. And the ultimate as well, making it a little interesting because you're not getting players that are low health. You're getting players that just presented themselves in the Viper's pit. So they're actually pretty healthy. Jogamo didn't care. He was snapping heads off left and right.
It's quick at the beginning, though. Recondard out for a 10th of a control towards this B side. Cascade coming out too, and both players holding this B site. Valen and Icy forced to fall back and start using early utility rather. Try to hold that push, but again, it's seems to be a play for EG. At least not again for the first time, trying to add pressure on middle and B, so that maybe Nature could get some sort of value on a late lurk. Lurk starts off with Superman though inside tube.
Poison's off.
No utils really going to be watching it because they broke that turret at the beginning of the round for EG.
Can't tell if they're fully info gathering or they're just letting the round play out as slow as possible. It seems like now they're moving up tube.
Knew where the thrash was coming from, so Derek gets the contact with the Hunter's Fury. It's quite interesting at the same time though, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Valen's still alive at yellow, second in the round. TP's away now towards green. Second smoke being pinched from behind, but Nature is able to reach that kill before.
Yep.
Apoth was able to turn around. They'll get the plant. And now Jonah P is in a 1 versus 3. Economy's not too great for G2, yet Jonah P still wants to make it expensive now against EG. Scaling up towards orange. High-low contact here on the right side of the B site. Superman's gonna get it. I was gonna say it was quite interesting to see how G2 instantly went for double ults. One to try to find information, as you mentioned before.
Yeah.
But the second one was also for deniability with the Viper's Pit all the way out towards the A site. Made it kind of difficult for Jonah P to rotate back.
For sure. Finding these hits towards mid.
You were a mistake.
Interesting mid play. Not seeing G2 push A that time and EG not being kind of scared of it was interesting as well. EG still want to just play their own game, pushing up towards mid. Seems like they will go for full map control on this one, but they're getting the push this time. They're just trading tube control each round.
Forced buying because the majority at least could have rifles now for G2. Triple walk in mid. 2 towards the tube. Trent at the bottom.
Yeah.
Hit by a decay of an orb coming up on the attack for Superman. As they have 5 players on their end, now leaning towards this A site.
They should be able to focus on A. Slight push here, at least by Jonah, can deliver the info. Jump peek as well. And leaving those 2 in mid, Valen and Icy will hold. Looks like Trent just starts to rotate back and forth until they hear this drone.
And the thing is, we won't have Jogmo trying to create space because he has an operator now trying to walk in long range, so he's spraying through the A tower to give a chance. Oh, that's late. Okay, there you go. That's okay. Nothing happened. We're still going to try to move inside the site for a plant now for EG. Nature, once again, a great spot towards the dice, adds value into that. Blade Storm now available for Jogmo as he activates it and helps out the rest of the team on the pulse plant. Trent
Nice
though
hold
has
by
something else to
Trent.
say. Tying things up on a 3-3 situation with all 3 players of G2 now working towards the back of the A site. Jogmo back with the operator looking back towards A as a TB comes across at Jenny. Nature catching one, sleeping and even 2. Whoa. Valen's forced to be alone now. Easy one with the operator in the end.
Yeah, I mean, even 9-3 is okay.
Whew.
You have to just reset, take a breather, focus on the upcoming pistol.
That first half. The
If you
pistol
win
round,
it, it's
G2
almost
start off and
over.
run with it, but it is the last 3 rounds, and it took some frag power to make these rounds happen.
If you lose it, you just focus
Nature
on the
coming up
bonus.
big, and the rest of the team
You
able
are
to put up
on
some
like
numbers here
side,
to make
so
sure they come
you are
away
in
with
the
at
driver's
least 3.
seat.
It's going to be a tough second half.
Definitely a beautiful timing done by Nature there to allow EG to have some sort of breathing room, some sort of hope to turn things around here on the second half if they can. But before we get into that, let's toss it down to the desk and see what they have to say.
I just wanted to see how long I could balance this on my head. Turns out quite
Were
a
you
while.
that bored?
Got a very flat head.
The game got good in the last 3 rounds.
EG won 3 rounds in a row, GB.
Oh, no, it's fantastic. Oh, no, it's falling apart. Listen, guys. Listen,
I
let's
mean,
just...
it was for EG for most of that half.
Hey, look at that, tying it back in. That's a segue. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we just saw in that first half there. G2 obviously continuing to look good in these
It's
pistols.
all about the pistols, right? They've won 3 out of 3 pistols, but really it's the bonus round. And here in this third round, because in round 2 they go for an FPX buy, they've got bulldogs, they've got rifles, they can fight forward here. But they made the choice against an EG that in both of those round 3s across both maps have been going into these spread out plays 3-1-1 on the map. G2 crept up in B main, in A main, down mid as well, and they find 2 great opening picks that instantly turns the round.
Their retakes were looking flawless throughout. We saw a great performance out of Leaf now on this Sentinel role. But EG have got themselves a chance. They win 3 rounds in a row towards the end, and now heading into the second half. Some of these big pieces are coming online. We're seeing more moments from Nature. We're seeing Jojimo, for the first time this series, starting to look a little bit like himself.
Yeah, Mimi, that's great, but they still gotta win a pistol.
Yes,
and
that's the big challenge.
Like, win a pistol, and if you don't, please do something early, because they've started both
I mean,
games
statistically
off
speaking,
0-5.
right? If you're able to pick up the pistol here, maybe you can get yourself back into it, but history doesn't look good for EG.
But if you lose this pistol, series is pretty much over.
Oh,
this is going to be the most important round coming up for EG.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically going to be a wrap here if EG cannot secure this pistol. This next round is going to be very, very pivotal, and we'll see how it all plays out for the world champs. Send it back over to your casters.
Thank you, GB. And definitely you saw at least the last 2 shots. Both coaches seems to be quite comfortable with the plan that they have cooked up here for this pistol round, as there was still 10 seconds left before this round started, and nothing else needed to be said. It starts with G2 with the Dizzy. High tide being thrown on the defense to retaliate. But G2 rather, are still moving up.
Lots of armor here for G2.
Yeah.
Post plant 2 mollies. That's definitely a focus for Jonah. Let's see what they can make here as they get into sight. A little bit of a mid control for EG. They're looking to play more retake with a push down mid, maybe 1 flanker, but this is the hit. G2 has free space. It's what post plant they can set up that's going to matter.
It's good, at least EG killed that turret right away on the attack, so that gives a little bit of paranoia to G2, forcing one player to instantly rotate back towards the spawn. And that's going to be Leaf with that responsibility, giving a chance for EG to have to fight evenly, or able to fight evenly on the retake towards the A site. Jogmo scoring first. Valen then after. With
Nice
help from
flash.
Trent. As we're all around.
Held
Really
him.
not looking towards the verticality. Everything is really clean and
And
good
a
for G2.
fourth
And Mimi mentioned
pistol.
it.
Yeah.
If Fiji loses that
2
pistol
maps,
round, it might
both
be
pistol,
GG right
both
there, but
G2 win. Both G2
we
pistol.
believe.
I don't know if we believe. G2 has so many things prepped here. We saw the classic armor, right, coming in for a lot of them. The 2 mollies were actually used for denial of room here at screens. So with the armor, they can push up the screens. They all face the fight coming into the site. It's not post-plant mollies. It's denial of getting back into the site mollies for EG's defense. So really good forward play from G2. And now they'll switch the side. A, now to B for second round. And they have the setup with a Leaf watching that flank. So they could stay here for quite a bit. The wingman and the drone just to get space here, not taking any chances. They have to clear yellow.
Nice shot.
Done.
Yep.
Rotation is already
Quite
here.
easily too.
Have to be careful.
Didn't even need a recon dart to have Superman trying to peek out and find a timing.
Coming back.
We saw 4 players waiting right there towards yellow and or towards green rather, and that allows here for G2 to get an instant plant towards the B site. 4 players grouped up on the post plant at yellow. Really no big util to delay except for that 1 nanoswarm still in the back pocket of Leaf, who throws it now.
Okay, Trent.
This half buy, lower buy stingers that we had from EG.
Flawless.
And a flawless.
They're greeted by a flawless from
Doing
G2,
this.
who only need 2 more rounds to really
Do you want a
dominate the series.
Vandal?
Yeah.
Put it that way for sure.
Definitely dominate
I
the
think you
series. The
don't.
first one still is a big scrappy back and forth there, but G2 showing quite a bit of control
This,
once they did
G2
figure out what was
G2's
happening, and now
bulldogs are
running away with that control here.
very good.
To clean up 11-3 now as we get into the bonus round. This is so necessary for EG, but it's already been the force. They're already trying to get control early, so it makes it tougher with the low buy. Push in, Superman just trying to get that early info, giving a little bit of alt orb control to Derek as they're getting each advantage they can falling out of this game.
Yeah, it really is the only saving grace now for EG. If they're able to salvage a couple of these rounds to get that Hunter's Fury up ASAP and maybe have that most important swing round in the series, but we're thinking way too far ahead. State of the game so far, it's been one-sided domination out of G2 all along here on the second map of Icebox. A map here where EG came out with their one-off deadlock that really surprised G2. But now this time, both of them coming out with new compositions. And G2 is ready for all the way. 2 more left alive now, Derek and Nature. Stinger Cole's
The
range
deadlock,
dropping
if you
the
look
fight
the
towards
games, like the deadlock did nothing,
Wall up
basically.
on the attack, trying to spray behind it are the players of G2, and Derek and Nature just trying to find his timing. A nice little double swing out from that smoke.
And another bonus.
G2's at 12.
It's honestly an achievement for both teams to try and plan to beat this game. They are giving each other
It's like
so much hell just
4
trying to
pistol
get down
one,
that plant as it
4
goes
eco
into the
1,
site.
3
And
bonus
that's just how the
converted.
story
Like,
so
what
much
the
of
fuck
why
is
we've
EG
seen
doing?
so much A site.
Like,
from both
are
these
you
teams.
even playing the game?
This one again, G2 just clean it up ever
Or
so
maybe it's
slowly.
some
Now
fucking
they are
Potter
on
big
game
blind
point,
strat.
open up possibly
That
with
I'm
the
not
Hunter's Fury
aware
here
of.
as we see the end of that
My
replay.
brain is too
Cleaning
small
up
to
the kills.
comprehend what's the
Operator
point of
Giacomo.
losing 3
Looks like they're
fucking
gonna go
bonus
straight ahead and try to
out
use
of
this
4.
right away to pipes with protection.
Still on the ropes too. Valen already drops that. Dizzy did way too
And
much.
it's
2 players are
over.
falling down, and that operator
They're not
is
gonna
also
stop. They
once again
find
hit by so much utility.
the jet.
As that operator had 0 value. Nor are the players. Last one in. Jonapi with the kill.
And a flawless.
Round to give the series to G2 in a dominating
Damn.
fashion.
G2 coming away with the win pretty handily there in the end. Showing that power, obviously, at the end kickoff where they beat Sentinels with, right? I kid. But what a game. Leaf stepping up. Wonder what happened on the Sentinel roll. Didn't matter. Icy stepping up. And indeed, Icy is a fitting name. A lot of plays where it was just full on, forward. You had to be cold to get the results, and he was. So looking good for G2. They got to be happy with that result as EG made the changes and did not see the results. And night and day from both teams.
Yeah. And the desk was mentioning here for Icy joining this roster for G2, usually coming into a duelist role, but he also has a lot of experience playing some Sentinels roles, some really flex roles, really. And it adds more value to G2's change of compositions if they need to, with what you currently see here in front of the screen. I think a lot of value in terms of utility as well as a support player on that Gecko. Really allowed G2 to add domination right now against EG in that series. And Valen, IGL, we talked about IGL fraggers for Nature.
Absolutely
Well, this time
fragging.
it's Valen, definitely owning it there.
Doing so well, 18-6 on the top for his team from that controller position. It seems like you're the controllers, man. Seems like we got some real good controller fraggers coming in throughout this season.
Your controllers, your fragging IGLs.
Yep.
You remember that was a huge topic back then during the
absolutely.
offseason, and now it seems everybody's just, calling that fragging is something that all of the IGLs currently do so far.
And that's going to be good. We talked about the pistol rounds. We talked about the success from G2. That's one way they made a mark on this game to make sure it was a nail in the coffin to be able to take down EG. Also, I think the progression on Lotus for what we saw, EG was starting to manhandle the map, figure out what was going on, and be able to just pinpoint exactly what G2 was doing.
Yeah.
They were able to figure that out and break it apart and realize that's the way that EG wanted to play everything. Push him off those early pushes, get Superman back into his own sight, and they won't have as much easy time taking the round.
And that's the thing, if you look at the series too, G2 never really gave a chance here for EG to really set up in those situations where you really had to count down on a lot of these clutches, especially on that Lotus on that first map. Something that also happened for EG in that first series during kickoff where you had the 2 versus 4 clutches on Sunset. And then finally here, G2 didn't give a chance for EG to really come back and get the momentum to win this series. But at least for G2, they got the series and they did it for net, and they definitely they did it. But let's send it down to the desk where Spix will do our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Vansili, and congratulations, Valen. What a intense showing from the side of G2 and taking down EG. It has to be said, this is the beginning of stage 1. This was your first match with Icy, and of course, with this win, you're now also getting revenge against EG for that very close 0-2 loss back at kickoff. So a lot of firsts, a lot of wins. Tell us what's going through your head right now.
I mean, I'm just really proud of the team. Like, we went through a lot of adversity the last couple weeks, you know, picking up Icy, who's a rookie, and he's been integrated in the system really well. As you can see, he's very aggressive, and he takes those timings on duelists. So he's the unsung hero of this new roster because he's making a lot of space for the team. Like, he's so selfless. He goes in with the utility. He usually gets his one, and from there, he just lets the rest of us shine. I'm just proud of the guys because it's been a tough couple weeks, but we did it. We got our revenge, but job's not done, and we're going to continue working hard, and hopefully this new G2 continues winning.
That's amazing to hear, and honestly, you make it sound easy to integrate a new player like that, but the truth is it's far from it. It's actually very hard, and especially with the short amount of time that you had, what was it that you really focused on? Was it knowing that, okay, Leaf is gonna go to Sentinel, we're gonna make Icy shine as duelist? Was it really about focusing around new strategies around that?
Yeah, I mean, at first we were trialing Duelist and Sentinel players, but as soon as I saw Leaf on Sentinel, I literally messaged Josh right away. I'm like, Leaf is playing Sentinel on this team. A lot of people were confused with the roster change, like, why would you put such a star player on Sentinel? But it matches his playstyle well, and he's just such a scary player to deal with on anchoring sites, lurking. His shot is so clean, so you really don't want to peek that guy, right? And then have a more selfless, just go in, dive in player like Icy on Duelist. It makes a lot of sense for us, and I'm glad we were able to showcase that today.
I love to hear the confidence, is also see your confidence on the server. You were fragging out of your mind.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm curious, now that you are, obviously you have this win here, you've been practicing with the team, it's clear that you believe in Icy as well as the new potential with this roster that you have. Now that you see the other competition, we're starting to see some results come out, and obviously you're scrimming these guys.
Right.
How do you think you guys stack against the other teams?
I think it's hard to say because we're still pretty new. I mean, my self-confidence tell me we stack towards the top. You know, of course, I'm gonna be biased a bit, but really, I feel like if we're on our A game that day, we'll be able to compete against any of the teams here. And
there's so much bonus.
Absolutely, love to hear it. An amazing performance once again today. We are gonna head to a
There's
short
so much
commercial
stuff to
break,
work
but when we
on,
come
like,
back, it'll be a
G2
North
is not a
American
top
showdown
team
with 100
at
Thieves
all.
taking on Sentinels.
I'm gonna take a quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Be right back.
It's over! Sen City! Here to play, here to stay, and history has been made!
Coming back from the Masters win, there's definitely a target on our back.
They're looking super strong. I'm sure they're very confident going against us. I think the biggest threat is definitely if you just look at Zekin. The kid is incredible. He's just dropping unreal numbers every match.
Disadvantage position. Gonna watch that one though. 80th second. That's 8 seconds left.
They have a lot of individual talent that can really pop off in moments that matter.
Here's the footsteps. Doesn't know where they are exactly, but strikes correctly. Round ended.
Our aim is better than theirs in terms of 5 players with 5 players. So if we can just slow down the rounds, just play our game plan, we absolutely can beat them. If we can just come in, beat the Masters champions, that'd give us a huge confidence booster.
I think if we give at least like 70-80%, we should win the match.
For now, I won't say anything crazy, but if I beat them, I will talk shit.
I respect that there, Boosty. Welcome back to day 2 of VCT Americas and our second match of the day. It's an NA Classic. As you know, it's the clout battle between Sentinels and 100 Thieves. I'm Golden Boy, once again joined at the desk by my esteemed colleagues.
And one of these days,
Paula, Mimi, and Ender.
One of these days, we're going to come into this match and not say clout match.
No.
Ooh, one day. Good use of the sound effect. I'll take that. All right, well, let's talk about both of these teams having been, I would say, like quite a bit of a level up from the inaugural season to now. I would say quite a bit.
A little bit more than the other.
You don't feel that same? I mean, I think
I feel that about Sentinels. They're the best team in the world.
Yes.
I feel like we saw 2 games from 100 Thieves, and they
Not
were
enough to
close,
give you-
solid
not
games.
That's not fair. They played 6 whole maps.
Not enough to give you that confidence. Well,
Ding.
Well, I think Sentinels fans should have a lot of confidence because there was concern about whether or not John QT would be able to make it back to the States for today's match. But all is well, folks, because the hero has returned. As John QT is landed in LA and will be playing in the opening game.
Sad day for Curry. Not going to make his debut.
That's tough.
It would have been nice. It would have been fun. But
it's a good day for Sentinels.
It is a good day for Sen.
Yeah, I mean, they, of course, are going to be playing with the full strength of their roster, the Masters Madrid winners. And, Ender, we're only on week 1 here, stage 1. But I tell you, it feels pretty nutty that we're getting a really prepped and ready Sentinels team that have just kind of been all over the world at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they went through the absolute ringer in Masters, right? Going down to the lower bracket, playing so many games to end up clutching up in that intense final. I mean, they were really challenged from a kickoff to Madrid, playing so many games, looking so good while doing it.
Remember, they were in the wild card finish in the group stage, right? They had to go all the way through.
That's crazy.
Remember they played a show match against G2?
They had to win that one map to get there in the first place. Like lower bracket in Madrid, and then that as well. I mean, you're absolutely right. A complete gauntlet.
Yeah. And here's the thing. We talked about the maps. They played a ridiculous amount in comparison to the rest of the field.
The maximum amount of maps that any team in VCT could have played was 45. And Sentinels somehow managed to play 41 because of the silly show match day and because of going to the lower bracket in Madrid. And when you compare them to the rest of the league that we have here, it is a major gap. Loud, also top 4, right, at Madrid, only 25 maps. You look all the way down the list, 100 Thieves have only played 6 maps. Sentinels have played 10 times as many maps as Furia.
And the thing is, they did that even before then. They played more than anyone else in Americas during the offseason. They come in here, they play everything. But it's ridiculous the amount of Valorant this team has played. And sure, you can give the argument there's tape out there, there's a target on the back, they're the best team in the world, everyone's gunning for them. That's all true.
Speaking about the tape, for me, like that's a crazy thing that they're able to win Madrid while having that much footage out there, win kickoff
but
while
also
having that much footage out there.
For a team that made big changes coming into this year, they've just had a ridiculous amount of time, a ridiculous amount of matches to really get used to this new roster, to feel so comfortable together. And you saw it there, them digging deep in that 5th map against Gen G where they weren't favored. Having that experience to pull it out and win the whole damn thing.
That's how you win tournaments.
Yes.
I mean, straight up, it's having optimal play throughout the entire thing. It's stuff that you can't really counter against. And don't forget, we're talking only VCT there. Off-season, they played the most out of anybody as well. They've set themselves up here to go on an absolute tear this year.
The amazing thing, too, is like they started getting found out, right? Remember, like, their split was the best in the world. Then they started losing the teams on it, and they still were able to come back and continue making those adjustments. That is the most impressive
And what's
thing
even
to
more
continue
impressive,
that.
they were just doing that thing on the fly, day in, day out. I mean,
Yeah, literally, day after day.
Kaplan like freaking out at breakfast every morning. Yeah, like it was very, very impressive to say the least here. But let's continue to get a vibe check here and go check in with Doug, actually, who's standing by with Sassy.
Excuse me, gentlemen, excuse me. Sassy, if I may, a word. Sassy, anything. Sassy, just a crumb, a morsel, anything?
Wow, well.
They really do.
Sad Doug.
They used to be so nice.
Sad Doug.
They used to be so nice.
Sash emote. I like that. That was great. They clearly are. They're feeling themselves here, guys.
The fame change.
The ego.
Yeah.
I miss the
I always
old
knew it was going to
Sentinels.
happen. Yeah.
I miss the Sentinels who lost every game. I don't.
What?
I don't miss that.
Mimi, what?
I don't miss that.
Don't worry, Mimi. I mean, Sentinels 2021 win Masters.
No.
Lose every game. I'm just saying.
All right, but see, the reason why I'm not worried about this is because I got a question for the desk. It's about that guy right there,
Which one?
Zekin. Is he considered to be, for your money at this point, the best in the world right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Before Masters, I was like, he up there, but I don't know if I can give it to him after Masters. Yeah, he's got my vote. He was just on another level. And again, it's not just a flash in the pan thing. The amount of maps he had to play and continually putting up press performance, it's not just the numbers. The way he works into sites is just on another level. He is so locked in.
I think for me, what I would say is form-based, right now, yes, he's the best in the world.
Okay.
I think we still have a lot of players out there who we just haven't seen that much of. I mean, talking about all the Fnatic play. Yeah, where's Durka? Where's Alphair? Like, where are these guys at? These guys who were up there last year. Again, even Demon 1 you could put up in there as well. Like, we just haven't seen enough of them yet. Enough of them at a top level. Enough of them playing up into semifinals, grand finals sort of level that, I mean, right now, Zekin's almost the only guy in the conference.
Yeah. I mean, if you're just taking like a biopsy of the moment, without a doubt, he's the best player in the world.
Biopsy of the moment. I love that phrase.
Yeah, it's like you're cutting a little sliver off.
Yeah. No,
I don't know if I'm qualified to do that.
Yeah, I don't have.
That means you are. You're ready.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, best thing to ever happen to the state of New Jersey, it was all downhill up until this guy came along.
I thought you were saying until I got a biopsy. What?
As a New Yorker, I agree with you. Sorry, Liz. Okay, so, guys, let's go ahead and move on, though, to 100 Thieves. They go out early in kickoff, but, of course, their losses, they came to Sentinels, the team they're about to face here today, and Leviathan. So, I think that, guys, there's certainly going to be an uphill battle here for 100 Thieves. They're coming into this matchup, the underdogs, 100%.
Yeah, sure, but I also think this is a team that came with a lot of cool new ideas. They were able to take a map off of Sentinels, a map off of Leviathan there as well. He was playing a bunch of the Fade, and they're trying out all the stuff, right? The Gecko for Boostio, the Boostio up, maybe a little overcooked on that front. But I thought as far as teams went, with a unique and forward-facing read on the meta, 100 Thieves are one of my favorites.
He ain't quite something.
No thinks he's Kung Kung.
But for me, 100 Thieves is a team that I wanted to give a lot of time to. And I think actually throughout the offseason it was like, yeah, big, like they need a lot of time. But kickoff, I think, was impressive enough that I'm like, okay, they're probably going to get there. I think they could have a peak that is making an international tournament is very much possible for this team. I don't know how much further than that I would go.
Sure. But them coming out with the Gecko Fade stuff throughout that gave me a lot of faith in the system of Boostio and Zix and what they were bringing. It was the first time to me that 100 Thieves has felt fresh in like literally almost 3 years, that they're coming back and we're seeing these new innovative ideas. On top of that, the new additions were looking great. Boostio was popping off. He was bringing the vibe.
Yeah.
EU had some great moments. We had all the good early signs, but they were in the group of death. They got deathed. It happened.
Sure. They get that. Now they're lifed back again. You don't just have to face down against 3 of the better teams in the league. But I will say what I especially appreciated them, especially on their bind map that they took off against Sentinels. Yeah, their set exec, anything that was like very clearly pre-planned in terms of their hits or their retakes when they're playing this Gecko Fade comp with a ton of effective utility for clearing out spaces. That was always precise. When the rounds got more chaotic, I think that's when they tended to struggle a little bit more. And once Sentinels found their groove. But this is a team that when they are in their element and they are doing the stuff they've practiced before, look really, really money.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a little challenging, I would say, for them to get too comfortable here, especially going up against Sentinels. One of the matchups that we're looking forward to here is going to be Cryo versus TenZ, because you got two players that very much did similar things. They moved over to other supportive roles, but they still continue to carry that fragging potential that they've always had with them.
They have the same start to their trajectory. Top of the world, considered one of the best players in the world, then falling from grace and having a really tough season. But TenZ has had a revival, right? Coming out here looking incredible at Masters, switching over to controller almost full time and playing incredible there. And I think we saw some similar signs from Cryo, right? He was playing a ton of the controller in kickoff, and it's the best we've seen him look, I think, since the Chamber meta.
He looked really good at sort of holding his own on sites, in a solo anchor position. He's got the talent to be able to do that, but dodging around some of the smokes in those big highlight rounds was fantastic. I also think it's interesting that the similarities continue. Even with the role swap, you've still got TenZ dipping over into the Yoru sometimes. Cryo's dipping over into the chamber too.
Right? They have those resources to be
Yeah,
able
it
to do
was
that.
pretty
But I
bad.
think the biggest
Their
thing is
chamber
getting
on
these guys off
Lotus
the
was
primary dive agent. Letting them play an agent where they have the flexibility to make their own
disgusting.
plays, but also can sit back, can anchor a site, and just rely on those insane mechanics.
I think the most interesting part about it for me is TenZ is such an aggressive player and Cryo is such a passive player. The swap still kind of makes sense on both ends, right? They still have the ability to make plays, and it's working out pretty well so far. I'm a little bit more passive or bullish on TenZ.
I mean, of course, he just won the trophy.
Yeah, of course. But for me, Cryo is the guy who's getting criticized constantly in terms of who they could change on this roster coming in from last year. Everybody was so hyped about him. It's this guy. He's the problem this year. But I think they found a way to kind of silence that right away here in kickoff. And right now, it's all about how they can actually use Busio, his energy, and actually make something here with this team that they can have some, some incentive by themselves to make plays.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad you mentioned Busio, because we actually have Smick standing by with Boosie to find out what his thoughts are going into this match.
Morning, Busio. I think every player likes to have their own pregame ritual, and you have made it very clear you love holding that boombox. What do you typically like to listen to?
Any anime music, some 90s emo, some rap. We listen to it all.
What did you play today?
Black Rover, Quaver, just a couple anime songs.
Amazing. Good taste. Good luck today.
I King love Chinese cartoons.
Something that we are certainly going to be looking out for, as you saw in the interview, that's just going to be how the vibes are for this matchup. And then on the other side of the stage, you got Zelsis. Now, this guy, we call him the vibe merchant, but now he's a vibe champion. Okay, he's won. He's managed to hold it down and pick up a dub. So
is that what you call someone when they win it?
He's a vibe champion.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
champion of the world.
Giving him the title, but this is going to play a role in this match, Ender.
Yeah, he's like the vibes auctioneer because he's so actually loud, getting out there.
He's a vibe banker.
Always out of his seat, yeah. And even though, look,
profession here.
Busio, he lost the gecko hair, and I think we're all a little disappointed in that, but he's still out here bringing it round
and
up
I mean, that's the vibes optometrist. I think it is really important to see what Busio can do.
This is big.
Yeah. As a vibe merchant, I'm worried that he's going to sell his services to some other team at the end of the year. He's doing it for multiple.
Oh dear. So, guys, how are we feeling across the board? Does 100 Thieves have a chance to be able to pick up this win here, or are you guys going with the Masters Madrid winners?
To pick up a win.
2-1?
Look, I think they can pick up a map, but Sentinels just won Masters. How can you ever vote against them, no matter how much time they have?
All right, folks. Well, I think we got our answer there. We got a sold-out crowd. People are hyped up and excited. So let's send it down to the stage and get this show started.
Riot Games Arena, get ready for a classic North American showdown. Please welcome on stage our first team. It's 100 Thieves! Facing 100 Thieves are your Masters Madrid champions. Make some noise for the Sentinels!
Did they show the pick and ban? Did I miss it? Wait. Am I retarded? Huh?
With trophy in hand, the Sentinels are
They haven't
looking,
showed
I
pick
would
and
even
ban,
say,
right?
to maybe intimidate a little bit on the other side of the stage. 100 Thieves, you're coming out there, you holding the trophy, you know, it's kind of like holding over someone's head.
Just in case 100 Thieves forgot that Sentinels won it all.
In case you don't know.
And for Tens here, he's been in this position before, being a world champ, coming back home, having a chance to defend that title again. For all these other boys, it's a new feeling, being on the top, having that target on their back. But they've said in that intro that it's something that is going to motivate them to be the best they can be here in America.
Crazy how the bundle, or the target on Zelsis' back says bundle, but I don't know.
It's actually his new name.
That's his new name.
That's, he actually legally changed it. I don't know if you know that. Yeah,
that's just what happens to you.
City Hall did it. I was very impressed with him. He was very committed to the gimmick. That said, though,
this is really interesting to me because they haven't had much practice, right? John just got here, like what, yesterday, that sort of thing.
And you have to think, if 100 Thieves, that's something to keep in mind too, right? If Sentinels managed to pick up this win here, and 100 Thieves have had like a month plus to do this, oof, that's a kick in the gut.
Absolutely, the confidence will get shot a little bit more than it already is, I think, for a lot of the players in 100 Thieves. Yeah, the practice thing is huge. And from 100 Thieves' perspective, again, it's like you don't have much to think about in terms of what they're going to change here. You're going to think they're going to play very basic, a lot of defaults, that sort of thing, stuff that you don't need to practice as much.
We're getting a look at the maps here. So Icebox split Sunset. It will be fun. I do think that it's important to say for 100 Thieves that like we've seen a few teams now already come in with that practice time and look very good. Hit the ground running. C9, right? We just saw G2 come out and just trounce EG. So I'm not necessarily looking for win or loss here. 100 Thieves, I don't really care when you're playing against Sentinels at this point. What I want to see is them come in with those strong plans we saw from kickoff. I want them to look better, and I want them to look better in the more chaotic round states.
I think one thing there to look at on the map is Sentinels wins that second half. Right? They have Icebox, or they have Split and Sunset.
Yeah.
That is just two of their best maps overall.
I mean, those are the maps that put them on their run, that eventually won them that championship.
I thought it was interesting the 100 Thieves did pick that Split, though. I guess it's based off of the fact that, well, they got the playbook.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And now Icebox first. This is one I think that 100 Thieves in the past has really struggled to figure out exactly what they run.
But it's kind of been the same for Sentinels, right? This was never a consistently strong map for them. They only won it in like that crazy pop-off at the end versus Gen G to eventually lift that trophy. But we're seeing some locks come through, and Saucy is going back to that Gecko, which we've seen a lot from him throughout their run in Masters Madrid and in kickoff as well.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves are also playing some of the Gecko ideas too for some trap ideas. But I mean, honestly, like I feel like Icebox is in a really interesting point in the map right now, where really the main flexibility in what you're picking comes down to what actually plants a spike. Is it a wingman? Is it a sage wall? Is it a harbor cove? And that's usually where that final slot ends up shifting around. And based off of that, you can have a few different reads. Harbor gives you more flexibility. Sage gives you the ability to sort of entrench yourself very, very nicely. But the Gecko gives a lot more proactivity. And I think a guy like Saucy, a team like Sentinels, really enjoy having those looks.
I think this is a must-win, actually, here for 100 Thieves. Based off what we said about the mapper, the whole map pool earlier, Icebox is definitely going to be a spot where they have a bit better of a chance, and they have to win if they want a chance in the best of three.
They absolutely do. What I'm looking at in this map is really the head-to-head between two world champ IGLs, between
Do we have a
Boostio
mirror?
and John QT. For
First
both
map
of
is
these
8 votes,
guys,
right?
They've kind of proven
Oh, we
themselves
don't.
in the set stuff, mainly for Boostio, but for John QT, it came down to the
Okay.
scrap, came down to the
KO
adaptation.
for
That's
one
what we need to
side.
see more from.
Sova for the over.
Well, we are ready to get into the game. So, Riot Games Arena, why don't you go ahead and give us your energy and get ready for this one. It's going to be a banger as we send it over to your casters, the dynamic duo known as Baby Doug.
I don't know.
Baby Doug somehow gets worse every time. Dre, I'm very... What?
What's up, brother?
Oh, gosh.
What's up?
Unbelievable.
Special teams here.
How did you
I
get
actually
to the
prefer
previous-
the aggressive
The
comp.
point is, we have Sentinels, we have 100 Thieves, we've got a banger of a matchup. I think we do need to talk about Icebox right at the beginning. Paula was talking about how it
I
felt
think
like this
Sova
map is a must-win. If you're
is
100
better
Thieves,
than
because if
KO.
you don't gain traction here, Sentinels should, in theory, run away with the rest of it. Do you agree with that?
I actually do agree with that, and looking forward into the map pool as well, like you have these Raze heavy maps where like we're gonna see Asuna on that role, and I think, yeah, you're right. If they can actually snag this map away from Sentinels, you have a higher chance of beating any team, really, when you have Asuna on that Raze. He's looked great.
Just because you can destroy Killjoy ultimate. The shock darts are different from the molly. You already have like 5 molly in the comp, 6 molly is not gonna change the thing, anything. You already have flashes with Gecko. And obviously the drone is very, very strong for clear
a quiet moment.
info,
There's so much going
like
on
even
right
the
now.
ping
You've
and
got a
shit,
big
like
coming in through Spawn. You've got a little bit happening mid from Zelsis as well.
So on the comp I would say 100
worried
Thieves,
about They're trying to reclear
on
him,
the
but he
team I
hasn't shown
say
since he dropped
100%
early.
Sentinel.
Tens is still not missing a beat. The human aimbot back in action, bringing it over from Madrid. He's been so great. Even in Madrid, he looked phenomenal.
He looked world class.
Yeah.
And Icebox,
Better than ever.
what's weird is that like,
That's tough.
Speaking
people
of which,
pick
pushing forward, spotting the IGL, 100 Thieves. Feeling the pressure and handling
People
it beautifully.
pick
Zelsis
Icebox.
was there on the other side. Saucy's just going to hold the defuse.
people
Sentinels are
pick
gonna get it.
defense on Icebox over
And that, honestly,
attack side.
that felt very effortless.
And I really don't feel like the map is
they don't skip a beat. They understood that Cryo made a lot of presence
It's
in that
defense
mid area
side in.
early on. And I thought Cryo played his spot pretty well. I mean, he delayed long enough. Made
even
the
in,
entire enemy
if you
team
look at the
reclear him.
stats,
It just
like
wasn't enough,
it's,
and
I think
the
it's like
chemistry right here
53,
between Zelsis
47
and Tens,
for attack.
It was amazing, right?
So
Tens knows that
slightly
when you're taking
attack
top
sided
shots on the
map.
guy on the left side, that someone probably was swinging from the right. Zelsis is already trained on that angle. Yep. And it ends up just being a 2v1. Beautiful start to this game for Sentinels. And Zekin. He's so confident. Pops that dash.
At the ready with Guardian in hand. No one dare challenge. At least not yet. And now as he spots 3 different heads.
A little scary. Oh, Tyson.
Oh, almost a timing.
Oh, just when it looked like
And you know
Boosty was
what?
going to get a timing.
When you're Boosty on the spot, you hear the KO running away. You're like, oh,
I'm
got
good.
it.
Yeah.
I got the timing.
Exactly.
But no. Saucy's right there for some reason, you know? Oh, what is he cooking with this pop flash?
It's a little something
Spike
over the wall
dropped.
to try to fight through. Again, still having
They
to
should
get
come
the
down
spike down,
direct,
sitting
though.
on the floor as they try to win out their fights. He's
Yeah.
the only one left. And he falls shortly
Fairly-
thereafter. Sentinels continue to cruise.
Very easily.
Nice. And a lot of guns purchased from the side of Sen, so this is like...
Let's
this
see
is a
if they
pretty
can
healthy bonus round for them. Like,
get
this
the
could be
bonus.
Very devastating for 100
Like
Thieves
G2.
if they don't get early kills. Oh my gosh. 605 days.
Yikes.
Almost 2 years.
A bit of time, bro.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's nuts.
A
Yeah,
good
you were
year and a
mentioning
half
the bonus and
with
how
no
much of a
win.
healthy buy Sentinels have here. It's a share for Tens, but rifle surrounding it. Zekin again, alone up here, has the dash to get away, 2 jump out. Little damage dealt onto Cryo, but that's all it is for now.
Hey, look at the support. He has John QT just sitting top site, watching his cross. And probably a molly will come out, I'm assuming, after John makes the contact. So Zekin can just hold down this yellow area. And when you have control of this, you have so much information. So as soon as this A utility comes through from the side of 100 Thieves, you're going to see Zekin clear out this B area and maybe rotations come in.
It seems like Bang is ready for it. He's waiting.
This should be the cue for Zekin to start prodding for a little bit of information.
Again, I
shortly.
think Bang has a lot to do here. If he can cut, oh, but the knife's gonna give him away.
Yep.
Now Zekin with an understanding that there is someone waiting. He gets the kill onto him, and he was smooth, steady with it.
Okay.
That is a
Good
huge
first
kill.
skin.
But you see this, the
On the
rotation's still
lurk.
coming into A. This is
And
actually
the
really good
thieves
IGL from Boostio.
looking to go back
And I
towards
guess maybe
B.
make it a little bit more sellable. with
Even
Cryo
though they
being
don't
the only
have
one A, but
Viper
the rest of
wall,
100 Thieves has
they
gone
don't
B,
have
and
a
they're doing so
cove.
quietly.
This is a really, really good call.
An
from Boostio.
arbor or anything.
Very impressive.
They have the wingman though.
And they have complete control of site. What do they do with it though? Do they try to get pushed up? And here we go. You have Boostio, the IGL himself.
In such an unexpected position.
Yeah, it is a one and done, but he is just gonna have a one here.
Oh,
If
it's
he wins
Zelsis on the other side. The elbow has been spotted. The bullets swing out, and Zelsis falls. Boostio tries to drop into another kill, but
He's gonna give some weapon,
And that's the alarm bot.
Start
the
to see some of the utility
wingman.
come through. Cryo on the late flank. The
get
dash is
stopped.
proc. The first is found.
Kaio
And an attempt at a reaggress is John. Looks like he's going to be able to get it to happen. He still has so
And the
much to
double
deal with. 100
peek.
Thieves on the board.
Wow.
the Chinese double peek
Boostio's
with the
IGLing
first
in
player
this
that
round was
jumps
an
in.
absolute- It was just an absolute wonder to watch. I mean, yeah, Bang died early, and you know how hard it is on a map like Icebox to win a round when you don't have Viper smokes up? But he understood that they showed so much presence toward the A side of the map. I don't know what that was, but they showed so much presence towards the A side of the map. They understood that they baited the rotations out, and then when Zekin gets that kill on Bang, it solidifies that even more. Okay, everybody's probably towards A, because after he killed Bang, he didn't see anybody else on the screen. There's no reason to stay.
That Knife didn't tag anyone else either. It was just the one. Yeah,
Exactly.
you're right.
And then to have the heads-up awareness to, you know, try to even it out. You understand that it's a 4v5. You have to make numbers even and make plays like that. The reflank from Cryo is all really well done.
No Gecko util yet. A momentary pause. And a delay as they have to wait out the suppression.
That dagger hit a lot of people, and you know, the big key difference in this map is the Sova and the KO. That's what I'm saying, that the Gecko ult.
He's gonna be
clearing
able
out
to
all of
pick
A
it up.
side.
They've taken so much space, but can they hold it? We've talked so much about the prowess that is the center retake.
Oh my god, Kaio.
Oh my gosh!
That's
John Cute is gonna save.
That was insane.
And we see the same thing as
That certainly looked like it.
Madrid
Oh my gosh.
on the Killjoy
lined up for him right
Viper
there.
maps. John Cute plays the Viper.
I like how 100 Thieves in these
While
close
Zacis
plans
plays
are
Killjoy,
playing a little bit
but on the
aggressive, having
Cypher
people pushed up
Viper map,
in these
like
spots, not
split
allowing Sentinels to just do their set retakes
and
that they
stuff.
have. And I
John
think that's
Cutie
a
plays the Cypher and
important
Zacis
thing to do
plays the
against a team like
Viper.
Sen, who are so rehearsed and dialed in on these retakes. You want to disrupt them, not let them have their perfect image of that, because honestly, with how Sen have been playing, and we saw it in Madrid, 9 times out of 10 you're going to lose. Nice round. Nice 4K from Cryo there.
Hey, I imagine we're going to get a look at that one again.
Yeah, that was clean. And just that little peek. He hits the nice collab there, but that little peek, killing Zekin before that flash actually connects onto him is everything. I love the little nod.
So yeah, I did that.
Yeah, that was me.
Uh-huh.
All me.
5-2 for the Duelists, 1 away from Blades. Still rocking the Phantom, and they're playing so soft on A here. You see how far back they're playing, I guess expecting some aggression from the defensive side. But in fact,
Very wise.
Oh, and in fact, it's actually B, where they're currently postured and pressuring. Zekin has to dash away. They've left a little trap.
It's all a bait. It's all a bait.
It's tucked in. There it is. Finds 2 off the flash. Saucy's there to get the 3rd.
And this is why I love Saucy. He just, I feel like he makes the correct play so many times. Like, yeah, he could have sat there like and just tried to challenge and gotten the kill and maybe secure the round had he gotten it. But if he dies, he understands that the entire round opens up for 100 Thieves.
I mean, I just loved, I mean, and yes, Saucy was a part of it, but I love the layers to what they just tried doing.
Yeah.
Zekin had to have been seen, right? Or else the threat isn't there. And then he dashes away and they think, oh, it might be free. And then 10 sets up that 2K. That was perfect.
Yeah, a little pop flash for himself. Even Saucy showing there as well. Just a nice little bait and switch. Cryo knows he has to do something here. He has to get an early pick onto this retake.
Try to get numbers back in their favor.
And Saucy's so smart to use it from there. To use the Gecko ult from there.
It didn't get a ton of value though. Gets caught early. Cryo dashing backwards. EU not far off.
Oh
That's
my
the
gosh.
first. And now we're at 2s. Now this becomes far more possible, far more doable. But Saucy drops the first. Cryo, the hero of the previous round.
He has updraft though.
Tries to get away and he falls. Yeah, you're not updrafting away from Justice there.
And yeah, it was a very early ult. Like, he used it from so far back, Saucy did, but
Okay.
I actually think it was so good because with the way that 100 Thieves has been playing these post plans so far,
Tight start.
you can tell, especially when they're down numbers, they're trying to find something, anything. So just denying that early pick and getting that dash out early, I mean, it makes a difference. 10's already at 6 assists.
We're gonna have the knife from
I
Zaken.
mean, man, this guy cannot be stopped this year.
And 100 Thieves
Checked in with a couple of ults
still
on the side,
like
100 Thieves, Cryos,
a little
Blades,
bit
but more
ahead
importantly,
on the economy.
EU has his ult too. Cryo.
It's gonna
starting to
spot
feel some
3
pressure
players.
That Zekin takes, and there's the ult that we were just referring to. This
Dan's
tandem has been
dead.
very effective for 100 Thieves so far.
Second
Zekin's not able to
stop.
find any values. 100 Thieves continue to push towards A. Saucy's
gonna
left
hear
alone.
him
The
close.
only thing keeping them apart
No
Is he
way.
gonna push that?
No way.
is the wall.
He
Oh,
is.
not a
And
single
he
kill
finds
was
no
found.
one.
Oh my gosh.
Such a tough situation.
Are
to
you
convert
safe
into.
if
Zeus
you're
is
like
getting one
10?
with 4 more to find and nothing doing.
And 10's actually got caught lacking up on that top gen. He actually made that jump as a KO. It's actually really cool that he's able to do that.
You have to
because
go
don't expect
eco
the
now,
character
no?
KO to be up there,
Or
but,
small buy.
I mean, just gets taken out by the wide swing from Cryo.
I don't think
and then
everybody can
Trade
buy
coming in,
Insane.
being overwhelmed on that A site. This is the dangerous thing about, you know, being pushed.
Oh, they have a stinger.
Huh?
You have the telestrator. You need to break that down or something? I don't know. That's your job.
Well, as you can see,
That's your job.
And you can see Cryo has a lot of money and he has the knife, so even it's gonna be hard economically for
Behind the
Sentinels.
Viper wall, Boostio's ult on mine and invested.
And a fast pace too. This is
Lockdown.
like right off the rip of the round. We haven't seen this so far from 100 Thieves.
It's gonna push
Taking control of all
Boostio
that
and
space, put the KJ ult down.
Yeah, honestly, I like
And
the
Asuna
pace too
way
because you
back.
don't really give an opportunity for Ten to use his ult reactively. They're gonna take so much space though. Bang has gotten behind them.
late perk.
The timing on this
That's
is
everything.
huge. They all fall. Another one in favor of 100 Thieves.
Bang.
Very convincing round right there. The
Bang's
fast,
gonna do
decisive
it.
B hit. After they've
Um,
been kind of playing semi-slow.
I don't think you
Showing a
can
lot
keep
of
force
people
buying if
that
you're
had it in the
Sentinels.
previous round, now just going for the B split with late lurks.
You should see a timeout, yeah, Sentinels
Giving us a
timeout. I
moment
was
to
expecting
discuss
Yeah.
what we're
For-
seeing here. I think for
for
100 Thieves,
freaking on,
they
for,
look confident, they look comfortable.
for
they don't
for
look fazed
100
by
Thieves,
really anything.
the money
They're
is
playing their
like
game at their pace,
weird.
under their own terms, and it's working.
I think they have a great game plan so far.
You're on
they've
T
been doing a lot
side,
of
so
pressure in
it's
this mid
supposed to
and A area of the
be
map, and
you're
that kind of opens up that
you're
entire
on
B.
defense
And when you
side,
have B
so
side
you're
down,
supposed
I feel
to
like it's
like
so much harder to retake on B than it is on A.
try to get as many rounds
I really
as you
like the way
can,
the Thieves have
as
approached
you
this
can.
match so far. Even Cryo, he just looks so much more
And
confident.
I
than
don't know
we've
what
seen
you
in
do if you're
honestly
100,
previous
if you're
matches
Sentinels
compared
now.
to last year, everything like
Yeah,
off the rip of
1000%.
pistol round, you know, just
Like
jumping
the
up on top of
aggression
that
worked on pistol, but
mid area and just being
it's
a
a
menace,
pistol round, so
making Sentinels have to clear him out while his team plants the
what do
bomb.
you want to go for?
A little bit of
You
a
have a
slow start for
lockdown to
Sentinels
play
as well.
with, but
Still
in the
plenty,
gun rounds.
yeah, there's still plenty of Valorant to play as well. But
the
you're right.
Sova is still
I mean,
far
4 of the last
from
5
his
going in favor of
ultimate,
100
like
Thieves.
3 points, so you could play with your lockdown.
It's not too shabby of a streak. We'll see
I
how things
guess.
change on the other side of this timeout. Saucy, the only one from the defense
The
with
fact
the
that
rifle.
they don't
Meanwhile,
invest
if you look at the
more
side 100 Thieves, they've got
is a
resources for
little
days.
worrying.
And their ult cycles are starting to come online. Many of them just 1-2 points away. There's real danger of a snowball becoming an avalanche
And Cryo.
Oh my god.
Talk about comfort.
Eco farming.
Cryo's sitting
I mean,
cozy
you've
right
killed
now.
3 people. You have to go.
Yeah, he came.
I don't
ready
even
to
know
play
why
today.
you like clear
He's
yellow
trying to
like
make a
that.
statement right now. Yeah, you may have won Madrid.
Where you
but
spam
I've
with
been
a
sitting here
molly,
watching
you know,
play and I want
and
it.
just don't
And
just
yeah, these
go
are
like.
eco frags, but I think again we talk so much about confidence and we talk about what that does to play throughout the rest of the map. I think it has pretty.
Do you save to
tremendous implications.
classics?
Yeah,
Or you
and
just
especially
wait
on the
and you
duelist
don't
role,
want
I
to
think
feed
it's
the
very
ultimate.
important
Yes.
to be warmed up and heated up and have that confidence when you're swinging players to, you know, not just swing to swing, but to swing to kill. You know, there's a big difference.
Solo should be the one
You have the
hunting
intent of someone being
because
there, you're
you
just more dialed in
know
on your crosshair, you
next
hit every
round they
shot
have a
you just did.
lockdown and you want that Sova ultimate online.
I mean, it wouldn't be
You want that
Celsius if
Sova
he didn't get a
ultimate
kill.
online.
Send bundle.
Player standing.
And he can buy
GT
your
tried
too, so.
getting into it. Sal's is not able to convert on another.
they can
so
get
nothing
it.
really saved.
100
Team
Thieves
with
should
the 2-round
focus
lead.
on
EU
that.
one away from having his ult on
That's
mine.
all
Bang has
for the
his carried
Sova.
into the 9.
Maybe start on B, finish on A.
And I think that timeout was mainly for
With,
this first gun round. So let's see what Kaplan
with a Gecko ultimate.
cooked up. And here's the replay. It really looks pretty easy for Cryo right now. It's not like he's hitting some insane shots. It's just very, very good crosshair placement.
This is gonna be
I think
Instinctual.
one notable difference here, Zekin has the op. First time of the map, if I'm not mistaken.
And it's going to be hard to clear him out without having that KO knife to, you know, tag him, find out where he is, because there's a lot of unbreakable knives that you can throw that'll give you that info.
Oh, it's going to be on Boostio to go exploring and hunting, fishing, perhaps.
Yeah. I love this Viper wall. It allows you to lurk into the spot that Boostio's at, play the mind games, listen for the rotates.
I think
and if anybody pushes up, you can punish.
Yeah, but I think the interesting thing is this is the
See
same
the
thing we saw a
Viper,
couple rounds
man.
ago, but it was Bang.
Generally.
Right, who was in this exact position.
Yeah.
With Zekin on the other side. Now, mind you, previously it was a net from
Generally, it would be either Viper
gave that
or
away. Doesn't seem
Killjoy.
like it's going to be the case this time, but
And that's a great shout, and I wonder if Bang is going to show somewhere
do
on
you do
purpose
when
so
it
that enemy
lets
team
you-
understands, oh, you know, we saw the default before, and he was
Enemy
actually lurking
Killjoy
at you,
still
so maybe if
has
he
a
shows
molly.
somewhere, maybe if he shows on A or something, even just a molly, that might
On
make
A.
the rotate from Sen go to A site, but not budget.
That's a big pick.
Zekin has been patient in his
Okay.
positioning.
It's gonna go back, and they're gonna
Reasonably
eat
so,
A.
given that John's over his shoulder. The Thrash invested A.
That's the second one.
Yeah. And
I
that's
really
the hit.
don't like those clear.
And again, it comes down
Like
to
I feel like a lot of geckos are lazy with their ultimate.
They have Sasi's ult as well.
They just use it
ult.
one time,
So cool, it gets a little cubby.
and then they don't
over there.
play it
Of
in
course,
a
Cross
way
playing in front of his team.
which would allow them
Tucked away as
to
safe as humanly possible. There's gonna
play
be a late
with it
flank
again.
Out from Boostio. If the timing is right.
It's not
Cryo
gonna
opts
be
no
destroyed,
falling.
is it? It
And Bang is
is.
gonna join.
But it's not enough.
Everything fell apart on this one. It didn't get to half, but it's a 1v5.
And Sentinels.
There's plenty of time. The retakes again.
Ball was committed in that. I don't know if I agree with that. You're down.
They're gonna find a
1v5.
flawless.
That's a tough round to win. But yeah, the retake was amazing. And they even had the Gecko Molly to fish out the one gap in the KJL. Those small little details make it impossible, because if that Molly doesn't come through, Bang can survive and get back into the gas.
Right.
And you're good. And you just play spam on the bomb with the Soul Vault. And everyone's one-shot kill. And we saw, you know, Cryo still tried to disrupt the retake, but that KJL, I mean, he had to push back after he used that dash. But now look, Boostio has an off in play. Attack off. Let's see if he can catch anybody off guard early on.
He's been historically good with it.
Yeah. And actually Bang told him from the previous round, hey, Zelsis likes to peek under the tube, so that's why I think he bought it. He's holding that under tube area. And as I say that,
Nice flash.
Zelsis gets a pop flash peek, but
Nice little play mid.
gathered. That's
Nice
it.
fan. And you can see
You know,
like the
about
difference
left
between like
to protect.
good teams and bad teams.
And now 100
You
Thieves have
have
a moment to slow
all
things
those
down.
small like
As really
one,
has
two
been the
player
approach in
playing
a couple of these rounds.
each other's
I do think
utility
the
and
interesting
stuff,
thing about how
type
we've
of
seen them
plays.
play this attack side is that it's been dynamic, right?
Yeah.
They've been pacey. They've
The big
been
thing
more
is
methodical and meticulous.
is
And even
Bang
mixing
gonna
up the sites
find
that they're doing it at.
space on B?
They've shown a lot of depth and a lot of intent in playing the entire map. to its full potential, and there's the pick that you were looking for from Boosty.
What do they do with it now?
Nice shot, Cryo.
That was pretty.
And he gets the info of KO being there. And look at B.
He's so far up. Bang has gotten behind them.
30 seconds left.
If there's an attempt to save, it might be spoiled.
Oh my gosh. Easy pickings right now for Bang.
And they're running circles around Sentinels right now. Cryo's playing well. Bang is getting space. Boosty's picking people with the op. This is a great start for 100 Thieves.
And you see the game plan right now when they do their A default. They're getting somebody inserted, whether it's Boostio, whether it's Bang, towards that B area of the map, just listening for the rotations. And I mean, they could have gone back there this time. They decided to commit.
Yeah.
And that was the that knife was insane.
That was pretty. I think the tough thing is too, we saw Zelsys set up the alarm bot mid, which is generally, if you're gonna get a late hit, like if you're gonna get late flank, that's where it's coming from. It's so much harder to worry about the exact opposite side of the map in situations like that. So again, I think indicative of how 100 Thieves are really looking to play the entire map.
Yeah.
Did he
They invest a
cancel
lot of utility
the
early
drone?
on to take control of whether it's early A, this time it's early B.
That's high peak.
He was
Make
ready
this
for it.
hold.
It's too much.
And again, 100 Thieves find themselves in a big, in a numbers advantage.
Is he gonna go mid?
And it's just one, but you just can play
Viper?
things so much more freely here.
Whoa.
Pit invested by John.
But they're already yellow.
Do you go in there?
There's a player just on the other side.
What a flash.
Oh my god.
He still gets a
Boostio.
kill onto Boosty, and that was the immediate threat.
If you're tense, you see the smoke beam. You know the smoke was on.
It was perfect.
Amazing.
There could be a rotate.
Again, showing proficiency on the roll. They're leaning back A. They still have a lot of Zelsys' utility to play around. They've got all of the KJ utils.
Okay, they
Zelsys
found
also
Celsius.
no longer around.
30 seconds
John's
left.
going to be
plant
late
was
on the
denied,
rotation
though.
too. So you imagine Sentinels are going to wait for everyone to get together and then attempt this retake.
This is so hard. Everyone pushed up here. But this
John
flank
QT late lurk.
everything.
Is he gonna be
Even
expected?
that, you have to be able to alleviate some of the pressure on the front, and they just can't.
Nobody's looking back though. It's gonna
Bang
save.
gets a couple of big kills, and John has no choice but to save.
I like that they're up 4v3, 100 Thieves, and they decide to all play in and take the fight. 2 Sentinels once again. They didn't even care about the flank. They're like, all right, let's just flip it. Why not? And I think 100 Thieves should have an idea that John went to go save that off. And they've been doing a good job not getting, first blooded by anybody from Sen. Using a lot of utility, like I said, on their defaults early on. Committing the drone, committing the Gecko Flash, picking it back up, and then just holding. Or depositing somebody and going back to the other side.
That was big.
Yeah.
Because again, I think we've seen a lot of situations where 100 Thieves have a numbers advantage, and it's because of little plays like that.
Yep.
Where they're just so much more comfortable.
And, it might look troll of Zekin to, re-swing into that, but with the way that 100 Thieves have been playing, he has to, re-clear that to understand if they're there or not. Because they've been leaving a lurk a lot of the times. If he catches that one lurk out, that can give you the edge in the round.
A beautiful hat from 100 Thieves so far. Still 1 round left to play. Off shot rattled. Thrash invested. Zelsys has been here a couple of times. Gets a timing. I thought he was going to get punished by Bang.
Wow.
But they continue to double down. It feels like for the first time in a little while, Sentinels have a big numbers advantage. EU and Asuna, the only one around.
Oh, nice
Asuna falls,
fun.
EU joins them.
And it's shovel.
The last round of the half for Sentinels,
5-7 in defense is okay.
Not bad at all. 100 Thieves looking
Again,
pretty good.
a slightly
But can they keep it
attack
up on
map,
the defense?
Switching sides.
Slightly decided map.
Sentinels is not a team that just rolls over for teams. They make it hard every single time. And we've seen them in a way bigger deficit and come back on their attacking side.
I think the one benefit for Sentinels is they've been in positions like this before. They've played more rounds than anyone else, and they're comfortable with it. Smix is standing by with Masters Madrid champion Curry. Let's take a listen.
Thank you very much, Doug. The crowd loves you. The crowd loves you, Curry. It is such a pleasure to have you here with an introduction like that as well. Is this your first time here in the Riot Games Arena?
Yeah, this is my first time being here at the arena. It's amazing. I mean, the crowd is amazing, and I mean, Sentinels are going to win this game too.
We were chatting a little bit before this interview started, and I could tell that you were super, super confident. And even when Cryo was popping off, you were saying, oh, you know, I believe in these guys. They're the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Icebox is probably one of the worst maps for Sentinels. So even if Under Thieves do get this map, Sentinels are going to win this series 2-1.
I know that you have had an experience that not many players get to have, which is you actually got 3 days to practice with these guys, scrim with them. What was that experience like for you?
I believe we played like 12 scrims and lost 1 scrim, even though I was subbing in with Zelsis IGLing. So, I mean, I just experienced how good this team is, and yeah, I mean, they're just insane. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, last question for you. In an alternate universe, it could have been you up on that stage. You're making a face, but what do you think that would have been like for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very confident. Like, I legit felt like we were unstoppable from scrims. So, if I was playing, whether John or me are playing, like we were gonna be 100 Thieves anyways.
All right, love to hear that confidence. We'll see if that confidence comes to fruition as we head back to the map with Doug and Baby Bay.
Get the fuck out.
Thank you so much, Spix. Yeah, Dre, I think the big takeaway is that Curry's up next. Yeah. I mean, he might be him.
The fuck is that first message, man?
But, I mean, he is him. We saw him in the offseason actually sub in for C9, and he looked phenomenal, honestly. Played some of the best Valorant I've seen him play in a professional setting.
We'll see if that confidence translates, as Sue said, because Sentinels are still down 2 rounds against 100 Thieves. And yeah, you can have the conversation and discourse around whose map pick it was and whatnot, but the truth is, it really has felt like 100 Thieves have had control of the majority of this map. Asuna already farming an early orb.
Yeah.
His pistol's big though on a close map like this. Cryo getting his first and getting away.
Cryo
is
is
big.
fucking hot, man.
That's awesome. 4 people here for that setup. And EU is just tucked on top of this area. I don't know if he's gonna be hard cleared or not. He might just get free kills right here.
Yeah, I mean, he's tucked. Oh, the Dizzy might be a problem. The flash just 2 drops down, plays his life for now. Cryo swinging backside as Saucy commits to the plant, or Wingman does anyway. Ten's doing his best to will this thing back his way. Matumi falls into Busio left alone.
They didn't see him though.
No, they're both weak. Oh my god.
Sassy.
Big from Saucy, big from Sentinels.
He went insane. Seriously. The kill that he got on the Bang, I believe it was like an insta. And they were in a Viper's pit, all 3 players. So the fact that he just 2-tapped him like that quickly, was crazy.
And again, that was off of an opener from Cryo. They had the numbers advantage, and yeah, in pistols, that doesn't quite mean the same, but they had a lot of things leaning their way.
Smiles. I'd be smiling too if I would have pistol that way. You were down.
Yep.
Big.
No buy, no investment from the defense. Really, other than the fact that 4/5 of their team are sitting B, and that's where a lot of Sentinels are as well. Whoa! 1 kill found by Bang, but you imagine the rest will fall shortly thereafter.
Gosh.
John with 3. Yeah, he may have just gotten off the plane, but he seems to be clicking just fine.
Convincing. And yeah, 100 Thieves lost these last 2 rounds, but both times they had the majority of the players in the right spot. They had 4 people B when Sentinels did the B default. They had 4 people on A when Sentinels went for the pistol round at A. So the reads are in there, like, so clearly the prep is good. They understand how Sentinels likes to play this map. Cryo, early off.
Already have a trash
Light
for
armor
Sassy,
too.
though.
And he's going for a mid pick.
Well, that's not the target he was looking for.
He decides to not shoot the turret there, and I wonder if Celsius understands that that could be the off.
We're gonna have to keep a close eye on how many crashes we get. Sassy's already gotten his first. Spotted 2, if I'm not mistaken. But Bang boldly staying. The Dizzy in 1, the flash on the other from the KO, and Celsius swinging and dropping both. We missed it. We'll see if we can get another look at it. But Sasi's getting in on it as well. This was really where things feel like they were supposed to start. This is where 100 Thieves were supposed to be able to fight back with weaponry.
Oh, man.
And it's all on to EU now. A 1v4.
And a bonus for Sen.
Sentinels look good on the attack side.
And like I said, like we've seen Sentinels be down crazy amounts. Most notably on Sunset of all maps, but when they get on that attacking side,
oh wow,
and they can control the pace of the rounds, they can do things like this. And winning the bonus is so huge. It just completely ruins the economy of 100 Thieves and basically just gives you infinite money for the rest of the half if you're Sentinels.
That's just such a cozy lead they've given themselves. But again, for as many times as we've seen that, we've seen teams pull out a thrifty win with circumstances that you think they wouldn't or shouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
We'll see if 100 Thieves can do a bit of the same. Already hot to trot, rotating
They're
B.
pulling everyone.
This is just like what we saw 2 rounds ago. But this time they have a Thrash.
Oh, great molly from John there.
And you farm this line. You farm this hold so many times, you can get another.
And you set that up perfectly.
They're leaving weapons.
The thrifties. John has to go huge here in this mid area of the map.
A shuffling of the weapons, Bang and Cryo, the 2 with rifles. John has much to do about it. And he often delivers for his team. Gets the first mollies and gets away, buys some time.
Look at Celsius.
He's just a nuisance right now.
No!
He's gonna get caught behind you. What?
Bang cleans him up. The thrifty comes through just when it looked like there was going to be some
Thrifty
stabilizing.
almost a flawless too.
It falls apart.
They're gonna pick
And
up
I
the
spoke about
weapons.
economy, but it doesn't even matter when you thrifty right back after losing the bonus. So they're still in it. Easily could have been a 9-7.
I think that's what most people expected.
Yeah.
But it's been the gamble stacks. You know, you mentioned at the beginning of the half, it feels like their reads are right. They're in the right place at the right time. And that's a large part of why they were able to convert this round.
I think that Tyson may have team flash there. Onto Zekken at the top, because when he dropped, you know, we saw it. Like Zekken had like all the white on his face, so maybe a little bit of a misflash there from Tyson.
And we have a note for Cryo again.
100 Thieves there.
They still have weapons. They still have enough money for Sentinels to buy. Light armor on 4 of 5.
This is going to be the 1-2 punch combo with Cryo and Bang.
And Cryo as an op.
Yeah. A little up, down. Wow.
Dude, Cryo is...
He did his homework.
Yeah.
He understands where Saucy likes to throw that Gecko Flash and what the gap is. And it's on that top box.
I mean, if nothing else,
So well played.
They look prepared.
Yeah, that was so well played, because even if Sen decided to walk into the site there, they had an up-down
Nice
setup.
knife.
The knife misses.
Unlucky knife. See if they can navigate around that. Tens pushing forward. Dizzy grouping everybody.
Oh my gosh.
How much more can
Cryo's in there.
And he's going to continue to push. Right past the wall. Right past
Damn.
the defenses. Right to another for 100 Thieves.
Jump in with a fucking shotgun.
Yo, Cryo
Picks up
is
the
He's looking
rifle.
crazy right now.
He's got a 20 bomb.
He just
still has
ran.
op.
Yeah, he just ran straight into sight from heaven with a shorty. Picks up a rifle and then just pushes through the rifle.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, this guy's feeling it.
Yeah.
Later.
A 1-round lead for 100 Thieves just when it seemed like Sentinels was going to be able to roar this
He
thing
has the
back
knives too, so
and kind of run
if he
away
wants
with
to go
it. You see the
he
resilience
can.
from the defense. The op currently sitting B. That's not where the attack is headed.
So far for Sen, we
They
haven't
have
really
no
seen a lot
lurk.
of, like, lurking
They have no
or
space on the map.
any type of pressure in mid too much. It's been just stacks everywhere.
EU with the flash in his face has to give
One
the
for
space
one.
Jeez.
Okay.
up. Now Asuna getting a bit of the same
Second one
treatment.
for Thieves.
Unfortunately, walks into a molly, takes some damage, and then dies.
You have something? No, you have to go. You have to leave.
Real way
You have to
out of
concede the
this.
site.
Is he gonna stay and try to kill as many as he can?
I think he
Look
is.
at Bang, look at Bang, fine.
Do they clear him?
Whoa!
Oh no. Oh, that's like a
But
jump
it
scare.
denies
It's a
the
horror
plant,
game, but
though.
Cryo and Bang still get a couple. And now Tens is left in a 1v2. Quiet though. Can he do it again?
Spike retrieved.
Another potential Tens moment on the cards if he can pull off this 1v2. Blades used. Cryo has been confident. He's been consistent.
He's in
He's
the-
been calculated. And he wins it out.
He's in the Viper money.
And I like that from Bang. He had the perfect flank, takes his time, gets his 1 or 2, and then groups up with Cryo there just to secure the 2v1. They don't want to give these 1v1s to anybody from Sentinels because they know, you know, Sen can win easily if you give them the shots. And this A hold so far from 100 Thieves, it's been very aggressive. They've been going for the fights. Even Asuna there, like, he could have tucked behind the box the whole time, but he decided to go for a swing.
Yeah.
Gets punished that time, but that is the game plan. They're all fighting, and they're fighting together.
And it's worked. I mean, it's working in wonders, really. We've talked so much about Cryo, and I think that's something that we need to continue to highlight because it's not just that he's having a good game. He's having an outrageous game so far. 23 and 11. He's been confident every time. It seems like, you know, I think about John QT getting the kill while he was planning there on the EU. Cryo instantly punched back with the kill with the op, and that was like such a small moment where it feels like the round could have gotten away from them. So Cryo has delivered in big moments. He's delivered in eco moments. Cryo's just been insane for 100 Thieves up until this point.
And I think like a lot of the feedback he got from last year was maybe he was a little bit too passive on the entries on the jet, but like, that's not what we just saw on this Icebox. Yeah, we're in the second half now, but the first half he was dashing in, he was going for these aggro plays. He has the aim and the capability to do that, but I think, you know, coming in from chamber meta where he was more stationary most of the time, just holding lines down with an op, I think he kind of lost that a little bit last year. So this year, I think you can tell that that's been a focus for sure. And then on the defense, he can still use the op like he does chamber with the jet. But just way more aggressive play from him in general.
And that aggression is working out. 3 rounds in a row for them. As we turn our attention towards the 19th, there's a bit of that aggression. And yes, this time it's intended for EU to get the orb. Got some help around him. Cryo gets flash, has to give the space up.
They just give, yeah. They should give. They're maniacs, but they're maniacs, Doug.
Tens falls. Should be in a position to get rezzed. Yeah, there he goes.
They get the
Brings
eyes.
him back from the
Nice
depths.
fight.
Cryo with the up still. A miss for perhaps the first time this map.
Can make
Now
you
Zach is
save
up top, EU shirt lead. Not expecting it, but he does. Lands a shots on him. EU and Cryo left in a 2v4 with a pit in their face. They're gonna have to get around that.
I can't use
And their economy's pretty good, so maybe just going for damage here
Here.
is the name of the game. But
nice.
I mean,
yeah, the damage is a one-way
just gets
street
spammed.
right now. Yeah.
I mean,
Nice
no, I'm
found.
going for a kill. At least you're gonna get ult online. I think that's what he's trying to do here. He's gonna do it.
Maybe catch an exit on the way out.
Yeah, from the way out.
That's big here too. He hears them. He
Even
knows
if
they're
he
coming.
dies, it's okay. It's
Yeah.
fine. Get the ult orb though. It's so worth it.
They might not give him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to give him the fight. They're not going to give him an inch.
And I wonder now if I'm Sentinels, maybe I do some kind of trap onto that A orb because 100 Thieves have been honestly abusing the fact that they can just grab it for free, even on pistol round, right? We
They
saw.
did it in the previous round too.
Yeah. They've been farming it. That's a crazy shot. I want
That's
to
a
see
lucky
the
shot.
shot through the smoke. There it is. Okay, bye, Cryo. NT.
It's a fucking lucky shot.
Again, there was a ton of conversation around EU, 1 point away from his ult, what they're going to do with it. It doesn't seem like they're trying anything early.
And you see it. The whole play was to punish if EU went for that orb.
Yeah.
So it's very wise from 100 Thieves to not do that and just play the KJ ult, basically retake here. But does Busio get hard cleared? That's the question.
We saw EU here a little bit ago. Spotted. The blades don't land.
Now he only has a deagle.
That's normally enough for Zekin. We'll see if it plays out that way. Saucy committing to the plant. The spike dropped, and they're going to have to get through a pit, too.
Is that going to break? No.
Wow. Channeled all the way through. And the thing is, 100 Thieves have taken so much space off of this. They want to continue to fight, and Bang delivers again.
That's
But
him.
the counter punch comes through at just the right moment. Asuna not able to get it to half. He's left alone. A 1v3 will not convert. Sentinels ties at 10.
Very tense first, man.
And yeah, Bang, he took the timing to get pushed up there and get 2, but I'm just wondering if his Viper Pit was actually covering the bomb or not, because if it was, it probably would have been wise to just keep that up. Make Sentinels go for the spam. Make them expose themselves and just kill them, because they had all the space gathered off of that KJ ult. And that's a tough round to lose when you invest a big ult like that. Two big ults.
Yeah. One that feels like it should have been sure. Slips through your fingertips. 100 Thieves call a timeout. Tied at 10.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is like, I feel like we've been, hyping up 100 Thieves a lot because they have been showing a lot of great things.
Yeah, they look
but
good.
The score is 10-10, so it's like, even when like a team is playing at their best, Sentinels is still just like, yeah, we're still in it. Give us your all. We're resilient. What does this mean for C9?
That's such a good question. Big win for them yesterday.
Yeah, that was huge.
But again, tied at 10. Last time out called. We'll get to see how this thing closes out. EU with his ult. And Saucy has his for... It hasn't been farmed the way I think we normally see when it comes to geckos. He's had a couple, but not really to the same degree that we've seen in the past.
Yeah. I think 100 Thieves have been doing a good job of delaying bomb plants in general, and that's been delaying Saucy from getting his ult up online, like he does on maps like Sunset.
Yeah.
What does he decide to do with this ult? I think A is a great approach with the Gecko ult. You can clear out most of the site with it. And 100 Thieves love playing on top of the screen area.
Yeah, they've had, what, 3 different people up there.
Yeah.
Right? It's been Busio, it's been EU. Now it's Asuna.
Whoa.
Cryo down low. A hand spotted. The shot doesn't connect.
Get out, buddy.
Cryo has to dash away, and second went hunting. Hot on his tail, but ultimately dies for it.
Oh my gosh.
Cryo continuing to dash around, taking so much damage. And the aggression pays off once more. But even in the face of all of that, Bang's the one who's left alone. John QT and Zelsis looking to get the lead over to Sentinels. Can Bang do anything about it? He's been really good for them.
Oh my god.
He's not going to land the shots this time.
Jordan with the
Very
grab
close.
walk. One tapped him. And the crazy thing is Cryo played that nearly perfect, but it still wasn't enough.
He found so much value just when you think like, oh, he's going to die now.
He lived
Surely
for so
he doesn't
long.
get more, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I thought Bang was gonna have the one up on him there.
Me too.
Zelsis just too fast.
If I'm not mistaken, other than the pistol, this is the first time the Sentinels have had a lead.
Yeah. And very aggressive here again is Zekin, denying that orb.
Asuna?
Oh, he's giving his position away. Asuna takes a little bit of damage.
Cryo
Cryo
finds
again.
another
He's
fucking
doing
shot.
everything right now for his team.
I think the question comes down to, though, is that enough? Right? Is that enough?
This would be completely necessary. If Bang gets this kill onto Jordan, it'll really be tough for Sentinels to get the bomb down. You're going to see EU probably invest the Sova ult on the tap. And then Asuna has the Gecko ult for the retake, and that's the kill I was talking about.
It's traded right back, though. That was the only person anywhere
Yeah,
close
the
by
weapon is a
except for
little
you. You
annoying
mentioned
to
Rookie ult,
get.
but
This
You
is
can
so
see
winnable if you're
Cryo
Thieves.
looking for the weapon.
You
They've
have the
cycled
Echo
it
Wall, and this is why
all
you
the
see
way
Zekken
back.
pushing up. He knows he has to get a kill, try to even it out.
He's gonna find it.
The target matters too. You hear Dizzy go over the top, nothing found. And there's
It's
the
all you,
first
little
instance,
homie.
potentially of more.
I'm
They
the
invest
hunter.
both. EU uses his ult, Asuna does too. Cryo falls and are seeing some of those rifles come through.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
They invested heavy into this as well.
That's the worst case scenario. You have nothing. No ults going in the next round.
Yeah.
Good
It's,
job from Sentinels
it's
to
up.
dodge all the ults. Dodge the Sobal.
We got it.
Dodge the Gecko ult. And that Gecko ult has to be invested early on because of what Zekken did, showing presence all the way pushed up on default.
Sure.
Had he not done that, Asuna would have no reason to use the ult from so far away, and they could have used it closer. Another timeout, last timeout from Run of Thieves. What can they cook up here?
Well, I think to go back to some of the conversation the desk was having, if 100 Thieves are to have a shot in this series, it feels like they need to win here. And so as you think about the landscape of the rest of the series and the maps that are before us,
split.
And then you think about the fact that Cryo has had an outrageous map. This feels like a really bad one to let get away.
Yeah, and on Jet too. From what we saw last time they played the split, Cryo was on controller and he looked great, but the stuff he's been doing on Jet so far has been like insane. So it's not going to be a feels good going into honestly what is probably Sentinel's best map if they can't bring this back. And Tyson is one orb away from KO ult. So I'm curious to see if they decide to try to farm that up and use it, or just go for a full sight hit and get that ult on the plant or through a kill on the entry.
Seems like the attack might try to explore mid a little bit. We haven't
This
seen them
might
do
be
that.
one of the first rounds they've done it in the perfect time.
We haven't seen them do that very much at all.
You're on match point. Set up the lurk here. There's no alarm bot watching it, so the body has to be holding it. And I wonder off of this drone if Jordan tries to take the timing up mid, but 100 Thieves is wary of it. They're still holding for him.
Actually got a lot of value out of that. He cleared so much space with that drone.
Yeah.
And look at the minimap. Sentinels are so patient right now.
Yeah, they're just letting it cook right now. 100 Thieves have a good idea though. They still have 4 here. They don't need to worry about it. Pretty much a retake B.
Including the op. Start to see some of the utilities soar across the sky.
This is the perfect call.
Again, they haven't done this. I think the one thing you got to be careful about is the turret that was in kitchen. Spotted, get cleared out. Now Busio's going to be on a late flank mid. The timing on this is going to be massive. Meanwhile, Cryo and Asuna up top, holding things down. It seems like Sentinels have been stuffed. Cryo with the op, Sassi with the filthy shot. He gets 3 on the round.
He's getting the res.
A 3v2, Bang and Bustio left alone. Bustio falls. Can Bang do it on his own? A 1v2? No! Sassi with 4 and Sentinels secure Icebox.
No wonder why you got ego. This guy's cold.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it.
Ice in his veins from the moment he stepped in to the arena. Wow, great resilience from Sen. Taking that attack half and just great team play, honestly. The trading, you see it all. The trading, immaculate. Individual prowess from Sassi, of all players. I mean, he really just took over the game in the last couple rounds.
That felt like a win that they grinded through.
Yeah.
It never felt secure, really. It never felt like it was in their hand. And, and you know, not every win is...
Cryo playing like this.
Yeah, and not every win is pretty, and honestly, it doesn't have to be. Right? They grinded their way through, and they pulled it off.
When you win against specifically a player who's just popping off like that, and you still beat them, I mean, it kind of feels like they've thrown everything at you and you still win. You have even more confidence going into this next map, and it's your best map.
Things looking good for Sentinels. They survive Icebox, split on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
First trip cleared, the dog went all the way around the pillar!
The wall's working against him. In his face! Cryo!
Smick standing here with Coach Kaplan after Sentinels take map number 1. Kaplan, I think this is the first time I get to personally congratulate you. Congratulations on winning Madrid. It was amazing to watch. And I'm curious because initially I'm sure that was your first Mount Everest, was to not only win kickoffs, but to do the more important thing, which was to win Masters Madrid. But now that you've done that, I feel like your job almost gets a little bit harder. I mean, the goal starts becoming, okay, we've reached the top, now we have to maintain the top. So what has the focus been for you and the team in practice after winning Madrid?
Yeah, I mean, it's been tricky. We've only gotten scrims in a little bit with Curry because John was in Morocco working out his visa. It's the most unique challenge I've dealt with so far as a coach. It's my first time dealing with it, coming back, making sure we're not complacent. So a lot of it today was picking up the energy. Hey, this game is really important, the way the format works. We need to win it. But then when we're losing, you know, we have a tough defense half. Hey, we didn't get to scrim it. All good guys go next. Like, you know, not our best map. We didn't get time to clean it up. Just being realistic with our standards is what we're doing right now.
For what it's worth, Curry had utter faith, even when you guys were down. So congratulations and best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sentinels won the game, but 100 Thieves gave the reigning champs a run for their money, especially on their attacking half, and it came through strong set plans and also great macro timing. We're coming into this round with 100 Thieves ready to drop a Killjoy ult in B main. They're separated 4-1 right now with Bang in mid, but we'll get to him in just a little second. First things first is they drop down this ult, and it doesn't really leave much space, actually, for players to play backside, right? You've got to go all the way back into Snowman, or you're very deep into Kitchen with a long pathway to actually re-clear space onto the site. So as 100 Thieves come in here, we've got a great Dizzy that comes popping up on the top, and a lot of teams would be happy enough to just simply allow the wingman to go down and plant the spike. But 100 Thieves have other ideas. They want to fight forward. So with that Dizzy coming through, Cryo dash updrafts onto the top of the site. If you missed that, look at the mini-map right here. Dizzy primes dash updraft top site, and that Dizzy timing allows Cryo to keep pushing into Kitchen. That's where he takes the fight. We've got to freeze, because it's just a 1-for-1 at the time being. It gets deeper than that, though. See this crossfire that his teammates have continued scaling up with. Those two players are going to freeze any players trying to come through Kitchen on site, even if they manage to get a kill. And Bang is now on the path forward. So they lock him there, and Bang comes in for a great timing. They're distracted by the two players on site, and they get the kill. But how does Bang even get there? Because he goes so quickly through this mid space, right? Well, look at the timing again of how he works with his teammates. Right now, he's inside of his own Viper Orb in mid, and he hears this Killjoy turret back on Boiler. That means there's no turret in Kitchen. Now, remember the Killjoy ult? Players can only be in Kitchen, but he waits for his teammate to swing into that hallway before he pops out here, so everyone would be turned away. Then, when they get stuck by those two players on site, he's popping up, shooting two players in the back of the head. It is a great plan, all about misdirection and allowing Bang to come in on a brilliant timing to win that round and go up to a 7-5 attacking half at the end. We'll hear what 100 Thieves head coach Zix has to say after that map number 1, and it's pretty nice calling.
Smick standing here with Coach Zix after map number 1. Coach, I'm curious, going up against Sentinels, they are one of the teams that have the most VODs you could possibly review, dating from kickoffs all the way to Madrid. Knowing that they were going to be the first team that you play, I'm curious, how much of the preparation was based around the VOD review you did of them versus focusing on your team and getting your team to its best shape?
I would say, well, I mean, in preparation for the match, we thought we'd be playing against Curry, so, that didn't help. But, I mean, we have a fair bit of a pretty good balance, I'd say. Mostly we're focused on ourselves, but we have little antes here and there that got us a few kills in map 1, and we'll see how many we'll get in map 2.
Sounds good. Best of luck on map number 2.
And it's going to be the Sentinels who pick up a big win on their, against 100 Thieves on their pick of Icebox there, of course. A very, very hard-fought game. It felt like 100 Thieves were given, as you guys had mentioned, a run for their money on the Madrid champs. But hey, you know what? Managed to pull through when it mattered most. And heroics from Saucy, everyone stepping up. This is the reason why Sentinel is such a scary team, Bala.
It felt kind of weird at the beginning of that game how 100 Thieves was kind of controlling everything. And Sentinels was not having that fire that Kaplan was kind of talking about, especially in that first half. But you saw, I mean, you started seeing Zealous pop up in individual moments, Zekin pop up in individual moments, and you kind of realize, you're like, this feels like they're going to start getting into form. Practice or no practice, it feels like they're just going to return back to what they did in Madrid.
I mean, these are the situations they thrive in, right? You're down in a game, you haven't had much prep done, you're having to turn it around last second. They're so good when they have those opportunities. I was most impressed with Tens and Saucy, not only how they were using their util together to set up their A-side hits in particular were looking great with the KO Gecko, but both those guys were electric in the late rounds. I mean, that final round from Saucy was
nuts.
ridiculous.
Okay, I get it. Sentinels are good. Team, we can all agree on that, right? No, I'm on board. I'm on board.
He's on board.
But I've also been hearing that for a long time, and I honestly was really pleased with how 100 Thieves played.
yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Like, they didn't walk away with
they
the
were
win,
in
but
control with that for like 3/4 of the match.
100%. And I think, again, what I was seeing was a lot of those set ideas looking very, very strong. So even moving into a map like Split that you know Sentinels are going to be wanting to play, I feel like they're going to have a lot of strong ideas heading into that too.
But I think they're going to get 2-0. I think they need to win Icebox.
Okay, I didn't say they weren't.
I mean, we did see Sentinels get a little dismantled on Split in Madrid a little bit. A lot of work was put to stop that team on that map. They felt like it was a home map. Kaplan multiple times said, maybe not so much anymore. So curious, you know, could that maybe be the case here, or are we still very high on
You're
Sentinels?
talking what, Genji and Paperex, who kind of dismantled them on Split.
That's fair.
Very
I think that's a very different like tier and very different style of play. 100 Thieves play a lot more like Sentinels. They run this Gecko fade comp that is different than some of the other Gecko comps, but plays a lot more similar to the normal kind of double initiator ideas that we see played a ton in North America. The biggest downside of this 100 Thieves comp is you're giving
Classic
up
comp
that
for
center.
Sen.
So I'm really looking to see how John QT works the map and tries
And
to find these gaps because he's so damn good at it.
for
When he calls
100
attack sides.
This comp indexes far less into
Double
control,
controller, double
like the
initiator,
comp you're seeing Sentinels run, and way
one
more into
duelist,
mid-range aggro,
no
right?
sentinel,
Gecko Fade, Astra
which
Star feel the setup.
it's
So it
something
is
we
very
see on
much about
Split.
how they can pick and choose their fights in mid-rounds, mid-re-aggros, ideas like this. You can really dominate space with your utility in a very different way to a lot of other comps.
Things I really like from that is kind of the confidence from players who are already seeing. People like Cryo coming online in a massive way for 100 Thieves. I think that's going to be really important with a more aggressive style like we'll see from them on this map.
Well, these two teams are no strangers to going to distance when they play against one another. We'll see if it happens here again. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You got Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you, GB. Dre, I think the conversation was 100 Thieves tested the mettle of Sentinels. They pushed them on Icebox, but this should be an entirely different arena on Split.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing against one of the best Split teams in the game. But the cool thing is that you can prep anything you want going into this, any game plan you want. And honestly, 100 Thieves historically has not been that bad on Split in general.
Sure.
So I think it is a strong map for them. And having EU on this fade, he's very comfortable playing it. He's played it in the past on M80 and etc. So I think this is it's gonna be a lot closer than I think people think it could be. But I still think that it's gonna be an uphill battle for them.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is we saw them struggle a little bit in Madrid on Split. The proficiency that they had on it was exposed, maybe isn't the right word, but they certainly lost more maps than I think people expected them to. So with 100 Thieves having the ability to prep whatever they want, right? To watch all of that film for the entire tournament, I can totally see a situation, a world where 100 Thieves feel really confident. They feel prepared heading into this map.
Yeah, as they should, and you know, even off the last map, you know, they played very well, and I think that, you know, that's a testament to how much work they've put in.
I wonder though too, is Sentinels flirt with the middle of the map a little bit here.
They have contacted all the way from A main into the vent area.
Yeah, they have no idea.
So unique.
He has a frenzy. First kill found. Zelfs is not able to find anything.
Bang saves him.
Bang over the top. Helping him out and bailing him. Oh, dude, this contact approach that they've had around the entire map just continues. This time he used punch for it. Lucio not able to land the shots. And now Zekin going hunting.
Spike planted.
Daring to challenge.
What a great nade.
I mean, it was perfect. Heel's gonna top him.
Yeah, I
off,
mean,
and now
utility for
it's gonna be 100
utility.
Thieves to retake the space.
The
Find a little bit of room to
Gecko
work.
wins, he can speed it up, he can get a second flash.
Lucio plucks him out of the sky. Saucy.
Second, Evan
Not
Crea.
able to do anything with it.
And a
100
good
Thieves gets the
piston.
pistol.
Wow, I was really worried for 100 Thieves when I saw Sentinels contact all the way up A main and go into vent.
Yeah.
I still don't like the Astra though.
Lost the round guaranteed. But their pistol was good. It was a heavy male setup. And just pretty passive on the A, just, you know, playing towards that CT area of the map, giving all of that heaven space.
You know, I think another conversation, as I want to call back to Icebox one more time, because one of the big parts of the success that 100 Thieves found was Cryo just went nuts, right? He almost went double positive, if I'm not mistaken, on Jet.
Yeah.
It's hard to deliver that same performance on an agent like Astra.
Unless you're Demon 1, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, fair.
It's a very valid point. Asuna's going to need to step up big as well on this raise. And we've seen him do it time and time again. We know he's comfortable on the character. Is he ready for Sentinels, though? And again, this A contact from Sen. Conditioning that early on.
Right there. Boosty dealing a little bit of damage.
Should be bombed down here. For free.
Right there. And if that's all that plays out, I think for Sentinels you get a decent situation. Any gun that you can drop feels like a win. They didn't invest very much. 100 Thieves did into the round. Asuna pushing forward, dropping John QT. Ken's not able to find anything with it.
360
so
the
will
man.
get their second. And honestly,
pretty clean.
Yeah, all things considered.
Pretty clean, and it's already a good sign for 100 Thieves. The fact that they're willing to give up the site, even on an eco round, not push it, not rush it, use their utility. And they have so much utility, by the way, for these retakes. You have Fade Prowlers, you have the Eye, you have Boostio with the Wingman to defuse the bomb, or a Molly to clear out Hell. It's a lot of utility with this composition.
Lots of tools at their disposal.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing Sen already do this game plan of let's contact, because they understand that if they make a lot of noise and presence, they could easily run into a Tether Nade or a Gecko Flash play. You know, it's tough when you play against all this utility, but
that's a really good point.
A good way to outplay it is by just walking into the space, not making it obvious that you're there.
A 4-0 start for Asuna on the raise, 1 point away from Showstopper.
This is aggressive from 100 Thieves on a round. 1 for 1.
He's got his ult. And I mean, the fact that you have the ult round 3 suggests that, I mean, you want to invest it, right? Go ahead and use it.
Yeah.
Try to steal a cheeky round if you can.
When we spoke about how important the bonus is in the last map for Sentinels, this would be everything. This would be a great start to the half for 100 Thieves if they can win this round. Maybe get one more kill, invest the rocket.
Asuna getting pressured. Fear of what might be behind the dog. Has to drop the nade.
Yeah, and I don't think Sentinels want to hit this site where the raise is at.
Yeah.
If I was Asuna, I'd probably already be leaning once I made presence on this A side and just go to B already. Because of this right here.
Gonna get a lot of room to work mid. Remember, it is just Cryo who's B.
The A main clear was a little bit too late. Not going to be here in time, but if Cryo can survive for long enough, the rotate with the rocket can come in. Oh, that was very, very interesting.
Ambitious?
Ambitious, yeah. To say the least.
I got you. Spike planted.
And he gets punished for the ambition. Sentinels with site control, with the spike planted, with a gun advantage, with a numbers advantage.
It's tough, you know, maybe he thought that someone was in B main. Yes.
Enemy remaining.
But this is just, yeah.
Yeah, this is getting cleaned up. Asuna's the only one left. Looks like he's going to carry the ult into the next. Maybe find another with the Guardian, but can't. Sentinels are on the board. They punch back. And the one benefit here is, again, as we think about how the finances have played out at the beginning, 100 Thieves have plenty to work with here.
Yeah, they do. I think they had a really good chance of winning this round.
I think so too.
Had Cryo not made that small mistake, and that's what you see when you make tiny mistakes like that against a team of the caliber of Sentinels, who are like champions right now, the best team in the world right now.
Yeah.
They're gonna take advantage of that completely. So what ended up being a very winnable round for 100 Thieves that would have put them far ahead. Sentinels just steal it from them.
Okay, first gun on.
A lot of A main pressure from Sen in all of these rounds, but this time the lurk up B. Cryo dialed in.
Zealous has tried finding a timing.
Very ambitious there to peek after that first kill. Maybe just getting that one and getting out. Playing the 5v4 would have been nice.
I also think, as much as we've talked about Sentinels and their contacting through most of the map, I think we're starting to see some adjustments on how these are using their utility to sniff that stuff out. Right? Like as soon as the cages go up, EU dogs to clear out A main to confirm there may be somebody there. And I think because of that, they're able to rotate much earlier than they would otherwise.
Oh my gosh. Such a good call from John. But 100 Thieves might beat them there.
Yeah, it's a foot
Timing's
race.
not quite there.
It's a foot race, and I don't know if they're going to win it.
Yeah, they didn't do anything to actually keep the 100 Thieves players on that A site. Oh, but they're second guessing themselves again.
Second ult invested.
30
No one
seconds
on the
left.
site. How far up does he push? You imagine as soon as you clear the site, wow, I thought he'd be a little bit more aggressive with it. As soon as it fires,
Oh, that fucking
skill.
skill.
Counter. And now the two remaining members of 100 Thieves have so much space they need to take, and nothing will be found.
And for a second there, it looked like Zekin was alone, but he wasn't. He had the support of Tyson there, pushing CT together at the perfect timing.
A tandem that was so effective on the international stage, finding success here on Split.
And again, a little bit of an ambitious peak from Cryo, who actually supported
Enemy remaining.
Boostio perfectly there, got the one up. But then he decides to go for more off of that Gecko flash. So, you know, Cryo's been popping off, but I think he's overheating a little bit in some of these rounds, and it's punishing them. I don't blame him, you know, you had such a great map.
Yeah.
You feel like you were aimbotting everybody.
If the hand is hot, you keep shooting, but which has been a tough start for him. Boostio took a considerable amount of damage there.
And Sentinels right now just trying to get early mid info. This is one of the first rounds that they've defaulted 3 players here. Just trying to get info on where the stack could be from the defending side, not trying to get ecoed like they did on Icebox, but as I say that,
yeah, the problem is the stack is here.
The stack is indeed here.
My ultimate is ready.
They brought it back, and that allows Jean to get all this free real estate on the A ramp.
I wonder here if they fight to control some of these weapons, or if they just realize they've got the site and they want to take the straight up.
Yeah, John's got such a good spot here.
Yeah, EU
so pushed up.
EU and Cryo both upgraded weapons, so they have rifles to attempt this.
And light armor on EU. He has to be the difference maker here.
John QT, the first to greet. Oh, gets 2. Not able to land the 3rd. Cryo left alone. Cryo, who was a monster on the first map, succumbs to 10s.
But, I mean, nevertheless, that was a great eco round from 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I think that Sentinels was trying to fish out to see if it was a mid-fight. And 100 Thieves played it so well. They tucked the entire time and then just took a timing peek with the flashes and everything, with the nade.
They lured them in until there was no exit. There was no chance to get away.
Yeah, it was really good. Really good timing there from 100 Thieves. But heads up play from John to like understand, like, oh, this was a heavy mid-fight. I can take all the space. And with that, he got 2, being all the way pushed up.
Yeah.
And, you know, 100 Thieves is aware that, you know, they understand, okay, the Cypher probably took space somewhere, but where, you know? That's why you saw the Dizzy go and try to clear out screen area. John just pushed all the way up there in A Heaven. Early timeout from 100 Thieves, not wanting this to slip away from their grasp.
I feel like when you see an early timeout like this, does it feel like, in your opinion, is that often when there's like something fundamentally wrong in how they've approached it? It's like something, okay, we need to adjust this, because I would think it's not as much of a mental thing at this early in the stage of the map.
I think it's a double whammy. I think also you want to like ice the other team, and they want to ice Sentinels. Sentinels have looked hot in the last 2 rounds.
Sure.
It hasn't even really been that competitive.
Sure.
But yeah, let's see what 100 Thieves cooked up going into this gun round. And yeah, this is the adaptation. They're putting Asuna and EU here with the nade tether combo. Trying to see if there's any early aggression here.
I also think it's worth mentioning, Asuna's been holding on to this ult for a little while, and yeah, he hasn't necessarily had the greatest opportunities to use it, but start to feel some of the diminishing returns of having it so early.
And you see all this utility being used from 100 Thieves because of how Sentinels have walked in to A ramp for the last, I don't know how many rounds. Even last round, John walked all the way up, so they're trying to punish this. But Sen is 1 step ahead. And John's only job here is to keep them here. That's all he has to do. Oh, but this Roomba, that should be a cue for 100 Thieves to understand that the majority is not towards A right now.
That dog did not go up far enough. So John may find a timing here late in the round.
I
Meanwhile, the rest of Sentinels are leaning over towards B. The Seekers invested the flash out top. Zekin pushing forward. Currently kept apart pillar from his team by the Molly. There it is, Asuna finally pulling the trigger on that. EU joining in. You got to keep an eye on the timing. That late flank from John could be everything, but by the time he shows up, the round is lost.
And they should know at this point.
Left.
Yeah. He may still be able to pull this off, though. He's healthy. And it's John QT.
Oh, but Bang is dialed in on this angle. It's basically a crossfire.
It's a brutal thing to have to clear, yeah. No real advantage, no way to pull that thing off. Bang cleans him up. We're tied at 3.
And this time, Zekin getting a little too aggressive there in the CT area. He did a great wrap on pillar. But he got punished by EU. And just didn't buy enough time for John to get value with that flank. And now I'm wondering in the future, maybe they throw a fake on the other side and come back to John in the future. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Can I get a drop?
Sen is a team that likes to adapt on the fly very quickly. That's why they're so impressive to play against.
I mean,
this time,
they are
very fast, they control.
Yeah, they're not comfortable giving up this space anymore. Space that's been free real estate for Sentinels up until this point.
And here are the protocols. The molly out from Bang with the orb to delay the speed up into B heaven. Just fundamentally correct right now. That forces Sentinels to have to reset. And it looks like they're going to re-clear this A space.
And the question is, I think, do they contact their way to clearing out this space that they've had for free the entire half, or do they have to invest utility that they would be using otherwise to get onto A proper? Contact has been the name of the game for them, and it seems like that's what's going to be happening here.
Oh, they didn't shoot.
Asuna.
I still don't think Asuna saw him, but EU gets the 1-up. Wow!
The trap was perfect.
That was beautiful.
EU and Asuna combining to really rip Sentinels to shreds there.
That was really good chemistry between the two young guns. No utility even needed to be used there, too. Just peeking off one another. Poor Jordan. He was on the other side of the map.
Yeah, forced to just sit and
Couldn't
watch.
do anything.
He is one away from ult. We'll see if he gets a fight. There's still plenty of time for it to play out. Yeah, but I think you know, to think about how that round closed out again is this approach from Sentinels that's been heavy contact, heavy, you know, try to feel out the map without investing utility, without revealing position. Proved to be the difference maker there, of course. As the fight happens, the banner goes up. He gets his ult, though. And survives.
Yeah, it was a really nice macro round from 100 Thieves. They took early A space, pushed John all the way back into spawn, denied the speed up to B heaven, and then Asuna and EU stayed, understanding that they're probably going to contact back in and re-clear the A space. And Asuna, I was speaking about his raise. Look at him. He's 10-4 right now. And it's not like he's doing anything too crazy. He's not going for flashy plays. In that round, he was just jump spotting to bait for EU to get a free kill. And then swinging. So he's playing it really smart right now.
Back to a 1-3-1 approach for Sentinels. This time they have to stare at the green goo that's obfuscating their view. Thing is, if they can find some space with the dog that's big, they're going to try to chase on to Bang. But the shorty greets Zekin. You've got Asuna who's up really far into the pit, too.
Yeah, that support. Like I said, he's not trying to make any crazy plays. He's just there. Just doing everything. Team play. Letting the game come to him almost.
First cage goes up, and that's a cue. Boostio invests his ult. And you've got EU who's helping over the top. But they manage to get past it anyway. Saucy with a dizzy in his face lands the shots onto Boostio. Gravity One keeps him grounded. Keep an eye on TenZ. In a really good position here. Meanwhile, the rest of the site is left up to the fight with the pit invested. That's a really big ult to try to counter it. But TenZ's timing here could play spoiler. The only one close by is going to be Cryo. Bang falls. TenZ pushing forward.
Gosh.
And he gets dropped by Cryo. Cryo's left in the 1v2. He still has to deal with the pit. This is a big ask out of the star. Can he deliver in this moment? No. Celsius with 3, we're tied again.
I got scared for a second for Sen when 3 players were going towards site. But one of the players from Sentinels coming back to A ramp, supporting Tyson there to take control of Heaven as that retake was coming in was the factor.
Another very close
made the
game.
biggest difference. And that's just like a split-second timing. He was so close.
Yeah, yeah. That's just so
That's
tough.
a tough round to lose.
1000%.
I still like don't like the Estrada.
I mean, they had 4 ults, and they used them all, and they didn't win the round. Devastating loss into that round. But
I'd rather have a Norman.
The 1-for-1 doesn't really add up when you're playing on defense.
Yeah. It is good that they took out the initiator, though. So no flashes will be in this round, at least for info. Of course, yeah.
I wonder if it's public or not. Like when are they gonna enable closing pro play? Because she had a freaking.
Cryo played that beautifully.
Oh, he pulled himself.
Tucked behind the pillar to make sure he wasn't seen. The showstopper connects. Every single domino has fallen into 1-for-1 for this round. And it all falls down to 2s
Oh
now.
my god.
Bang left alone, cannot convert. Second with 3, Sentinels with the lead again.
And they are letting those hounds
such
sleep.
a good spot right there. He could have secured the win by killing John, who had the bomb on the cross, but he whiffed. That's tough.
And again, the way Cryo played that on the 10s was beautiful. But Bang has been left in a lot of these 1vx situations, and he's been steady for the team so far, but those big ones haven't gone his way.
Yeah. Now the economy in shambles for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, just a stinger for Bang.
Wow, my eyes are down.
And you know, honestly, as much as we've talked about it, the approach hasn't really changed a ton for Sentinels. They continue to 1-3-1. They continue to allow John to drop those cages and then suggest that they're trying to take space A.
John is so good at what he does on that A side of the map.
Yeah. I think it's all part of the conditioning. Cryo trying to land the suck.
What a great nade.
Second for dashing across, but the nade is good. Bang falls. Oh. Big from Cryo. That's 2. You wouldn't expect 4 HP though in a 2v3. Still just Sheriffs. Cryo falls. Busio's left alone to his own devices with the Sheriff to try to win out a 1v3 with the cam in his face. Tries to tuck behind it. All 3 of them are playing backside, bro. That's a bad.
Exactly.
Forget that.
This would be insane. Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
Nah. Too much.
Yeah.
Too much of an ask. And I like the approach from Sen. You know, showing all that mid control like they did in the previous anti-eco. This time, wary of there being a trap there. So they go back and just hit B. And I think hitting B on anti-eco rounds is pretty efficient.
Yeah.
You can clear out a lot of the close angles with utility and not have to worry about it. Zekin getting free entries into the site.
A 2-round lead for Sentinels. They've got the secrets from Saucy to work with here too.
Here's the change of pace. But they're ready for it.
This is fast, but you're absolutely right.
Where's the nade?
There was no follow-up. Zekin was past it anyway. Dog confirming presence. Showstopper, but he dodges it.
Oh my god.
Taking a lick of damage. Literally nothing. Ultimately punished at the hands of Asuna anyway. Saucy with the flashes. He tries to double down, but Celsius is there to help. Meanwhile, while all of that erupts, on A, we see a fight made go the way of Bang. Celsius and Saucy fall. That was an outrageous start to that round.
The utility from 100 Thieves, that's what I was talking about. The trap plays that they have different layers to them. So even if the first layer didn't work, the tether nade, right? They didn't commit to that. Now you have the rocket. Then you have Boostio throwing the molly behind on that ramp area. I mean, that must be a lineup. That was sick.
I still don't know where that
awareness to hold mid.
I still don't know where that rocket went.
Zekin just jumped past it.
Just vanished.
Last second.
Last round of the half. An ult for Cryo, but that's it. And this is very different from the 1-3-1 we've seen a lot. This time it's a fast hit A. No attempt to take heaven. They're just trying to go through main. Play behind all the walls. They have to play with the smokes. And that's enough.
Yeah, that was a great read from John. Understanding that the A trap was there the last round. Not many teams like to do a back-to-back trap in the same spot. For good reason as well.
How do 100 Thieves approach this retake? The Cosmic Divide will tear them apart. Saucy gets 2 big ones. Threes, as you see crosshairs fly across the screen. John gets 2. The ult invested. Zelsis gets the last. Dude, some of these rounds have gone down to the wire.
Switching sides.
Yeah. And then others have been very messy.
That was a nice post plant from Sentinels, just playing in. They understood that that Astro Wall was going to block off A ramp and A main.
You take a look at it again.
Nice shot.
Yeah, Saucy had a massive round.
Oh,
that second kill was crazy. It was a great start for Sentinels, and on the other side for 100 Thieves, we actually spoke to Boostio earlier to get his thoughts about Sentinels and what he thought leading into this match. Take a listen.
I think the biggest threat is definitely, if you just look at it, Zekken. The kid is incredible. He's just dropping unreal numbers every match. But I think if I couldn't choose Zekken just because he's the duelist, I'd say Tens. I think Tens is also back to like his X factor. Like he's playing smokes, but you know some maps he's dropping like 260 ACS. He's getting a lot of first bloods. He's doing a lot for the team that might get like not shown as much just because he's on the smokes role now. But if he was doing this on duelist like he was in 2021, like everyone would be freaking out. So I think he's back in form, and I think he is their X factor. So if we can shut him down, it'd probably work out pretty good for us.
I mean, it's been competitive up until this point, right? And it's always such a treat to be able to listen and pick the brains of a guy like Boostio and get his thoughts on Zekken and Tens and how valuable they are to their team.
The problem is like, yeah, you can shut down Tens, but then you have to deal with Zekken, then you have to deal with Zelsis. Then Saucy's doing what he did in last map, right?
Yeah.
John, the IGL, who has his moments getting 20 bombs in certain halves, specifically on this map as well. It seems like defense for John on this map, he has a field day against a lot of teams.
I mean, we got to give the people what they want, right? You got to give them the turtle. We'll see how it plays out. I think the big takeaway so far, Dre, if I may, is 100 Thieves continue to push Sentinels in ways that we may not necessarily expect.
Yeah.
I think coming off of a Masters win, and yes, you know, John just getting in and kind of how that dynamic plays out, I think there are some people who may have expected Sentinels to just kind of run away with this, to really roll 100 Thieves, but they've shown a lot that's been impressive, and there you go.
Yeah, they've had really good ideas in both maps so far. It's just not enough in these halves.
We'll see if it's enough to close this thing out. Now that they're on the attack side, a 1-3-1, very similar, very reminiscent to what we saw Sentinels do.
And this time, if 100 Thieves were to go B, you have the Omen Flash here.
Yeah, with the cam for contact. The tough thing is, they're so concerned about the space that's been lost. They're gonna hear the dog. In a lot of ways, as you look at the minimap, you see there's like concern and paranoia from both teams on what's happening A main. Did you take it? No. Did you take it? I don't have it.
This flash should get the info that there is a lurk on A. They don't know how many though. That nade missed.
Saucy dancing around the utility, looking for the right time to strike.
And here's the classic Sentinels. Pistol defense, just playing a retake. It's going to be coordinated. It's going to be nice. What can 100 Thieves do to disrupt this? There's the nade to clear hell. The flash out.
I mean,
he jumped into the nade!
5 pieces of utility used in an attempt to retake that. Oh! I mean, it's calculated.
He's snappy with it.
It's surgical.
Damn.
It's beautiful.
Oh,
And you saw it. 100 Thieves' game plan there was to basically retake the retake, but the timing was just off. Boostio ended up jumping into hell into the nade as soon as it was blooming. That's rough.
And I think even just looking at the kill feed and seeing how many people get assists and how many assists take place when you see these kills come through on the retake is really indicative of how they play it out, right? Everybody gets involved.
It's tough. I mean, you know what's coming, but what can you do about it? Sometimes utility is just too good. And the pace of how Sentinels go together on the retakes to get trades. It's just on point. Whoop.
A lot of mid-presence here. Zelsa's spam not connecting, takes a step back though.
Saucy got info on Bang on this lurk. So maybe just jiggling in this corner, trying to see if he can punish him if he walks up. Oh, I think Boostio saw Jordan here.
May have. And if there was any doubts, it's confirmed now.
Poison's off.
The one place that they haven't really gotten any info is B. And I think by what they've seen so far, they've been able to deduce there's a whole lot of action.
What a good cage.
Coming mid. That cage is perfect, you're absolutely right.
No charges left.
With that mid control, Second understands he has to fall back here. Maybe he's gonna try to get in his sight. And this is the perfect spot for a Sky to be.
I think one of the benefits is Sentinel's pace here is they've already gotten past some of the util.
30 seconds
EU
left.
playing on site, dropping Saucy. They got the spike down. That's
the timing.
Big, but how much more can they find? Bang sticks a barrel of the Sheriff into the ear of John QT, tries to survive the spam. Tuck around the corner, upgrade to weapon. 1v2 will not convert, as Sentinels will get to 9.
It's
and
costly
he almost made
though.
It happen. That was clean.
Yeah, he did.
I like how he took his time on that last kill. A lot of players would just sit there and spam and the bullets would
They're
not
gonna
connect.
buy.
Showing some poise, but a 9-5 scoreline right now.
You take a look at that again. I think this is really where things start. This is where if you're 100 Thieves and you are going to attempt to come back, it really has to convert here. You can't afford to lose this round.
Yeah, but in that eco round, what they did was they were trying to feel the defense out of Sentinels, and they got to understand how the players rotated and what the setup was onto the actual site once they took mid control. So I'm wondering if we see a punish here on Sentinels.
They don't have much of a buy. It's a Guardian for 10s. It's the only rifle really to speak of.
Saucy dogging out A earlier in this, but mid control gathered from 100 Thieves.
Yeah. You see the setup too is so nice. As soon as the cam gets info, Zelsis has a better understanding of what's waiting on the other side. The trip there to protect him too. This is really aggressive. Oh. That was way too much for Bang to deal with.
Puts up, gives a weapon.
Question is, what do they do with that weapon? It seems like, yeah, Tense is gonna get the Phantom. The Guardian goes in the hands of Saucy. Meanwhile, the rest of the hit is B.
He's just spraying and praying, trying to get any chip damage he can. And John's just gonna give.
Again, this bonus would be huge if they can pull this off. Boostio's weak.
You did good.
They've gotten one step closer. Does not look like there's any challenge or any threat to Wingman, so he gets a spike down.
Look at this right here on the minimap. Sachi on the flank. When does he take his timing?
They've got him surrounded. They've got him corralled and controlled. EU playing anti. Zekin satcheling out. Ultimately falls, but confirming there's someone hell. Meanwhile, again, the smoke keeping Saucy back.
Oh, Boostio's looking though. He's so aware.
He knows,
Saucy.
but he was weak. He falls. A 2v2 now.
He knows.
Cryo's so weak. Also knows.
Nice shot.
Is clean. Saucy
Let's
left
go.
alone. Can he pull this off? He's gotten it down to 1. Switches weapons. Time is short. Does he have a smoke?
Oh.
Cryo's gonna clutch it out. 100 Thieves
Close,
get to
close,
6.
close.
Woo. Costly and very, very close. Saucy maybe taking a little bit too much time there on the flank, but it's tough. You know, somebody could have been in B main that whole time. He was waiting for his team to make contact first and then proceeding to go forward.
Right.
And I think 100 Thieves did a really good job of Again, not allowing the retake to fully come through with the utility and disrupting it. They pushed into CT that allowed Crowd to flank and secure the round win. But that was costly.
A Bulldog for Bang, a Guardian for Boostio.
Yeah. Early mid default again.
Trying to clear out that trip.
I think they heard it be placed earlier.
I think so too.
In the round. And they finally break it with a satchel. That leaves Asuna with no utility.
Oh, wow.
Bang gets caught out.
Again?
He's gonna split too.
Again, an A-main.
What's important here is the timing of what happened. The last few rounds, Saucy has been using that dog just to get the info. This time, Zekin peeking behind it, punishing Bang.
Poison's off.
The only thing keeping Celsius away from the 4 remaining members of 100 Thieves right now is that smoke. And Zekin pounces at just the right time. The rocket just a little short, not connecting.
It's insane. And remember what I said that Asuna should have done on their defense. Zekin just did it. Gets the kill in A main, rotates all the way back into B heaven. Gets another one.
Now playing down low. Looking to see if there's any head that he can take.
It's too good.
Spike down B.
It's too good.
You wouldn't believe it. He just landed yesterday. Between
Good
John,
shit.
and John QT and Zekin, they're running away with this thing. Sentinel's up to 10.
Again, the Forbidden Triangle set up on the B site. You have a guy in hell, a guy playing pillar, and a guy back site. Everyone can swing off of one another.
Dude, that's such a tough. I think you're right. It was Zekin pushing behind the dog.
Yeah.
That was just too much for Bang.
It's just a hard read play. And that's Sashi telling Zekin, yo, this guy's been walking up after the dog.
Yeah.
So even if he doesn't break it, just take the line and hold for him. And he gets the kill, instantly rotates to B heaven with the rocket for the speed up.
And this time you see an adjustment in the call. The 1-3-1 has been set aside for now, as it seems like they want to go a little bit faster B with the Nightfall.
Whoa.
And the Prowlers. They're trying to get some space. Saucy still gets a kill onto Asuna. Tens is there to help. How much more can they do as Bang opens up the site, but Celsius is there. He's gonna roll them all! Celsius with 3, Sentinels with 11. They stand in the face of the punch. What a hold.
I feel like sometimes Celsius is surprised by himself. I see his own reaction to his own plays. And even he's like, oh my gosh. It's just easy for him sometimes.
These two right here.
Wow. Hey, look at him, he looks surprised. Okay, I'll take what I can get. And this is Sentinel's best map for a reason. I mean.
And again, they're starting to pull away with it, man.
Yeah. You might think you have the one up on them. You might have a good half against them, but they always seem to close it out on this map. And yeah, like we talked about how in Madrid, there was some shakiness in it, but they're so good at this map. They have so many reps on it that they can make adaptations like that and win. They're such a good team. That's why they're champions. The team to beat. 100 Thieves, you know, they looked really decent on the defensive side, but I'm not seeing too much value out of this Gecko pick in general, besides from that one trap play with the Molly. I feel like a lot of the utility has been broken by Sentinels, and when you have people that, you know, play aim labs the way Tens does, sometimes that Gecko flash doesn't really get much value at all.
Just one round one this half for 100 Thieves. That's just so tough. And again, that
it was close too. It wasn't like it was like a
right. It
free
wasn't
round.
Yep. You're absolutely right. And again, for 100 Thieves, that previous round was a different look. Right? They moved away from the 1-3-1 because that wasn't working. They tried to hard hit B with the Nightfall. That didn't work either.
This is something new. Early mid aggression from 100 Thieves into an A hit. But we have the trips here, and John's just ready for this. He's playing far back into screens. He's just going to spam off the trips. So if these are not broken, it's going to be disaster for 100 Thieves.
That's tough, too. Asuna doesn't have...
And this is a one-way cam.
Yeah,
they're going to see their feet before the cam is broken.
There it is.
Great trade, though, from Bang.
Destroyed.
Asuna falls, and the trips that you were referring to are still up in play.
And there's no nade to break him now, so...
This is gonna be tough to walk into a main here.
Lucio's got the utility ready. Sassy just respects it.
He's so good.
Wisely so.
He's so good.
They invested the Seekers here. That's a deep hit too.
Wow.
Sassy gets caught by Thrash.
This is so good. It's planted for heaven, and they didn't have to go through A main at all.
Now the defense is kind of trapped. You can't really explore heaven. There's a lot of shot at this here. Cryo has a Phantom too. Oh,
He's gonna find Cryo.
That was really, I mean, that was their opportunity. Bang, picks it up, and it's instantly dropped again.
John QT.
It's beautiful from Sentinels.
I spoke about how this map is John's playground, and it looks like he got a second win. Came in tired.
Do you play Garage if you're Sentinel?
Flight, 5 a.m. Yeah, it was business
To get
class.
the Viper ult and then you pit on B, or
You know, it still sucks flying like that and having to show up for a match.
could be a play.
Yeah, John looks good. He continues to look good.
And just changes his setup. Now he's on the B
They're
side.
just gonna play classic.
14-9.
That's his mean.
Zekin's doing Zekin things.
I was literally about to say the exact same thing.
And this Sentinel squad hasn't slowed down.
Here's that mid trip again. Not broken right away this time. Ooh.
First shot not connecting.
It's not broken at all. Did they not hear it this time?
This time it's Tyson. It's Tens, excuse me. You've messed up with my brain. Now I'm calling him Tyson. It's Tens who's here, and he's got Knob holding the line.
Are they ready for this?
Sassy's used his
footstep
dog.
was made.
He's still here. He still has the line.
He should be dialed in on this. He heard the footstep.
Tyson, Tens, with the up.
Tenzin?
You've destroyed me.
And the collat. And it's over. Gets traded though.
The Cosmic Divide is going to throw things
They're gonna
apart.
push
And his
though,
pace,
yeah.
the A-ramp reclear, it's too fast. For 100 Thieves, and that mid chip
And
that
that
wasn't
trade.
broken should be the nail in the coffin.
A complete dismantling in the second half. Thieves won one round.
Damn.
Absolute.
They won one round and it was the bonus round. So the round where they had like superior guns.
And they still look good.
And it was close because like Sentinels got the first kill and
I saw an interview with
it was a really close round too, so
we won.
yeah.
How are we gonna
Defensive
beat now as a
side
team?
for Sentinel
We're still
on
hungry. We want to win the championship.
on split
and they're
is
not letting off the gas. Yeah, that
is
first
insane.
map was a little bit close.
Again, I
But I
don't
think
know
that's
why
more so
team
because 100
let
Thieves
that
had a
map
really great game plan going into
I don't know why
it.
they leave the
Cryo
map
was going
up
crazy.
against
Yeah, and
Sentinels.
Curry mentioned it, right? When they chatted with him, when Svick chatted with him, that's
Like
probably
you have
the
more
weakest
chance
So if you
statistically
manage to get
to
through
win
that,
on another
your
map than
weakest
to
map and still stay in it is
let that
impressive. And I
map
think the other
open.
thing that I love that I'm seeing out of Sentinels, and you imagine Kaplan has a lot to do with this. They understand
just
that
too strong.
Madrid was just an appetizer.
Yep.
I mean,
Don't
it was,
play it
was
against
the
them.
tiniest of morsels, and that's what's got them hungry.
play something else.
They don't
Anything
they,
else.
They don't look like they skipped a beat at all. No. In this series, and the Sen bundle lives on another day.
Yeah, shout out Bundle. All the homies love Bundle.
Mr. Bundle.
Okay.
And you know, it says something when you allow one of your worst maps to go through. It's almost like they're using this as practice.
We have
which
the
is kinda
interview
scary.
and maybe like the post-game lobby. I don't know if I'm doing all of that.
I'd be scared too because
Probably
if
do
they're
the
treating
interview.
matches as practice. I mean, they're looking at the long run here. They are looking at champs. They want to make it all the way there. They
We'll
want to
see.
the main trophy up.
But I think there are a lot of people who think, again, Madrid may have just been a flash in the pan, and, you know, there were a lot of teams that normally are there that weren't there, and, you know, kind of how that plays out, but it just seems like they haven't slowed down.
It's heartbreaking for 100 Thieves. Like they just haven't had a win yet this year, but I think I saw a lot of promising things out of them, and I think that they can be a team that maybe goes for that 5th to 6th spot, maybe potentially. You know.
And potentially more. I think the upside is there. I think much like a couple of other rosters this year, it's going to take time.
It takes time no matter what.
Right? I think Bustio had big moments. Bang continues to develop into this role. We've seen him grow over these last couple of years. Cryo returned to Cryo, the Cryo that
he looked really good
continues
today,
to take
by the
over.
way.
Yeah.
He looked really good today.
His Icebox was spectacular. I think ultimately you dance on a map that's yours, but then you step into the lion's den of Split, and that's a tough ask for really any team.
Why do they are
Dude,
close
if you're any team right now, you're allowing Split to go through.
They look
better
like,
be
you know,
absolutely
little
ready
kids
and
that
show
are
us
dressed
something
up by
crazy
their
to go
moms.
against, or to have
That's
to go
what they
through the
look
map
like.
against a team like Sen. Because they're just too good at
They
the
look
map.
like their
They've played it
moms
so many
just put
times that you
clothes
might
on them
counter
that
them,
don't
but
fit
they've
them.
gotten countered so many times. They have the
They're
counter to
just
the
too
counter
big
to the
because
counter.
they're gonna
Yeah,
grow
and
up
then
someday.
after that. Yeah, it's crazy.
So they
They're
buy
just too
like
dialed in and rehearsed on a map
bigger
like that.
clothes so they don't
Don't
last
let that go through
longer
anymore.
and shit.
I mean, I'm begging. I'm begging. I'm begging at this point.
13-6 on Split, a 2-0 series win for Sentinels. We're going to throw it down to Smix down at the stage for the Verizon post-match in.
Thank you very much, Doug, and congratulations, Zelsis or Bundle, as you've recently been renamed. Our Masters Madrid champion standing here after a 2-0 victory over 100 Thieves. There's no question, being a champion is amazing, but that definitely means you immediately have a target on your back and the
Hello?
world of expectations of
What the fuck
everyone
is
just
that noise?
immediately expecting you to win every single game after that. So how good does
Sound
it feel
guy?
to kick off stage 1 with a win like this, 2-0?
1-2-1-2,
I
sun
mean, it
guy,
feels good, but we
banana,
don't really care what
apple.
everyone else thinks. We only
Hello,
care
hello.
what we think. And I mean, we had a really huge team meeting after Madrid about like just staying composed, not getting complacent, not getting like an ego, and just like working hard because that's how we got there. Obviously, this is like the first time for a lot of us being at the top. So I mean, there's a saying like it's easier to get to the top than it is
Tomorrow
to stay
we
there,
have
so I hope
one
we can stay there. But
series.
yeah, it's nice to get a win.
Just
but
have a
we're just treating it
cool
like every other
career.
match.
Indeed. Earlier when we spoke to Coach Kaplan, he said the same thing, that this is the first time he's been in this position, and it's great to hear that you had a team meeting
And if
about
it's a
it.
2-0,
Personally,
it's
for
like
yourself as a
best.
player who's also going through this, having reached the top and now having a very different
Who I
challenge and
think
trying
is
to
like
maintain that.
favorite?
How has that been for you with
I would
this
guess.
new difficulty you're facing?
I mean, I expected to like kind of be a little butthead more after the win, but I mean, I'm kind of not. Like, I don't really feel a difference. I just want to play. I just want to compete and play, and like obviously, like this is like what it's about, right? Like the fans, the competing, everything, and also selling the Sentinels bundle. That is the main thing.
I was wondering when you were going to work that in.
Yeah, I was gonna work that in. But yeah.
Amazing, and obviously we still have so many more games to look forward to
Wait,
from Sentinels, but
when
also
is
seeing
MIG
as how you
playing,
just
though?
took down 100 Thieves 2-0. I know Icebox was the one that got a little bit difficult, especially towards the end, but did pull out the win. How does 100 Thieves this time around feel facing them, especially seeing Cryo pop off the way that he did?
I mean, obviously our last series against them was a lot closer. It was 2-1. But then this series being 2-0, I mean, but you could tell they put in a lot of work. They put in a lot of time. I think first map for us was like a lot of jitters. I think we were, I mean, first match back, getting back. Obviously, John is jet lagged and like we weren't practicing with him. So we were kind of just adjusting. But shout out 100 Thieves, like this. Like you could tell they put in a lot of work, like just playing against them. So I'm glad like we got the early win, and like it kind of sucks. We're always playing each other our first match, so maybe Riot can change that for us and them. But yeah.
We'll see, but for now, congratulations again, Zelsis, as always. And for now, we are going to head to the desk with Golden Boy for the post-show breakdown.
Thank you so much, Smix and Bundle. Very great to hear from Bundle. But I am joined now by a person who has an actual name, Tens. Wait, well, I don't know if that necessarily tracks. Still a gamer name, but, we'll just roll with it. Anyway, I'm a grown man who calls himself Golden Boy, so I guess I just got to deal with this. In any case, so guys, Tens, congratulations, man, on a big win. I know that Zelsis said coming into this, you guys just looking at it as every other win, but it has to feel good to be able to pick up this win here today, opening matchup against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, certainly. We're just making sure that we're not complacent from the Madrid win. So we went into the matches just trying to give our best efforts. Obviously, practice wasn't optimal since John QT was kind of stuck in Morocco for a little bit, but luckily he was able to arrive just in time for the match. But overall, I think obviously not playing to our usual self, but I still think we're a really strong team.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're one of the few players who's been there before, won a trophy, then kind of gone back with the hard task of having to stay on top. It didn't work out for that Sentinels then, but I want to ask, what did you learn from the previous edition of the roster, from being on top to then falling down and having to do it all over again? And maybe have you given any of that advice to your teammates now that you have a trophy and you're coming back into that same situation?
Yeah, I think overall it's mainly you have to stay up to date with the meta. You have to make sure you adapt. I think that's one thing that we didn't do previously on Sentinels before, and we kind of fell behind because of that. So I think adapting, making sure we're up to date, and obviously not getting complacent, like making sure we're grinding the same amount that we did before the event even, and just keeping up the hard work.
So does it feel like you guys are being successful
Gonna
at
switch to
not being
PoE,
complacent and all
like,
that right now?
it's just a
I
bunch
would say
of
so, yeah.
talk.
Okay. Yeah. I want to ask about you specifically, how, like, I think in the offseason there was a lot of criticism levied your way. I want to know exactly what you feel like you've been working on the most and how that improvement path is right now in terms of your form. Because right now I think a lot of people are returning back to 10's GOAT status sort of thing. I want to see it from your perspective.
I think the play that I'm trying to bring a lot more now, or part of me that I was trying to focus on a lot more coming up to this season, was my supportive play style. And I do think it's very important to be able to support your teams for success. And I've always kept it in my mind that good players play well themselves, but great players will always make people around them play well too.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that it goes to show. Yeah, that's actually quite a deep answer. I will give you your flowers on that one. By the way, I want to let everyone know, make sure you send your questions for 10s. We'll go ahead and hopefully get one or two of those out there.
We're gonna
before
go
we close things
ahead.
off for the day.
Go
So
to
now,
PoE.
you guys having...
Probably one of the last few days of PoE. Definitely gonna go back to Valorant, Copium. Because tomorrow we have one game, one best of three. So I'll probably play some Valorant before, watch the best of three, watch Crow Furia, and then swap back to fucking Valorant. Because I haven't grinded at all. I've played one game, I think. This fucking act. Okay. Here we know. Boom. Wait. Oh, just after stream yesterday, I managed to craft an Ocean with some courthouse and shit. Like with like the vendor recipe 341. So I guess I'm gonna finish my tier 8, tier 9, start tier 10, and then maybe start like red maps. Whatever. So yeah.
My spirits are spent. My spirit is spent. can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent. That's the trail. Long day. Stay vigilant. My spirits are spent.
You're almost full up, exile. Might want to make use of our stored corpses. They're starting to smell.
What?
spirit is spent. My spirit is spent.
Dead man's locker is overflowing. Time to make some tough choices. Rocket Man's locker is overflowing. Time to make some tough choices.
My spirit is spent.
Wait. Actually stupid. And just... Can just do that. Um...
You again. May the ferocity of Thraldana free you of your anguish and aid this soldier, so that you may allow them to be headstrong. What? Oh, it's you.
My spirit is spent.
up, exile. Might want to make use of our stored corpses. They're starting to smell.
My spirit is spent. I do love the stink of victory. My spirit is spent.
Hello? Of course, it's dog shit ghosted, like.
God Slayer.
My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet.
Hello.
My spirit is spent.
Almost full, exile. Might want to take care of that. My spirit is spent.
spirit is spent.
An emperor must bear two blades, hope in the left hand.
My spirit is spent.
Stella. Blessings.
God Slayer.
Cool winds.
Hail Godslayer.
That's the trail. Long day. Ghastly.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent.
Salah. Keep your eyes sharp.
Godslayer. My spirit is spent.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent.
Morg's almost full, exile. Might want to take care of that.
won't escape me, little piggy. You won't escape. You won't escape me, little piggy.
I believe in treading light.
Hello. Salah.
My spirit is spent. Didn't even break a sweat. spirit is spent.
Might want to make use of our stored corpses. They're starting. Morg's Fall. What do you want me to do? Dump some.
My spirit is spent.
Hello.
Long day.
My spirit is spent.
Morg's full. What do you want me to do? Dump some.
My spirit is spent.
Hello again, local.
The 3-round challenger returns.
My spirit is spent.
Cool winds.
I think I'm gonna call it for today. I'll see you tomorrow. For at least for like Crew Furia. I don't know if I'm streaming more. Probably. I'll try. We'll see. See you.